My name is Phixfox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I am excited to bring to you something wonderful here today. We have in the chat many wonderful people, as always, and one of the most prominent members of the Phixfox community is Tundar. Tundar has made a great many wonderful maps for us. You might remember him as the map maker who's given us Spritely, Spritely's Demons, Spritely's Expansion, Spritely's King, Spritely's Lunatic, Spritely's Pirates, and Spritely's Sandro. This is a wonderful map maker, and one of those maps is the maps that we're going to be going over today. Brand new, fresh, hot off the presses. This is going to be Spritely's Expansion, an XL 6-player map. Let's take a look and see what we have. Thank you to everybody that's here right now, including Borysser, Tundar, Stixel, Frodo the Blind's going to catch us later. Thank you to everybody that's here now, and thank you to everybody that we will catch later on Twitch. The pleasure is always mine. So with that being said, folks, let's take a look and see what we got. Oh yes, and of course, this is currently December 20th, 2025. So Phixfox has got a little bit of a Santa hat going on here. I figure that if this gets distracting, please let me know. But unfortunately, I couldn't figure out a way to incorporate the headband into a Santa hat. And yet, this is the thing to do, I believe. Borysser says, another Spritely's installment. That is interesting. I agree. And so if we're looking at this, again, 6-player XL map comes to us from the FHeroes2 map editor. Wonderful, wonderful. And it reads, after capturing Rest in a daring display of courage, King Phixxar leads his lords to conquer a rich and powerful new land. This is going to be my side must defeat the opposing side. Here's what I've seen so far. I think that it's highly likely that Tundar has made it a 1 versus 5. I don't know if I'm going to have an ally or not, but typically what I've seen from Tundar is that if I do have an ally, thematically they die very, very quickly. I think that was seen in Spritely's Pirates. Yes, I think it was Spritely's Pirates. We got to watch the destruction of our sister sorceresses to the north, and we were just very, very sad to see, hey, we couldn't really do anything about it, but we had to see it. I wonder if it's going to be a 2 versus 4 or a 1 versus 5, one way or the other. We cannot lose all of our heroes and towns, and that's actually interesting. We can't lose all of our heroes and towns. Typically, as you can tell from other Spritely's maps, we cannot lose a specific hero, but in this case, we can potentially lose a certain hero. That means we can maybe do some retreating, maybe we can do some attacking, and maybe be a little bit less cautious than we've had to be in the past. Whatever the case is, folks, it looks like this is going to be us as the blue player against a green, red, yellow, orange, and purple player. Of course, we're going to put this on impossible difficulty. I think I should just leave this on random. Tundar, do you think I should load up as anybody in particular? Do we think that we ought to adjust the handicap? I don't know. I don't see any indication that the handicap should matter. But Tundar says, well, they do make a difference. Okay, if they do make a difference, and I feel like we ought to just keep it on random. If it does make a difference, then random might just matter. So that way we just let the dice roll decide. So with that being said, I think we're just gonna dive right in and take a look at this beautiful map. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It is a challenge to go might. We will see if we load up with the challenge then. We did not load up with the challenge. This might be one of the best starting factions we could get. We are going to have for ourselves a Warlock town to start off with, it looks like, in the bottom left. Tundar is a storyteller, and so we have lots to read, I am sure. A message from Auntie Phixxar. Your recapturing of Rest has given us the footing we need to conquer these lands. We march onward into lands we do know little about. But my king, you will have to free the lords of Spritely to bring this war to our enemies. It is important that you do not let our forces fall to the enemy. The fighting will begin from day 1. It would be in your best interest to clear as many heroes as you can as quickly as you can. There are plenty of forces in the area. Gather them. There are 5 other Spritely lords locked up in jails. Find them and take out everyone. We cannot afford to sit. This will be a fight that will require our most precise assaults. We will need to discover these lands quickly. There are a lot of riches, and if we do not get them first, then we must take them from our enemies. There are many hurdles to overcome, and the armies are already in swing. The lands are currently being ransacked, and it's our mission not to fall behind. King Phixxar, return to Unicorn Peak in one piece. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do that as much as possible. Okay, so we start off with the hero, King Phixxar. Of course, this is a nod that I sincerely appreciate that Tundar has given to me. I'm grateful to be included in these maps. I am thrilled to be in these maps. And we're going to start off as a Warlock with 3 spell power, 2 knowledge. We do have this true compass of mobility. We start off with only the basic wisdom, so no scouting, no anything else like that. On the one hand, that means that you start off a little bit weaker than perhaps you would like. But on the other hand, what that means is that you have more opportunities to pick up things like leadership, things that might be a little bit better than scouting. This gives you an opportunity to make some really nice choices here. We have 30 sprites as usual, and elves and dwarves. Yes, typically Tundar does like to give you this sort of starting force mix. Not always in these numbers though, I don't believe. And we do have a view town spell in our spell book. That's critically important. I think we're gonna have to cast that pretty quickly. And we have bless and mirror image. Bless and mirror image. Immediately I can say, well, if we did start as a knight or as a barbarian, we might have some issues here because we would not be able to cast this mirror image anytime soon. Albeit, it's worth noting that mirror image does not really scale so much with your spell power. It does scale with your knowledge. And so I could see starting off as a sorceress would be really, really nice. Starting off as a barbarian or a knight, probably not so much. But even if you did start off as them, you do have a blessed spell to your name all the same. Trenlo's in the chat. Hello, Trenlo. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. We are playing Spritely's expansion, and we are learning an awful lot about it, including this Castle of Rest, which can be upgraded into a castle. In previous playthroughs, Tundar's been very specific about wood and ore on the map and making it difficult to find those. So I wonder how quickly we're going to be upgrading this Castle of Rest, well, this Town of Rest, into a castle. But we do have centaurs here available for us should the need come to us. As always, we must check our corners. I wonder if we can get to this corner and get something nice and wonderful for us. Likewise, corner to the upper left, corner to the upper right, corner to the bottom right. Tundar knows me too well, and I think that he knows that I will always go for the corners. We do have some enemies immediately around us. We have Homer, the purple necromancer. Of course, Homer is a longtime fan of the Phixfox channel on YouTube and Twitch, and so Homer is going to be featured here as a hero here, and then Skyforger as a hero here as the Red Knight. So purple necromancers, red knights. We got rogues, we got dwarves all around us. If we are able to get into these dwarves, we might be able to boost our forces fairly quickly at the cost of some of our speed. There are hydras guarding what looks to be a jail. There is plus 1,000 experience from this gazebo. There is standing stones. There's a magic well. Okay, the fact that there's a magic well is actually very, very interesting because this magic well means that we can fight these fights, and as soon as we fight the fight, we can then walk right through the magic well, pick up new spell points. We can maybe get a new magic mirror image, as it were. It looks like there's another jail to the south. Scouting here, I do want to trend towards this observation tower clearly so we can get started off in the best possible way. It looks like there's a little spell shrine here to the right-hand side. Very interesting how many choices we have. I do think that the very first thing that we ought to do is pick up this treehouse. We're going to go from 30 sprites up to, it's going to be 49 sprites. Not too bad. There's archers' houses. Yes, lots to be done. Lots to be done. With these forces, I feel like we are obligated to take the fight to these enemies, not once, but twice. I almost wonder, though, if we ought to go here to Skyforger first and fight this fight that I think is going to be a little bit more difficult, and then come back and fight Homer. These are the things I think about. We're going to have to make that decision in just a second. Trenlo asks, does the editor allow you to select how many resources are in a pile of it? I believe the answer is yes. So you could have like 100 gold here. We've seen maps in the past where a pile of wood had exactly 1 wood in it, and you had to collect all 20 piles of wood to get your town turned into a castle. You needed 20 wood, and you got 20 piles of wood with 1 each. Yeah, I've seen that before, so you can do that. Tundar says, I hope it's not perfection that's required on day 1, LOL, and yet I want to give this my very best opportunity, my very best strategy, so that's what we're going to do here. And Bearded Man says, what's common between the VLC Media Players Cone and Phixfox? They're both wearing a Santa hat. Hey, bada bing, you got it. You got it. Alrighty, so if we're going to fight this fight, I think that we're going to do... Yeah, we're going to do 6-speed elves at the top. We're going to do the battle dwarves close to here because the... Well, here's my thing. Because we've got these 2-speed archers, we're going to attack them first, but we're going to have the single stacks of peasants, or rather single stacks of sprites, go after the 4-speed pikemen and the swordsmen. This shouldn't be too big of a fight. I think that we got this fairly handily. It says it's much worse than it actually will be. I think that we can bypass a lot of issues if we just do nothing. Just hold on, just wait. Unless this guy's got some major spells. Skyforger's got 5 attack, 2 defense, 2 spell power, 1 knowledge, good morale. Let's see what we can do to make this fight go better. I think that immediately a bless makes the very, very most sense to me. I'm not going to fight the archers. Typically I would, but I'm going to start working actually on some of these other troops. With 5 attack, 2 defense versus my 0 and 0, I actually need to start working on these swordsmen immediately. And we're going to just use the sprites to buffer these archers In fact, if the archers were in the upper corner, I think I might have to change my strategy. Because they're not, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Let's keep this stack of sprites alive as much as possible. We're going to keep them all the way back. We're going to have one sprite go straight here. Let's see. Yeah, one's going to go right here. One's going to go to right here. Things are going to attack. Archers are going to attack. I'm not going to take any other losses. Okay, so be it. And then now I feel somewhat obligated to attack these archers here. Might as well kill the full stack. It's 30 damage. It's another 30 damage. There's one remaining. And rather than stay on my haunches and just sort of wait, I'm going to go out and actually do some damage to these pikemen. We should be able to just hopefully rely on the damage of the dwarves as opposed to losing sprites left and right. Do you want to kill 2 of these swordsmen or do you want to kill 3 of these pikemen? I'm gonna gamble that I can kill the full stack of pikemen. I can. Perfect. I'm happy for it. Good morale on the archers, not once but twice. I don't want these swordsmen to get any opportunity to cause me grief. I think at this point we can just step up. I do want to make sure that these peasants don't get good morale. If they do, we run into some problems. Can we kill the full stack? It looks like we should be able to. It's more likely true than not that we do. And unfortunately, the enemy has fled. Now, this might be a big miss on my part, because if the enemy flees, then you might miss out on some artifacts that maybe our map maker really wanted us to have. So this could be actually, from the very get-go, from the very beginning, we could have already made a huge mistake. Aquacola Nest, the orange wizard, is here with a pack of iron golems and a pack of the boars. I cannot possibly reach everybody here. I just can't. But this archer's house, that's pretty good. The Homer here is gonna be able to pick up some gold. Homer here is going to pick up the observation tower. I don't think that Homer can pick up any additional forces, but if I don't take out this archer's house, Aquacola Nest instantly becomes much more difficult to deal with. I feel like I need to step up, go through this Hut of the Magi, and then carry on my way. You enter into a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you a place is near and far, which may aid you in your journeys. We have in the upper right corner an Eye of the Magi. We got dragon cities. We've got, it looks like, artifact pieces for the, yes, breastplate of Anduran, helmet of Anduran, sword of Anduran. That goes into the battle garb. Folks, if we can make our way to the upper right and we can defeat all these top tier creatures, then we might have an opportunity to be zooming all across the map. And then somewhere closer to the middle, we do have a trunk of gold. Again, Dragon City, Xanadu, guarded by several black dragons. There's quite a bit going on here, and it looks like, yes, it looks like we're going to be required to use whatever troops we can find on the adventure map. There's Saracen the Wizard, probably the French player Saracen the Wizard. And then interesting that there's another helmet of Anduran here. It looks like near some stone lifts with these titans. Will we go in this direction? It's actually not too far from us. It's just to the north here. Will we go there? Possibly. We will have to wait and find out. But for now, again, I don't think Homer can do much damage where they're currently at. Let's step up. Let's grab ourselves this archer's house right here. It's going to be a group of archers with a desire for greater glory. We will absolutely take 17 archers. With this Shrine of the Third Circle not too far away, I feel obligated to pick up that. We're going to grab that really quickly. Cold Rain, happy for it, very happy for it. And let's just take a step down and let's attack Aquacola Nest. Let's make sure that we have this one single stack of these sprites just so they can kind of get in the way. Let's fight this fight and let's go from there. Alrighty. And we've got tons of people have joined us. Holy kittens, Vamy's in the chat. Hello, Phix. Hello, Vamy. Lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Roman's in the chat. Hello. Okay, the Great Phix Saga is ongoing. Yes, it is. Absolutely it is. Vamy says, this is the map with me in it, right? You're going to have to ask. You're going to have to ask Tundar, or we might have to just find you and see what we run into. And Sandra the Peasant Killer, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate the cheer. Yay, we are here having a lovely time. Hello, Mr. Phixfox. Sorry for the last time when you asked me something and then we got disconnected. Oh, sorry about that. No, folks. If for some reason we get disconnected, I will always blame the internet more than I will blame you. So don't worry about it, and I appreciate your understanding on the matter. And Tundar says, or I really wanted you to avoid fighting that fight. So Tundar gave a little smiley face when I asked, did I mess up by allowing the AI to be able to run? And now Tundar is saying, I don't know, maybe. We could reach 3 fights in one day and the stones for spell power. Okay, so I should have gone actually to the left is what Tundar is saying. Tundar is doing their very best to not give me too much information, but still, we have already found out that it would have been possible to get Aquacola Nest, Skyforger, and Homer all in the same day. Unfortunately, we might have just gave ourselves a little bit too much issue, and so I'm a little sad, but I'm a little sad. I can handle a little sad. We will still do the very, very best we can. Okay. It looks like for some reason these archers are actually more valuable to this enemy here. I'm very surprised. As soon as we step here, these iron golems are actually going to start to go north again. We have lost the bless spell there. I don't know if I want to continually reapply that. I probably need to reapply that at least one more time. I probably have cost myself, but by covering up my forces not once but twice, yeah, I think I do give myself an opportunity just to slowly whittle these forces down. Believe it or not, we might want to use the bless spell on the battle dwarves. At some point, that's actually going to be pretty good. They do 2 to 4 damage. It's not too bad, actually. Not too bad to see the damage that they can put out. Okay, we're going to send the dwarves up, and I think that this is actually going to leave just enough room. Just enough room for these iron golems to go down. I think that they're going to want to go down. No, they're going to go up. Interesting. Did not anticipate that. I did not anticipate that, and I'm okay with that. We're down to 5, by the way. And yeah, I am going to spend a little bit more spell points here. I think at this point we don't have enough spell points to even do a cold ring. Yeah, let's just keep the sprites alive. We're going to stay out of the way here. I do not anticipate that the enemy's going to get good morale. They could, I suppose. But if they just go to here, they take a dwarf off the top stack. And my hope is that this hero does not have an artifact. If they have an artifact, I think that means that the other hero that we let run away probably had one too. Okay, I feel much better now. Something wonderful has happened. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Very interesting. Okay, Santa the Peasant Killer says, besides, I hope you're doing well, sir. Decided to do some early Christmas cheering for our brother here. Thank you so much. I always appreciate it. And Vamy, Tundar says to Vamy, Vamy is in Luna and this as well. There you go. There you go. Vamy needs to go back and watch the Luna VOD then, since they believe that they completely missed out on that. Borysser says streamer's luck. Yes, I believe, folks, that this is a streamer's luck kind of a moment. We are not a necromancer. We are a warlock. And yet warlocks have like a 10% chance or lower, the lowest possible chance to get necromancy offered to them. Nobody else can get that except for the necromancers. I think we're going to take this basic necromancy. I think that being able to get a big stack of skeletons and the opportunity to pick up leadership as this hero, that could be critically important on this XL map. I got a feeling that we're going to go through a lot of fights. I think that basic necromancy is a must here. I think it's an absolute must. So we're going to be grateful for that. And now I'm sad to say that it looks like we're not going to be able to reach back to Homer. I think that we kind of already knew that. And I'm going to probably lose, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, multiple piles of gold. But you know what? In the meantime, let me just step down. I will grab this campfire for 400 gold, a little bit of sulfur, a little bit of mercury here. We'll grab the treehouse, and let's see what Homer can do. Homer, do your worst. There's a green player as well. Oh no, that was not expected. Homer did get a little bit stronger, by the way, because they just picked up the gazebo for the 1,000 experience. So by waiting, we did make them a little bit tougher to deal with. Is that a problem? We will see. They did not pick up this level 1 shrine. That could be good for us. Reports indicate a bounty of riches in these lands like no other land we have conquered. We will be wise to be the first to collect the prizes, but for the most part, we will have to learn to take what we can from others. Good to know. I do want to pick up this archer's house because we're so close. We did see this barbarian fellow over here. I think that we're still going to be able to reach Homer if we just go here. Another group of archers, 17 up to 42. Note that in the first house, we got 17 archers, and in the second house, we got 25. That's a big bonus, folks. There's a lot of variance between how many troops you can get in some of these neutral dwellings. That was a very, very big moment for us. By the way, we're also up to 66 of the sprites. Magic Garden, I'm going to leave that alone for now, but picking up 2 archers' houses and being able to fight Homer here, I think that this is actually going to go very, very well for us. We got too much ranged power. Are we going to be able to prevent even further losses? Time will tell. Roman says, scenario broken by becoming evil. I mean, I'm not the one that decided to go evil. Yes, I am. I decided. This is the choice that I made. For better or for worse, I've made this decision. I'm like Anakin Skywalker. You did not kill me, Obi-Wan. I did. That's so sad. So sad. Okay. All right, mummies, zombies. Clearly the mummies are the better force, but we are going to get a haste coming out very, very quickly. I can almost just guarantee it. I would probably want a haste if I was them. The zombies, it looks like they're going to opt instead for the stone skin. Not a bad choice. Like, honestly, not a bad choice. I think that the archers are actually going to take the most damage here, funny enough. If I had to guess. Yeah, 42 archers. The enemies are all going to go south. And so what we can potentially do is at the last possible moment, as these guys go south, we can actually just step right here, and then we'll prevent the enemies from wanting to, step in front of us and go this direction. They're going to go this way, and then they'll be forced to go around. At this point, even these zombies can go through, so we want to skip here one more time. It'll be these 66 sprites that actually step up. And here, you have a choice. Do you want to attack the 9 defense skill mummies, or do you want to take a huge bite out of these zombies before they get the stone skin? We got to kill these guys at some point. There's probably a haste. I think that there's no reason we ought to dilly-dally. Let's just focus where we can. Let's kill another 1, maybe 2 mummies. 2 mummies, not too bad. Bloodlust onto the mummies. My goodness, this fight's not quite going the way I thought it would, and yet I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I step to here, the mummies will not be able to reach, even if the skeletons... Oh no, look at this. This skeleton has stepped right in front of the mummies. The mummies are going up one way or the other. One way or the other, the mummies are probably going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. I might as well just defeat 12 of these skeletons. The only problem is that if I do that, the mummies are going to get to go first before my sprite stack. Are you sure that you want that? Are you sure that you want that? Tell you what, let's just go to here, and the mummies are still going to go up. This skeleton's going to go down. Yeah, they're going to go down. Don't worry about that. And then tell you what, let's just step to here with this one sprite. We might even step up with the dwarves. We will wait and see. We have 1 more bless left. We will take it right now. We're going to kill 4. Count it 1, 2, 3, 4 of these mummies. And instantly, I think that the fight feels much better than it did before. Skeletons are probably going to go down to a retaliation here. Oh, no, never mind. The single stack has gotten in the way, unfortunately. But truly, with 13 dwarves, I don't think I mind. If the enemy's not going to cast haste, which so far they're not, I think I might as well just step up, kill some skeletons. I'll take the retaliation maybe in a moment or so. Do you want to kill 1 full stack, or do you want to start working on these zombies? Zombies are going to get to go. I don't want the enemy to run if they don't want to. I'm just going to step up like this, and we're going to see if the zombies run. They do not. So zombies don't run. This is a waste of damage. You got your 6-speed Grand Elves. They're going to get to go here. They should take out these mummies. Please take out the mummies. Now that I've said that, please do it. Oh no. But if the enemy's going to cast a Bloodlust, hey, they're going to stick around. They have no sense of self-preservation. They are here to have a good time. They're not here for a long time. They're here for a good time. And I can respect that, but also I will say to you, adieu. And give me whatever treasure you have. 1 Battle Dwarf and 5 Sprites goes down for 1k experience. We will take it. And I feel obligated to take this advanced necromancy. Now, this is important. We just fought a fight and we didn't get any skeletons. Why is that? Because we had some forces split up. From here on out, we're going to have the slot available. We know that we want skeletons. We need skeletons. We will have a spot for skeletons in the future. Big observation tower moment, folks. Borysser. Nap, crackle, pop. Another Phixfox community member here today in the chat. You are going to be the portrait of Phineas the Barbarian. You're going to have some ogres and some orcs. Congratulations for causing me a lot of grief. I am pleased to hopefully meet your acquaintance here on the battlefield very, very soon. Okay, good stuff. But thankfully, it looks like, Borysser, you're not going to be able to do too much. Maybe you could pick up some, yeah, you could pick up some rogues. You could steal some sulfur, pick up this cave. There is stuff you can do to be a bit of an issue for me. But in general, we will come collect you very, very soon. And then look at this. There is, yeah, Barbarian Castle. So we got barracks. We got barracks for the knights. We've got a Necromancer Castle of Necroplantatia. I definitely didn't say that correct, but here we are. And then again, to the north, there's this Necromancer town here, Sanctum. So there's a lot to be done, but unfortunately, we're out of movement points. Are the 2-speed elves gonna be, or the 2-speed archers gonna be a problem? We will see. We will see. Borysser has slipped through the trees. There is a hole in the tree line, and there might be some prizes, some glittering prizes behind there that we might have missed out on. Oh, reports are in. If the teams are able to access the Red Traveler's Tent, they will be able to free the Yellow Warlock, releasing Count Stisen into the world. Stisen, our friend. We would be best to make sure it is us that opens the barrier and make sure we become an unstoppable force. Is this the red? Yeah, red tent is here in the bottom left. So we got our red tent in the bottom left. That is going to be pretty important for us to keep an eye on. Apparently, that's going to be a big deal. We got the slow spell. Happy for that. We will take it. We got 600 gold, and I am going to pick up... Let me think about this. If we're going to have skeletons in the army, I think you kind of want to wait on these dwarves. We're already going to be 2 speed because of the archers. I would love to pick up these forces. I do think that we want the skeletons to kind of start accruing. Unfortunately, I mean, with the orc chieftains, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, oh goodness, 14. 15 plus fights just in range of us right now, we can tell that the sprites are actually going to be very, very useful in taking out some of these ranged creatures. I'll tell you what we need, folks. We need to fight this pack of hydras today because there's too many resources around here. There's too much that we can't do without our forces being in working order, proper order. So we must go through this magic well. We will pick that up with a drink. There's this little spot here. Aha. There's no such thing as a misplaced hole. A piece of gold for you and some gold for your troops. Perfect. 75 experience, 1 gold. It's a pittance, and yet it makes me very, very happy. An old knight appears on the steps of the gazebo. My liege, I will teach you all that I know to aid you in your travels. 1,000 experience. Pathfinding is an absolute must. Even though I have not seen any indication that there is any poor terrain in this map, we must go for basic pathfinding. On an XL map, there's too many opportunities for us to mess that up, and so we're going to take that for now. We also got the +1 knowledge there, but 40 out of 50 spell points is still going to be pretty good for us. We're going to fight this pack of hydras, and I think that we are going to make good use actually of this mirror image instantly. Let's move on and free whatever hero is here in this castle. It says it's a glorious victory, but it also says it's going to be terrible, terrible losses. Tundar says Spritely's lunatic is married to Sir Sandro, so I guess Phixie is a fan. Aww, good stuff. Good stuff. I'm happy for it. You're happy for it. We are happy for it. 9 defense, 5 attack. 5 attack, 5 attack. I guess that the archers are just as good and they're a much bigger stack. Let's do this mirror image immediately. That's going to literally double the damage from our archers. And then let's just start to blast these hydras from afar. I think that the hydras are going to go to the south. If I had to guess, I would say that they're going to go to the south. However, just to make sure, let's put the hydras here and the sprites here. This little terrain is going to make the enemies want to go south. No, it does not. Is this a change with the most recent addition of the FHeroes2? Is the AI and these sneaky snakes, is it a little bit more sure they want to go in this direction instead of the other? Maybe. By the way, just as far as damage goes, we're talking 95, 97, and then the elves are only doing 43 damage, so your next spell is going to be a bless here on this bottom stack of the archers. I'm going to use these grand elves to do some shooting up here. Yeah, and if the hydras are coming, oh boy, this is not quite what I had in mind. Not what I had in mind at all. I really thought that we could play with terrain a little bit. Looks like the enemy is not going to be very open to that. Nope, not at all. Not at all. Well, let's do this bless. Oop. And let's start to blast these guys from afar. We are doing 100 damage with this one big archer stack. And let's do another 67 to 100. There's 92. So far, our archers have actually gotten the top end of damage. Not fully the top end of damage, but they've done exceptionally well for them. They should be proud of the job that they're doing so far. I don't want to fight with these dwarves. If I attack here, then this group of 3 hydras is going to step up. That's what I say to myself. On the other hand, it's like, dude, you got to do some damage at some point. Eventually you're going to get overwhelmed with your archers, and that's not good for you. You're not going to be able to even kill one full stack though. If I step up now though, this might distract the hydras and prevent them from going straight towards my ranged creatures who are so very, very valuable. I think that you can't avoid losing dwarves at all. I think you're going to lose some. So let's do like this. Let's actually back off with the sprites. Let's just go to back here for now. Okay, dwarves. Oh, no retaliation, so, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense to me. And I'm guessing that this is actually a way that these hydras can get through. Yeah, so dwarves will deal here. If I attack here, though, then the sprites can potentially finish off this hydra stack. Bunch of damage here. Oh, good, the hydras did step back. I'm actually very, very happy for that. So, dwarves take a bit of damage. The mirror image has dissipated. So the mirror image lasted for, what, 2 turns? We cast on turn 1. So I did not realize this, but mirror image only lasts, it is tied to your spell power. I've never seen that before. I've never realized that before, that mirror image is actually tied to your spell power. I had no idea. Huh. Well, there you go. We've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. I'm a better Heroes Might Magic player now because of my failures, and I'm okay with that. So in that case, here's the deal. I'm very happy that we've started to attack with these dwarves. 62 sprites, we might take some losses here. Hopefully they can kill 1 full hydra. Yeah, the dwarves have got to just do the damage that they can. We're going to kill hopefully 1 hydra here. We do, very good. And sprites are going to attack in the flank, so that way these hydras don't come down and attack them. Very good. Gotta kill the most scary hydras, the ones that are closest to you. It is going to be immediately another bless, although, hold on, if we do a slow, you go from 2 speed down to 1 speed. At this point, that's actually going to buy you a significant amount of time. I don't need a lot. I just need a little bit of extra time. Just a little bit of extra time. If I run the dwarves, funny enough, all the way back, then the hydras can't reach, and then they're gonna just kind of stay put. Look at this. This is fine. Yeah, stay all the way over there, and then I can even save some dwarves. Who could have thought about that? Who would have thought? It's gonna be a little bit more damage here. Dwarves are going to, let's see, 1, 2. No, we don't get them. We're gonna try to stay close, but not too close. It is time to attack with the sprites. They're not gonna take their damage here. And then do you bless? I think that we bless. Yes, I think that we're gonna bless here. 1 full stack of hydras goes down. By the way, in case you didn't know, Tundar typically does a hydra fight early on. It's almost as if Tundar is giving you the opportunity to just recognize how valuable your ranged creatures can be, and really give you an opportunity to have a really fun early fight that feels like it has high stakes. You can get away with minimal losses. Believe it or not, I consider 4 battle dwarves to be minimal losses. So we'll accept that. And folks, we have started our glorious efforts in raising the entirety of the continent into the undead. Ballistics, luck. Obviously, we must go for luck. Reason being is that I don't see any castles immediately for the ballistics to be particularly useful. Luck is going to serve us right here, right now. Let's take that. And before we pick up this gold, we got to grab this jail. In a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail. You free the hero imprisoned there, who, in return, pledges loyalty to the cause. Folks, we have rescued Tundar the Barbarian. Hey, Tundar! There you be. There you be. And you come with an endless purse of gold for 500 gold? You come with expert pathfinding and expert logistics and expert archery and basic wisdom. Tundar is instantly better than King Phixxar by a lot. Holy kittens. Not a surprise. Not a surprise. Vision spell, very good. I love this all around. Good stuff. And interesting to note that this is not simply a full barbarian army, but a barbarian army mixed in with some 6-speed boars. I guess it's so that the morale doesn't get too good, because if you think about it, there's another 2-speed, or rather 6-speed creature that is 2 hexes long and 6-speed in the game. Tier 2, 6-speed, 2 hex. It's called the wolf, and the wolf is a part of the barbarians, and you've decided to say, no, we're gonna go for boars instead of wolves. That was a very interesting and purposeful choice. Why you did that, I can't quite tell you, but I'm glad that you did. All right. So we can't really get to the south here because of, unless we stepped all the way around. I think that we do want the gazebo, but right now I do prefer the fastest start possible. Tell you what, is there any need to adjust any of this? Is there anything that we want to do differently here? I'm going to keep the archers on King Phixxar. I'm going to get the orcs and the ogres upgraded here at the hill fort. I'm going to do that. There's no questions about that. 25 orcs up here are going to flee. 29 orc chiefs are going to do whatever. Yeah. In a fight. Okay. But did it say that these guys were going to flee? I think it just said that these guys were going to flee. I almost feel like we should just go straight through them. And then we'll get 2-speed ogres up to 4-speed. We'll get 2-speed orcs up to 3-speed. Tell you what, let's just go right through here. I hope that this is the correct force that's just going to flee from us. Yep, the orcs want to run. We're going to let them. Do you want to pursue them? No. The losses would not be acceptable. We go through the hill fort, and here on day 1 of having Tundar the Barbarian, we are now much faster than we were before. Now, worth noting, I do see this little patch of ore. I do have to remember that we got to upgrade the Castle of Rest, or the Town of Rest, into a castle. Wood, ore, these things do matter. These things do matter, and I don't see a ton of that on the adventure map other than what's right there. There's a little bit of pile there, a little bit of a pile there. I guess that wood is in fairly high abundance, but ore does not look to be so much. Well, King Phixxar's going to head in that direction fairly quickly. They're going to go in this direction, maybe through these orc chieftains. There's so many good choices. Oh, there's so many good choices. What to do? What to do? If you travel by road, you're going to be a little bit better off, unless you have a specific artifact that you want to go and claim. I mean, this is easy. This is light work. A pack of royal mummies and several liches for essentially what looks to be, and several unicorns maybe, for these +5s to your spell power. I mean, I think, and here, who knows how often you get resource generating artifacts. Tell you what, this looks okay, but there's not as much good information as far as what's up in that direction. Let's go over here. King Phixxar's gonna go south, work through this jail, and then that means that Tundar the Barbarian is gonna cruise on into this area and try and liberate all these resources. No room to pick up archers, but that's okay. Alrighty, that's a new day. Day 4 is on the way. Day 4. Beautiful. And Borysser is so honored. I'm happy to hear that. Good. Good. I'm very happy to hear that. I love when we have map makers that are trying to include the community. And so yeah, Tundar is a wonderful member of the community. Happy to have them. Happy to have them in the community, and I'm grateful to spend the time with them and spend the time with all of you. So thank you to everybody that's currently here. The pleasure's truly mine. I say it every single time, but boy, do I mean it. We're gonna pick up 10 wood. 10 wood. 10 wood. Pretty good. This is definitely a gold situation. We're not too far away. We've got the wood. We just need the ore. There's 2 patches. Kutsu's in the... Hey, Kutsu's not in the chat, but Kutsu's in the game. Very cool. And we can actually reach. Should we reach? Hold on. You got no spells. You got terrible morale. Oh my goodness, you got such bad morale. This is definitely a doable fight. Should we fight? Believe it or not, this is a time where you're actually going to dismiss the skeletons. It's going to give you +2 morale, and it's going to give you -2 skeletons, or 3 skeletons. It's not a problem here. And then the only issue is the gargoyles. We do have a slow. I think that we're immediately going to fight this fight. We talked about going south here. I think that I want to prevent the enemies from stealing too much of my stuff. We're going to head in this direction. Do we have enough movement points to grab this ore really quickly? I don't think we do. I think that we have barely enough movement points to get here. 500. 1, 2, 3, and then a diagonal, but it's 2 diagonals. You got to go diagonal here and diagonal here. We're not going to risk it. We'll come back in a second. But do you want any additional splits? Tell you what, let's split off one single bit of these sprites, and we're just going to have to hope that Kutsu does not have a dispel or a cure or a haste. It says that we just get destroyed. Really? Destroyed? Absolutely devastated and destroyed? Maybe. All right, so it's going to be 1 attack, 0 defense, 5 spell power, 2 knowledge. Okay, 16 spell points. And then we've got the 3 spell power, 6 knowledge, but we've only got 1 more spell to cast. I think that we are obligated. We got to work on these forces as soon as possible. We have to hope that the gargoyles slow is going to last long enough, but you got to work on these Minotaur Kings right now. Even though we're probably going to cast a slow on them in a second, still got to go right now. And folks, we just lost the scenario. We absolutely just lost the scenario. That's crazy. That's crazy. By Kutsu picking up a blind and taking out my power stack of archers, and then soon the Grand Elves, we do not have any recourse. This fight is completely and utterly lost. Now, that does not mean that we lose the scenario in the sense that, like, you know, you can't lose King Phixxar the Warlock, but I knew that this would be a tough fight. I did not think that we would have to deal with spells of this nature. I don't think that we have an opportunity. I think that this is just about the worst thing that could have happened. This fight is not winnable. We don't have a cure. We don't have a spell. Yeah, we got nothing. We got nothing that will make things go more our way. So we're just gonna stand in front of our enemies here. I think that the Minotaur Kings are probably gonna kill 49 sprites here. So yeah, the dwarves are not set to get into the way, but oh boy. Blind is gonna last for a total of 5 turns. This is so sad. I could bless the elves. It's not gonna do it. Eventually these 39 gargoyles are gonna get unblinded. There's a cold ray. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. Devastation. So early on, we've officially got a major issue that we can't deal with. Because I think that Tundar could have defeated this enemy. I think Tundar could have defeated Kutsu. I think he could have. I almost wonder if I ought to just run. There's no sense in... The only reason that we would stick around is that he might cast more spells. It's the only reason. But now I'm instantly concerned because if we can't hire King Phixxar back... then we have major issues. We're going to pick up enough gold. That's not a problem. It's day 4. Can we pick up enough ore and wood to upgrade the castle and then hire a hero? If so, then you want to do the surrender. If not, then you just want to run. I'm gonna bank on myself. I'm gonna surrender. I'm gonna depart in shame. This is not good, folks, but we're not gonna restart. We are technically alive. We are still alive. We've lost a major player in this game. We've lost the king, and yet Tundar is now going to be the main hero of the story, not Phixfox. That's crazy. I love this. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with everything that's happened. This is great. The storytelling is fantastic, and we must hit end turn because I have to see what happens next. Oh, what an error on my part. Oh my goodness. Okay. Your sisters are close to the rest outpost. find them and get this war settled. You know what? If we can, I mean, maybe getting our main hero back to rest early is actually the best thing for us, and we don't even know it. It could be the very best thing, and we don't even know it. All right, so first things first, let's go in this direction. Glorious victory. 1 boar lost. I think that's completely acceptable. We are still looking for the ore. So we're actually ignoring some things. A nearby Titan is guarding this. The +1 gems is guarded by a Titan. I cannot, in good faith, fight that fight for fear that we will lose. That is 6 ore for us. We need so much more. We have ore here. We got ore there. I almost wonder. I almost wonder if we just need to go back. Kutsu's got no spells for the next little bit. I think we got to go back. I think that we will probably pick up this treasure chest. We're going to try and get these 2 piles of ore. For the new week, probably need to take gold. You need 5,000 gold to turn a town into a castle, and you need 2,500 gold to go more. The fact that Kutsu just picked up that pile of ore is absolutely devastating. There's no additional ore on the map. The fact they turned around is not good. Kutsu, what have you done? Kutsu is single-handedly ruining this playthrough. Kutsu, no! Okay. You got ore here. Is there any other opportunities? Do we see a marketplace? There's no marketplace here. There's no marketplace here. Can't trade. No, folks, I don't see a way forward. The only way we could potentially go is potentially through this area and just hope for additional ore. And I don't know if that's going to do it for you. I do not know if that's going to do it for you. Okay. Because this is going to take you, this will give you some ore, but it'll only give you a little bit. Day 6, you literally have to get, it's 6 ore. We got to get 14 units of ore. I don't see it being possible. The best thing we can probably do at this point is maybe head in this direction where it's a little bit closer for us. I was hoping that we could go here and here, just barely make it. Looks like the answer is going to be a hard no. And the dream to save Phixie and save those archers is much worse off. Okay, well, in this case then, folks, this is our best bet. How do we proceed forward from here? Going back for the ore doesn't make nearly as much sense as it did just a second ago. So we're going to pick up the experience here because we need to be strong for whatever fights will come upon us. There are forces that we can pick up. I think that we need a town so that way we can like offload troops and have space in the army to pick up additional forces. So let's do this. Let's go down the way, picking up the sulfur, picking up the gold. We'll go through this pack of earth elementals. Glorious victory, no problems. I see this artifact. I need to get to here first. So we will carry on down, a little bit more experience. We'll go for the luck. Yeah, we'll go for the luck for Tundar. It's day 6, on to day 7. But instantly the fight feels like, the scenario feels instantly worse when you lose the marquee player. Reminder to check your taverns for help and support. Oh brother, if I had a tavern, you better believe I would be doing that. Don't you worry, don't you worry. It's a glorious victory, no losses. And this town actually has got quite a bit for us. Look at this. So we're going to step on in and we're going to pick up the lightning bolt, magic arrow. We already had visions, bloodlust, view resources. I'm going to cast view resources immediately. So if we're looking for ore, it looks like there is ore to the east. We do want to grab that. I feel like if we go in this direction, we should run into this. Let's kind of head to the east and see what else we can find. Now, the question is do you want vampires or anything else? I think right now the answer is no. I think that we're just going to sit here. We're going to wait, grab what we can. Carry on up the way, and eventually we're going to get some new opportunities. There is a lift. This is the same lift that leads to here, I believe. Very interesting. Okay, and folks, that is a very eventful, very weird month 1, week 1, on to week 2. And Tundar says, by the way, so we mentioned that there was a tent in the bottom left. He's also indicated there's a tent in the top right as well. The dwarves in the area will support the cause. It would be wise to raise a legion. Ah, yes, so there is lots of black dragons guarding not only the sword, but also the red tent. Very good, very good. And Tundar says, Phixie normally gets mirror image, and you only just learned this? Hee hee. Oh, okay. Well, I've just learned this for the first time about the mirror image only lasting as long as you have spell points. So that is interesting. We're going to step on these lifts real quick. I'm just going to teleport around and just kind of see where this can go. And Tundar says, okay, no Phixie. Phixie had view resources. Oh, Phixie has view resources. Oh no. So I missed out on that opportunity. That was actually a really important opportunity that we missed out on. Okay. And so far, this set of liths, it looks like it takes you to this area where we could actually attack Saracen and take a free town. It looks like it also takes you to a little area, like a little beachhead over here. Okay. Given that we can attack Saracen, I mean, we've already seen my failures once, but with 3 spell power and a lightning bolt, I mean, I think that the fight's much more doable than previous fights were. Like, at least better than what Kutsu was offering us. Oh my goodness. Kutsu, you fiend. Let's see what we have. The enemy has fled. Let's see if we can prevent the enemy from fleeing. We will take their castle, and then we'll come back and try and find those additional resources that were nearby. Plenty of spell points. Don't worry about that. We're going to put the boars kind of into the middle of the battlefield. I think that I will just take the damage from these 2. We'll go to right here so we can go either north or south. Might as well kill as many of these druids as possible. Okay, a little bit of damage onto the orc chiefs, a little bit of chip damage, as it were. And remember, because we have boars instead of wolves, the morale is only normal instead of better than normal. We'll stay here. Somebody's got to go back and deal with these sprites when they fly across the battlefield. At least that's what I say until we realize it's a little bit too late. So let's take Sancton for a little bit of additional resources. And it looks like, so very interesting to note, we've got blue and yellow. We can't really tell who's allied with who, though. I wonder if that's, you must defeat the enemy alliance of green, red, yellow, orange, and purple. Okay, that tells us everything we need to know. So while these forces can't like trade resources, or they can trade resources, they can't trade artifacts or heroes or units or anything like that. They're not going to attack each other, so that is good information for us to have. And it's kind of important to note that that also means that these enemies are going to be able to kind of look at us wherever we're at. They're going to see us everywhere on this adventure map. Oh, look at this. There was 2 units of ore. Looks like one of them has been taken by an enemy. That's not good. That's not good. There is ore to the south. What if we come back through the liths and just kind of go in this direction? There's an observation tower along the way. We ought to go do that. Let's go grab whatever we can here. It's going to be, right now it's going to be experience. Sure, gold is important, but we got what we need. We're going to go back south. Nope, not here. Nope, not here. There we go. And then we'll go through, it looks like lots of wolves to go into this direction. Medusa guards something. If this is Nomad's boots, then this is going to be pretty critical. I can't quite tell what that is. Tundar has hidden some things in the tree line. Another typical feature of a Tundar map. So Kutsu is staying kind of far away from us. Kind of going back towards that center area. But right now, I'm immediately concerned because whatever strength the enemies have, we're going to be highly concerned in trying to stop them because we don't want to have to deal with dragons and titans and all manner of upgraded creatures while we are sitting on just 3 towns. We will take the leadership, by the way. And then these forces that we currently have are just not simply enough, and we don't really have a good way of getting more. By the way, while searching through the rubble of a caved-in mine, we do free a group of trapped dwarves. Grateful the leader gives you a golden bracelet, plus 2 on the spell power. We'll definitely take that. And I kind of want to grab this artifact before we head south. I don't know when we're going to... Now that we've got a lightning bolt, I think that these artifacts are actually much more valuable than I thought they were. Initially, these are much more valuable than they originally appeared to be. So we'll grab this. It looks like we're gonna have to go all the way back to grab that, but at least it'll be kind of on the road, on the way. I wish I had a view mines. I think that a view mines would be just as valuable or maybe more valuable than a view resources. I'm gonna cast this view resources again. They've picked up one of these little piles. This could be that we are really hurting ourselves by wasting time. Upon cresting a small hill, you come upon a ridiculous looking sight. The sprite is attempting to carry a scepter that's almost as big as it is. Trying not to laugh, you ask, need help? The sprite glares at you and answers, you think that this is funny? Fine, you carry it. I much prefer flying anyway. That's gonna be +2 to all of our stats, very good. We'll pick up a little bit of extra gems there, and down south we go. Because this was impassable terrain, you couldn't go through that. So down and around we shall go. We're at a campfire location, maybe, or here. I see this one campfire here. I guess there's a little bit there, isn't there? Yeah, that was an opportunity. By the way, missed opportunity. I think that if I could play the scenario again, I would have gone here and here immediately of course, instead of attacking Kutsu. I wonder if Kutsu started off with a blind or if Kutsu picked up a Shrine of the Second Circle. I'm guessing that they picked up a Shrine of the Second Circle. That's still my mistake though. Just so we're clear, that's still my bad. But yeah, I could see the opportunity there, possibly, or I don't know. Are there any towns, or rather, are there any mines that can give you +2 ore? If there is an ore mine anywhere on the map, we might need to focus on that more than anything. Might be pretty important. While scaring up game, your troops find a mysterious staff levitating about 3 feet off the ground. They hand it to you, and they notice an inscription. It reads, "Brains best brawn, and magic beats might. Heed my words, and you'll win every fight." So actually, I didn't realize this, but this was a +2/+2, +2/+2. This was just a +5. I think I initially said that this was 2 Staff of Wizardries. It was not. Just I clicked a little bit too fast. Okay. View resources is essentially free. There's still one big pile there. And then I can always come back to this pile here. But this pile seems to be under the most duress. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. We could go here. I don't know how much better that would be for us. I do want this observation tower. Let's grab the observation tower and see what that can bring us. Should I go back and pick up that second hero in the jail over here? Tobel 4HU is in the chat. Tobel is also a hero in this playthrough. I'm getting beat up, folks. I'm getting ambushed by chat. I love it. I love it. We'll take a glorious victory through these wolves. We will grab this, and we're going to see who this other hero is. Yep, and they've immediately picked up that hero. Oh, no, it was too far. It was too far away. Oh, my goodness. Find Phixxar. You will need to master both a might army and a hero with spells that can crush our foes. The army against us is large. Tobel took Vamy. Vamy, no. Vamy, no. Oh no, it was supposed to be Phix and Tundar and Vamy fighting against all odds, and I failed. Oh no. So we're gonna take this observation tower. It is just Roxana down here to the south. It looks like there's lots of halflings there, which is actually very, very interesting. Picso is definitely one of the heroes that we're gonna have to defeat. Oh my goodness, what a cool scenario. I love all of the different forces here. There's another Staff of Wizardry for the +5. By the way, we're up to 12 spell power. In case you're wondering just how good that is, that's 300 points of damage so far. Like, I don't think that we're going to lose any of these forces, but I do think that we're probably a little bit too far. Marini, we're a little bit too far, we're a little bit too far behind. I don't know if we're going to actually be able to complete the scenario at this point, given that you're expected, I believe, to pick up 3 heroes right off the bat. So I might have already cost ourselves just everything. Okay, we are going to track down Roxana. I don't want her to take some additional forces. Oh my goodness. But we got a lot of extra opportunity to see these enemy heroes kind of work. I can't imagine that Roxana is going to try to fight this graveyard. I'm going to ignore her for now. She just went a little bit too far out of my way for me to deal with her. We will go through zombies and phoenixes. We're going to go through the zombies. I don't think we can actually defeat the phoenixes at the moment. Reason being is that our lightning bolt's actually not going to help with the phoenixes. Magic arrow will, but not that. That's 7 ore. It's a new week. We've done everything we can to pick up ore. And there's just no more to be had. Folks. In an epic scenario like this, I think that we've had so many losses, so very much so. I don't know if we should actually persist in this playthrough or not. I'm going to continue only because that's the Phixfox way. The Phixfox way is to make the very best of whatever situation you have, because the greater the struggle, the more glorious the triumph. We have always lived and died by that saying. I think that we simply must persist for that reason. But yet, I want to make it clear that this is officially the time where in my brain I'm considering, am I doing the right thing by continuing this playthrough? Would we not be much better off just simply restarting? I think that we would be. And yet, I feel like we got to continue. We must continue. And I feel like I kind of need to go through these phoenixes. Several is up to 9. With the attack and the defense we have and a little bit of magic arrow help, I think that we're going to be okay. So we're going to get through the fight. Looks like the losses are actually going to be much worse than I thought they were. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. It is, in fact, several. Several being the very most that you could get with several. Goodness gracious. Not good. And Kutsu says, I made it relatively early in the playthrough today. Happy holidays, y'all. Happy holidays to you, Kutsu. Happy to have you here. Hey, Kutsu, did you know that I got a bone to pick with you? Kutsu, you don't know it yet, but we've had a little bit of an issue, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's Phixfox's fault. There is a hero on this map named Kutsu, and the hero Kutsu has defeated King Phixxar in combat, and I am very, very much sad for it. Kutsu, your namesake in this Heroes game has absolutely defeated me, and yeah, it's Kutsu Flint. Kutsu Flint defeated me, and King Phixxar is no more at the moment. I've lost King Phixxar. So in case you've ever wondered who's the better player, Kutsu or Phixfox, I officially bow to a skill far greater than my own. Congratulations. I love it. I love it. I don't want to take the losses on this retaliation, but I gotta do some damage. Gotta do some damage. The trolls, I definitely don't want to take the damage there. We're gonna just step up, force the phoenixes to kind of reposition a little bit. We are gonna have the Ogre Lords finish off here. We don't want to set ourselves up for a double hex attack. Very nice paralyze. And rather than attack down here, we're going to attack just right here. Okay. And orcs are just going to skip. Just wait their turn. Do nothing until bad things happen. But because of this Phoenix being paralyzed, we actually do get a big advantage that I don't think we otherwise would have had. So let's consider, is this a big stack of 2? No, big stack of 1. Yeah, the magic arrows actually have helped us out quite a bit. I don't want to take the retaliation here. War Trolls can maybe retaliate or take the retaliation without losing 1 in return. Yeah. 35 points of damage, 5 HP left. Perfect. Okay, perfect. And then Paralyze is going to last for 1 additional turn. I think I just step up, I wait, and then we will wait. We will attack, break the Paralyze, call it a day. So the losses are still not good, but again, for another +5 to the spell power, that could be pretty good. But yeah, Kutsu, I think that your yellow namesake is somewhere up here. Yeah, probably in the darkness, just right about here. I've come to the point where I'm not keeping track of where they're at because it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. They're far, far away from me, and that's about all that really matters to me. And that's okay. Kutsu says, I'm looking forward to the VOD for that. Never go up against a ninja without scouting out his jutsu first. Like it. I like it a lot. I will keep that in mind. Hopefully I never have to remember that again, but I got a feeling that we will meet again. I got a feeling. Magic Garden, we catch a leprechaun foolishly sleeping amidst a cluster of magic mushrooms. In exchange for his freedom, he guides you to a small pot filled with precious things. Very good. And as a sprightly map, I expect a certain amount of adventure, but also danger. Trust me, Kutsu, we are experiencing lots and lots of danger. Okay, we're going to get this sawmill. I think that we've seen very, very little by way of, very, very little by way of mines. There's like an alchemist lab to the south, right about over here. And that almost makes me wonder if I ought to go through and pick that up. Maybe we grab this, and then rather than jump through these liths, maybe we grab this and go back up. If we can get all these halflings, that could be the best thing for us. Could be the best thing for us. We are going to lose, it looks like, one of our castles, and that's actually kind of bad because there is some nice spells in there. We're going to have to hope that this blue player, this blue barbarian, or rather green, we're going to have to hope that Tobal cannot make good use of a lightning bolt and a magic arrow and a death ripple and so on and so forth. We'll have to just kind of wait and see on that. Let's pick up the sawmill though. Lots of champions. It says it's fine. It's going to be much, much better with a single lightning bolt though. That's for sure. So 3 stacks of 7. Terrain is actually fairly accommodating. Let's do it like this. 425 points of damage. I think that we can, Cyclops can step down. So we'll go to here. Very good. I'm just going to step up to right. I'm gonna step to here. We'll attack yonder. We will, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're gonna attack here. We'll kill 2 to 3 with the Cyclops. Retaliations are fine. And I think that the champions are probably going to attack boars. I think I would attack boars, but either way, we take 7 down to 3. And they actually attack the Ogre Lords. It's even better, so no losses. 1 lightning bolt prevents any losses. There's that sawmill for +2 per day. And then we gotta head back up. I do want this alchemist lab. And the pack of water elementals, I mean, heck, the lean-to could even be valuable. For all we know, it could have the ore that we seek. This windmill is surprisingly useful, so we're probably going to grab this, and maybe we come back. We'll see. There is the loss of our Necromancer town. We still have 2 to go, though. 2 to go. And funny enough, oh, for a second I thought that Roxana was going to be stuck. No, I forgot that if you step on the lits, you could step off and avoid the damage. She can't go back through, but she is able to at least go to there. So good for her. Glad she's alive. I'm glad that works for her. Soldiers living at the fort teach us a few new defensive tricks. That will be a +1 to our defense there. And we're going to head on past this tree city. You could argue that you might want to trade like 60 or 70 sprites for any of these other creatures. You could argue that. For now, let's just try and track down Marini, grab all these halflings. I think that this is going to be where we kind of let the boars go in just a moment or two. In fact, we might take Cotton Eye and then head south. Picso has bone dragons, by the way. Did you notice? Did you notice? And this green hero just wandered right through. Oh my goodness, right through that graveyard. And so the fact that they can at least take this graveyard is highly concerning. Tobal, you are a monster. And I'm very scared of you. I've said what I've said. Other people will be like, Phixfox, you're not scared of anything. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. It's actually not a bad thing to have a little bit of fear. A little bit of fear helps you recognize a real true threat. I don't think that there's a problem with recognizing that there's a real true threat on the map. The danger, as Kutsu has mentioned, it's important to note where the danger is. And that is where the danger certainly is. Okay, 1 lightning bolt is going to solve this whole problem with the halflings. And actually, I think that I need to do this. Let's see, 135 times 3. That's going to be what, 390? Yeah, I think that the 475 is going to kill maybe the full stack. Yeah, it's going to kill the full stack. It's 1 single lightning bolt. The only reason I don't want to cast this spell is because I think that we got a big fight with Tobal coming up soon. That's the fight that I really need to save my spell points for. But for now, we will go with this. I'm going to put the boars into harm's way. These boars are going to step up. These guys are not going to reach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they're not going to reach, but 5-speed creatures all of a sudden. And then I do want to deal with these sprites. I don't want to have to mess with somebody that there's no retaliation for. Cyclopes are going to step down. Okay, bit of damage onto the Orc Chieftains. Understandable. Have a nice day. 15 spell points left. That's still going to be 2 lightning bolts, and we are going to save the lightning bolt damage for something else later. Or step up. Oh, no. Well, we talked about losing the boars, and wish granted. Wish granted. It's not the way you're supposed to do it, but wish granted all the same. Down to only 3 of the steel golems. Orcs can handle this. They're going to do fine. And then the Cyclopes are stepping up. No major issues here. Issues are fine here. Unfortunately, the centaurs are going to get the opportunity to go just in 1 second. I'm going to step to here. Maybe they don't run. Look at this. I don't know if this mattered at all. I feel like if the orcs had taken out the steel golem, maybe the enemy would have run. The fact that they don't, I will take that. Glorious victory. We lost way more boars than we should have. My bad. That's my bad. And believe it or not, folks, with this hero, at this point, I think the mysticism is actually going to be the choice. We've talked about the value of the spell casting with all this 17 spell power. Tundar, you are a barbarian, but you are a battle mage, and I am grateful for it. Good stuff, Tundar. Tundar, let's get you whatever spells we can possibly get you. Is this the end, folks? Is this the end? I think that with spells, that this fight goes much differently indeed. It's going to be Tobal bringing war to Phixfox. It's 37 vampires. It's 37 vampires. What can you do? What can you do against 37 vampires? By the way, Tobal, you are an animal with 6 attack, 8 defense against my 10 and 7. And with only 2 lightning bolts, like I will kill 7 down to 20. I mean, I killed a bunch. I killed 14. Boo, I didn't realize that it was so many vampires. That's crazy. Okay, alrighty. Well, we're going to step to here. We're going to not fight here. We are going to try and overwhelm these vampire lords here. We're going to kill 1. I hope we don't lose. Yeah, I hope we don't let 1 revive in just a second or so. Might as well attack here. They got no retaliation. Vampire step down. Yeah, there's another. I mean, even if you kill this big stack of vampires, there's still all of these Cyclopes left. This is untenable. The fight is a loss. There's no way that we can kind of move forward. This is just going to be a loss. Do we kill the 2 vampire lords? Not quite. York chieftains do have something to do. Ah. My goodness. Yeah. At this point, if it was just the Vampire Lords, I think that I don't think that we can really brawl it out. With the fact that there's 8 Cyclopes and the 16 mummies coming up behind. Folks, this is going to be a restart. Tundar, what is the overall score? I implore you, I beg of you. What is the overall score? Do you recall? I think that we mentioned that there are, what, 7 Spritely maps at this point? And I think that we were either all tied up at 3-3, or we were at like, or maybe I had the slight advantage. But one way or the other, Tundar and I have been keeping track of who beats who. If I lose on Tundar's map, then Tundar takes the W. And if I beat the scenario without any restarts or without any losses, then I get the W. Tundar, I think that I have to be throwing in the towel at this point. There's no way for me to progress. The scenario is lost because I cannot pick up enough ore to upgrade one of my towns into a castle. I cannot pick up any additional heroes. I will simply have to hit end turn until the enemies take 2 of these towns. I bow my head to a skill far greater than my own. Alrighty, well, that's the playthrough, folks. Very good, very good. Tundar says, damn, this scenario might require a rerun. It does. But very interesting that we've tried this all the same. Kutsu says that was a whole Coven of Vampires. Yes, I think that this was a whole Coven of Vampires. So, folks, I feel like I gotta give Tobal and Kutsu, wherever Kutsu's hero is, I feel like I gotta give them something for being the hero that actually defeated me. Not once, but twice. I feel like you need some Avatar hero. Yay, lovely. I feel like I need to give you some level of recognition in a future video or right now anyway, for your hand in overthrowing me in this playthrough. Very good. Tundar says, by the way, I think it's 3-3 unless you did Lunatic and I didn't see. We'll call it 3-3. We'll call it 3-3. And Kutsu says, I didn't see the start, but did you have the other heroes in a starting castle? No. So we're going to end up doing this, folks. We're going to say goodbye to this playthrough and we're going to get back in action, and we are going to go with the same start. I think that Warlock, it just like feels like we should start there. Maybe we lost because we didn't put Phixfox as our name in the blue player spot. Let's get loaded up. We're going to click through all of the chat. We're not going to read through all the little things there, and we're going to go right back to where we were at. Now, we have learned quite a bit more. So from our initial start to now, we are a wiser, smarter, better Heroes of Might and Magic player because we know what's going on in a time and a place where we didn't really know before. Okay, so we know, based off of what Tundar said, that we can actually go through 3 heroes at the very, very beginning. Now that I know that there is not Aqua Cola over here, but there's actually like another hero over here, I kind of feel like we just need to step on these standing stones, pick up the +1 there, and then, yeah, Borysser, you're right there. There you are, buddy. I think we go through Homer. I think that we take very few losses, and then I think we try and pick out 3 heroes in this day 1 and then go from there. Okay, alrighty, here we go. So, Bless is probably still the best chance for me. Yeah, I don't have any of those archers that we talked about in the previous playthrough, so let's just do it just like this. Start to do the damage. Stone Skin goes on to the mummies. Yep, same sort of start as last time. Dwarves will step to here, so skeletons can't quite reach us. We will, we're gonna wait on our single stacks. I don't want to lose these single stacks until it's too late. But Grand Elves are gonna step up to here. It's gonna be, skeletons are still gonna be a very valuable combatant to deal with. This is actually gonna eliminate a lot of damage, even though there's the Bloodlust here. Skeletons are gonna go down here, hopefully. Not quite, but I'm glad I devoted a full shot to that starting force there. Single stack, 51. I kind of want to send them over here to do some damage. On the other hand, I just don't want them to take a big retaliation. We will send the sprites down. We will lose dwarves. Wherever possible, we will lose these battled dwarves. Bless is still online, so we're down to 8 of the mummies. We do not have a retaliation with the dwarves. When we get attacked here by the mummies, we do lose 1 of the battled dwarves. And now I actually think that we want to just kind of circle around. Yeah, I think we're going to use the sprites, the single stacks, and this big stack of 51. We're going to circle around the mummies here. We've fairly neutralized their opportunities to do too much damage. If they attack the sprites with 3 mummies, so be it. Like, so be it. These things do happen. Yeah, we lose about 10 sprites there. When the 2 mummies goes down, we're going to step back in front. We're going to let our now cursed sprite step to the bottom, and it's just follow the birdie. These poor little 2-speed zombies are officially chasing after something that they will never ever catch. Still surprised though that Homer has not cast a haste. Perhaps he simply does not have it in his spellbook, which is not typical for a necromancer, but these things do happen. These things do happen. Isn't it sad when you almost are worried that your poor elves are going to run out of shots? What a good problem to have. We still got 5 more shots that we can take. It's not actually going to be a problem, but still. Nice to win a fight in this way. Now, let's see. 7 down to 2. It looks like, folks, to make sure that Homer does not get to run, we are now going to send the sprites over here. Homer, I'm so sorry. 1 Battle Dwarf, 10 sprites, 1200 experience. We will take it. Before, I was so sure that basic necromancy was the play. I'm not sure if basic necromancy is the play. Now that we've seen how many neutral dwellings there are, I don't know if this is the play, folks. I don't know. I don't know. I think I have to, because if you, in the late game, fight a big enemy and they've got thousands of troops, any amount of necromancy and returning those troops to skeletons can potentially help you go. I think that necromancy is still the appropriate mid to late game option, but early game it's not going to be as valuable, and that's okay. Early on, it's not going to be as valuable. Late game is going to be very, very good. So now here's the question. We've got, let's see, it is 1,100 movement points left. So we could step through here and grab this hero, Borysser, and then head over in this direction with Skyforger. I honestly want to go in this direction and pick up these archers' houses and take out Aquacola. Like, I still don't hate that we are going to miss out on Borysser for a little bit. I think that I want to wait for now. So let's do it in this direction. We've already taken out 1 hero here. Let's hope that we can grab everybody up in this direction. We're going to ignore the gazebo for now, simply because I want to make sure I don't run out of movement points. I would hate it if I was just one little section away from picking up these enemy heroes. So let's fight here. Hold on. Actually, I think you want it like this. Okay, let's fight this fight, and then we'll continue on from there. Tundar says the gazebo and the well en route to the wizard is the route I go, and you end at the wizard. Okay, so we're still going to end at the wizard. Borysser is going to definitely stay alive for another day. And Bearded Man says, yeah, necromancy sounds like a bad idea. It does sound like a bad idea, but I'm reminded of the Ghost Planet playthrough, if you recall that playthrough, where we barely survived an enemy that had throngs of ghosts, and we were able to complete that scenario only because we returned 1,200 skeletons at the end of that battle, and that was enough for us to keep going. I'm anticipating that it's not going to be until some major late game decimating fight that we win by the skin of our teeth that necromancy will be useful for us. But I think if we give ourselves the opportunity, there'll be some chances to make good things happen. That's my hope anyway. But Bearded Man, we will see in the meantime. I don't want the skeletons to ruin our good morale, as we've already seen. Okay, time for a bless. Last time we sent the single sprites up here. I think I'm still going to do that. I think I liked the way I fought the fight in the previous time. I don't think that I really wanted to go much differently. You have to, unfortunately, send both of these single stacks of sprites up here. And the whole reason for that is because these peasants can step down and they can deal with these archers. They can kill one sprite, and then you want to waste one extra turn there. I guess we could just wait. Let's prevent Skyforger from getting to run this time, though. By the way, 3 attack, 5 defense. Still a really good hero. Do we kill? Last time we killed all the archers. We got 1 attack skill. Maybe this guy's got a little bit more defense this time. I don't really know. We'll kill 1 to 2 of these pikemen. Swordsmen can reach. They do. So we're hopefully going to end this fight with at least 12. At least 12 of these battle dwarves. We will see. We'll kill all of the peasants. No additional losses there. Not too bad anyway. And then pikemen actually step back. That's very surprising. If we can kill... Oh goodness, if we can kill the swordsman here, it looks like even with the bless we can't kill the full stack. I'm actually going to step back. Hope that the enemy does not run. They do not run. That's perfect. We did not lose an elf. There's 2 HP remaining, and the enemy's not going to get to run. Perfect. Could not have asked for any better. 2 HP left. So we've actually done much better already in this playthrough than we did before. Losses are totally acceptable. And they actually had a hideous mask. I thought I was doing better, but actually I've done worse. Hideous Mask prevents all wandering armies from joining the hero Tundar. You knew better, and you fooled me anyway. No! I'm so sad, but these things do happen. Okay, scouting. I think I'm going to take scouting over the Eagle Eye, but we saw in the previous playthrough, the enemies have an opportunity to pick up like a second level shrine. It could be blind every single time. Kutsu could have blind every single time. Whatever the case is, though, if we do defeat an enemy with some nice spells, maybe Eagle Eye could be useful. And again, maybe Eagle Eye could just be a trap. Let's go for the scouting. I think that there's still a lot of information to really kind of pick up on this map. And do we have enough movement points? 450, yes, we totally have enough movement points to go here, pick up 22 archers, and then fight Aquacola Nest. We will even ignore this Shrine of the Third Circle for now. Losses look not great, not great. With some blesses, it should be better. And unfortunately, the 8 skeletons do cause our morale to be quite a bit worse. That is going to be a bit of a problem. I anticipated that, but 8 skeletons felt like maybe too many to get rid of. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe 8 skeletons is just not gonna be worth it. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, they're doing 22 damage. I mean, they're doing something. They're doing something. But if the archers or the elves miss their turn one more time, we will instantly know for sure that it was not worth it. We will see. Okay, elves are gonna miss out. Unfortunately, we don't have any damaging spells. No other thing we can do here. Let's just attack. Dwarves lose their turn now. Skeletons, last time we fought the fight like this, oh gosh. Last time we fought the fight, we're getting rid of skeletons as soon as we can. Last time we fought the fight like this, they stepped down continually. Dwarves, please don't lose your turn. You did. You did. Okay. Please don't lose your turn. You did. You did. All right, Necromancy's a bad choice. Bearded Man, you were right. Oh my goodness. Can I please have my turn? Can I please go? I would really like to play the game. Can I please play the game? Okay, alrighty. Like, we're still gonna get out of this fight. It's just like, just silly. Just silly. Okay. I feel like you might as well attack. No, you don't want to lose these sprites. We're gonna back off here. We lose 1 extra battle dwarf, not very good. 4 down to 3, 3 iron golems down to 1, and then the dwarves do get their turn. Do they finish this off? Not quite. Skeletons will finish this off. Okay, 3 dwarves it is. Oh, if we got leadership right there, that's when we would have known that everything would have been better. But up to this point, no. +1 spell power. We will take the advanced wisdom over the Eagle Eye. Same kind of discussion that we had before. And we're going to pick up this cold ring. It looks like it's always going to be a cold ring. It's not, there's not a lot of deviation. And then we gotta go pick up this jail and then this jail, and then we'll figure out what to do after that. For now, let's go focus on our priorities. We've killed 3 heroes. This is a very successful turn 1. Folks, playthrough number 2 on to day 2. Very good. There's Kutsu. There's Kutsu. All right, remember we're clicking through some of these bits of text that don't quite matter to us, only because we've already read them once. We're gonna ignore dwarves and everything else. I mean, if you take just a couple of extra steps out of the way, you can kill more of these guys. Tell you what, let's get rid of these skeletons for now. Let's hope that we can actually get rid of the hideous mask in a little bit. And let's fight here, take dwarves, take archers, and then we'll head back. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. I will accept the 4 sprites lost. We will yet again eliminate the skeletons for now. There'll be dwarves once, archers, and more to be had. And maybe actually we go in this direction and pick up, maybe we pick up this. Maybe we pick up this jail first, then we go back up and pick. We get Vamy first, and then we get Tundar. It just looks like it's a little bit more on the way. How about? Okay. And Kutsu says, I don't love necromancy on a miscellaneous specialist hero without access to the shrine, but you can always just fill up your slots. Yeah, we'll fill up slots. We'll make this work. By the way, remember, Stisen is somewhere out there. We gotta get Stisen. We must have. Phixfox friends near and far. We must gather them all. Pack of wolves. 4 sprites is totally acceptable. And look at all these archers' houses. I mean, we are going to be full of archers. 88 archers. We're instantly to the point where I think that even Kutsu, you know, minus a blind, couldn't really beat us like he could before. Day 3. Borysser, do I scare you? Dude, I'm terrified. Absolutely terrified. With good reason. We already talked about how You got to be smart. You got to be wise. You gotta recognize danger whenever there is danger. 8 more sprites goes down. I think it's okay to lose that. There's the scouting. Do you want the witch's hut? We're gonna take Vamy. Vamy's gonna actually pick up the witch's hut for us in just a second. I think it'll be Vamy's job to make sure there's no major issues. 21 sprites is far too many, especially when you got 100 of these archers. That should fight this fight and win it without any problems. Kutsu says shuffle them to a second hero as a reserve force. I think that is maybe the best thing to do. With 3 different heroes, I think that all of a sudden our goal in getting one of those towns to offload excess troops is not nearly so important. I think that the scenario is meant for you to not necessarily build up castles, but to work on getting troops to kind of get a good foothold in the area. And so if we are able to just do better in that regard, I think that life's gonna be much better for us. Yeah, I think that we're just gonna stay back a little bit and just play this much differently with 3 heroes than we otherwise would have. So for the first time, folks, we're going to take Vamy into the army. Vamy the Vampire, the Necromancer, level 10. Okay, this is where those vampires came from. I get it now. I get it. Why was there 27 and 30 something vampires? It was because we did not pick up Vamy. Vamy's got the animate dead. Oh my gosh. Vamy has the animate dead. So these vampires are incredibly useful. And there's so many slots in the army. I think that Vamy... Hold on. We don't have view resources. We have view towns. By the way, towns everywhere. Look at this. That's kind of interesting. The fact that there's this little grouping, that is actually very interesting to me. Okay, so we got view towns. We've already kind of used that. I thought that maybe Phixxar would have view resources. It looks like not. But yeah, okay. But that just means that, so Phixxar's got to figure out what to do. Somebody's got to get this observation tower. It's going to be Vamy, and then Vamy's going to go through the witch's hut in just a second. So let's go here. And you got to go through centaurs, I believe. Do you go multiple stacks of the vampires here? I think that you do. Yeah, lots of centaurs shouldn't be a problem. They want to run. We're not going to let them. Observation tower. Borysser's gotten much stronger since we saw them last. Very interesting. And there's this little pile of ore here. You got to pick up this pile of ore. You got to pick up this pile of ore. And there was a pile of ore up there. Let's go straight for that. So lots of iron golems. You got the animate dead. Of course you can defeat them. Of course you can. Bring them all together and animate dead, what, 5 times? Yeah, easy peasy. It says 2 vampires lost. That's still too many. Let's avoid that. Tundar says, I've been really trying hard to force players to use multiple heroes to complete a scenario. Well, good job. I think that you can be happy to note that I feel a little bit of pressure here. I feel like if I don't use 2 heroes or multiple heroes, I'm doing myself, number 1, a big disservice, and number 2, I think that I'm just going to lose the scenario, right? So, good job. I think that this is going to be mission accomplished. Well done. It's going to be 5 of the golems. There's our 1 vampire that we've lost. Hold on. I don't want to lose the vampires. I think that the vampire lords can actually just win this fight by themselves. Let me do this animate dead here again. After we kill the full stack, I definitely don't think that they're going to kill me. Okay, let's do that. 2 skeletons. We are already 4 speed because of the vampires being 4 speed, so I don't mind them in the army. And hopefully Borysser gets close enough to see us, realizes that we're here, and says, whoa, the ore is not worth it, because I gotta pick up that ore. Got to pick up that ore. Now there is ore to the south here as well. Let's have Phixxar go grab that. I talked about having Vamy grab this witch's hut. I'm gonna roll the dice and hope that this is something good. I'm gonna roll the dice, hope that that's something good. Once we grab that, we're probably gonna go back up north. I mean, there's archers' houses everywhere. We know that there's a red enemy to the south. If we can defeat them, it would behoove us to take out as many heroes as possible. I think that was what the text read, and I think that that's what we've determined. Borysser does see us and practices some level of self-preservation to come on back. Did you see that? Folks, oh my goodness, did you see that? Whatever hero that was stepped on the demon cave and lost. What hero was that? Was that Kutsu? Could you imagine? That'd be so sad. Kutsu, no. Like, I don't want to lose the scenario. Don't get me wrong. But I also don't want you to just lose because your hero was being silly. Oh my goodness, I hope that that's not what just happened. We will have to wait and see. Might as well pick up the centaurs. They're not your fighting force anyway, they're just extra troops. And lots of orc chieftains immediately is so much easier to deal with. Oh my goodness, we can totally deal with these forces now. With these ranged creatures, or these flying creatures rather, yeah, this is not a problem. We'll do it just like this. And we'll clear out all this. Heck, we can probably even go through this pack of hydras before day 7, maybe before day 7 even. Maybe before day 7. Diplomacy, I will definitely take that on King Phixie. Gotta get rid of this hideous mask though. Gotta get rid of the hideous mask. There's a fountain that we missed. Through a pack of royal mummies. They want to run. I'm not going to let them. Our 105 archers can clean that up without any problems. 9 sprites lost. At this point, I don't know how much longer the sprites ought to stick around. We have picked up 13 ore, so we're doing just as good or better than we did last time. There's this Shrine of the Second Circle. If you go through lots of rangers. Avatar Hero. I want to save all of these resources. And I will go through a pack of veteran pikemen to prevent him from getting too good of a foothold here. So we are looking for this wood. We're looking for some of the resources. So far, though, so good. It's possible that we pick up 7 ore here. It's possible. Likely? I don't know about that, but it's possible anyway. And Avatar Hero actually invites us into his kingdom through the front door, as it were, as we pick up 9 units of wood, as we pick up this mercury from the windmill. And heck, we will even pick up sprites, maybe. Yes, back up to 24. Avatar Hero. This is going to be an epic fight, and we've already seen what can happen if Phixfox gets a little bit too cavalier with his forces. With 100 archers, there's no way we lose this fight. I don't know. I don't care what the enemy has, but there's no way we lose this fight. Okay, perfect. Kutsu says, by the way, the Tundar. It's generally my default strategy on larger maps to try to build both a might and a magic hero to handle different things. But who could say if that's correct? And I'm also the crazy guy who will happily buy giants early and use them as big battle dwarves rather than wait 2 weeks for titans. I like that. I like that. Very, very good. Yeah. I think that there's a time and a place. In the most recent Roland campaign, which, by the way, thank you everybody for the time and the energy there. I'm grateful for the feedback. I'm grateful for all the folks that have said that they've really enjoyed their time with that map. It's been really nice to see opportunities to step up and to use some alternative strategies that sometimes don't make a lot of sense. For example, using your heroes to take giants into the desert north where they might otherwise not get a lot of attention or run. Yeah, very cool to see when that happens. So yeah, it sounds, you might say, oh, it sounds crazy. It's not crazy. It's only crazy if it doesn't work. Only crazy if it doesn't work. We don't have a slow. There was a shrine that we picked up somewhere else in the previous playthrough that had some opportunities there. We don't have that anymore. Archers, we're losing oodles. We're losing bunches. There's not much I could do about that. The dwarves are going to attack here. These 2 wolves actually do a really good job of keeping us out of this fight. Archers, I mean, we can kill up to 3. These swordsmen still have their retaliation. Do you want to take the damage? I think I do. I think I'm okay with that. 89 down to 84. There's another haste. Very annoying. Very annoying indeed. Somebody's got to fight them. And down to only 2 of the swordsmen. I think that the dwarves can actually step up and probably attack. Let's see. Do you want to attack here or do you want to attack there? I think it's, you can kill a full stack here and a full stack here. Okay, 3 and 25. Losing the 25 is actually really bad. Medal of Distinction though, Arcane Necklace of Magic. These are the margins for victory that we really need. As Tundar has said, a much better start. So I'm very good for it. Okay, great. And now here's the question. Was Avatar Hero placed here? Or is there a castle over here? I actually need to check again. So there is, in our little neck of the woods, we are right here. There is a barbarian, no, a knight castle way in the right corner. Maybe that's a sorceress castle. Necromancer castle, which we took in the previous playthrough. Castle. I don't think I'm worse off going in this direction. But I see 1 unit of ore here. We're going to really have to hope that'll do it for you. Otherwise, we might need to go in this direction. We might need to go back west because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 units of ore right here. and then nothing in this direction. This is all barren and devoid of opportunity. Yeah, so unfortunately, even though there's maybe some good opportunities over here for King Phixie, I think instead of going to the east, we're gonna have to go back to the west. Through Paladins, maybe even for a sword breaker. Or a sword breaker, sure. That actually seems pretty good to me. But much better start, because instantly we're gonna have 3 heroes instead of 1. 2 down to 1. Yeah, we'll get there. Glorious victory. Vamy, you're a boss. Absolute animal. Good job. And I don't think that Advanced Wisdom is going to be particularly useful at the moment. Let's go for the Necromancy. And let's hope, folks, we got 13 units of ore. Can we pick up 7 units of ore right here? 10 units of ore. Okay. Big, major, crazy hurdle out of the way. We just need a little bit more wood. A little bit more wood? Yeah. Yeah. We're going to be picking up a castle, and we're going to start developing in the bottom left, the town of Rest. As soon as we can, we shall be doing that. And we will be very grateful for it. By the way, there is an obelisk. So there will be a obelisk or an ultimate artifact on this map. Very interesting. I'm very happy for that. Okay. There is a observation tower here. I mean, I could go through all these orc chieftains. Actually, I'm probably the best person to take out these forces. Vamy's got so many good flyers. Yeah, you might as well. You might as well. And I guess Vamy does get the extra bonus of having 5 additional skeletons for their trouble. So Vamy should be pretty happy with that. +1 spell power. And I will grab the archers, and then I'll go through the hydras first thing in the morning. But yeah, instantly a much better week 1 than we had the previous playthrough. Kutsu says, I'm interested to hear others' thoughts on this, but I tend to think that the Warlock heroes are the worst hero type in 2. Really? You think that the Warlock heroes are the worst type in Heroes 2? I love this thought exercise. Okay, so let's kind of start at the beginning, folks. So you have the Barbarians that have 3 attack, 1 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge. They have the most stats in the entire game as a starting level 1 hero, right? And the reason that they have, so many stats is because you have to have 1 knowledge and 1 spell power. You can't have 0 knowledge and 0 spell power. They start off with the most stats, and they have the basic pathfinding, so they're good in a lot of situations. Okay, so there they are for you. Then what do you have? Well, you have the Knights, who have 2 attack, 2 defense. They got leadership, they got ballistics. You could argue that the ballistics is kind of bad, right? Because you're like, well, I don't really need the ballistics. The ballistics doesn't really serve me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could definitely see people saying that that's not the way to go. Okay. I'm gonna save the sprites in case that there's a ranged fight. I think that these archers can attack right there. You have the sorceresses that have 2 spell power and 3 knowledge. Okay, alrighty. They can cast lots of spells. With 30 spell points, you can actually cast a lightning bolt many times. Rather than just 2 times, like 2 knowledge will get you. They can cast it 4 times. Okay, pretty good. And then we have the Necromancers, who have +1 attack, and then the +2 spell power, or +2 spell power, +2 knowledge. Really good magic-based user, but they also kind of spec into the more might-based opportunities. Pretty good. Ah, that's not good. And then we've got ourselves the Wizards, who are like the Necromancers, but they just kind of focus a little bit more on the defensive side of things. Okay, not too bad. And then you have the Warlocks, who are the de facto high damage spellcasting hero. If you have a level 2 mage guild in a castle and you have enemies coming and you want to kind of soften them up with a hero, you hope for a Warlock, because you hope that the Warlock can use the lightning bolt several times to blast the enemies apart, because they start off with the 3 spell power and the 2 knowledge. Scouting for the Warlocks. Barbarians have the pathfinding, Knights have the leadership, sorceresses have the navigation. And you have to consider the starting spells, I suppose. Stone Skin for the Wizards, Haste for the Necromancers, Curse for the Warlocks, Bless for the sorceresses. Yeah. Which is the worst starting hero? There's a lot of data points to consider. All of this thought exercise is to just recognize that there's a lot of data points to consider. There's not much else to it, really. And I think that, unfortunately, most of these conversations hinge on this one major point, and that is simply this: it depends on the situation at hand. How many times have we all recognized that it all just depends on the situation at hand? So, are they the worst? Are they the worst? I don't know. I mean, if you have a hero on a map lots of spell shrines. I think that instantly that the might-based heroes are going to be worse because they don't start off with a spell book. I think that one's pretty obvious and pretty clear to a lot of people. A lot of people will agree with that without too many concerns. I think that if you're looking at like late game scaling, any magic-based hero is always going to be much worse. I think that with like the starting secondary skills, I think that the sorceresses lose because the navigation is so not as good. It's not as worthwhile on many maps because there's many maps that don't have water, right? And most maps are kind of land-based. I think that the knights are arguably not very good because starting with ballistics could be not that good for you, but then again, situational. Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider. A lot of things to consider. So maybe I should just say, with all that information, and hopefully this is stirring up some thoughts in a lot of people, what other thoughts do people have about that exact kind of conundrum that's been posed here? Logistics, archery, by the way, gotta go with logistics. Feels bad though. When you have 95 archers, when you have 117 archers, that feels kind of bad, but that's a must-have. That's a must-have. We're gonna fight these archers real quick. 3 skellies. Magic arrow, happy for that. Good, we'll take that. Take a little bit of gold. We'll go through the... No. We're gonna go through these hydras and then we'll continue on our way from there. We still got 4 of these animate deads for 450 HP. I probably should have combined the vampire lords, or the vampires, my bad. Whoops. We'll still get out of this fight, but yeah, wish I'd done that a little bit different. Let's attack here. Due to the terrain, we can attack here and here. Oh yeah, we're definitely worse off. We should have totally combined the vampire stacks, because now look, he's attacking 2 stacks for free. Yeah, that's totally not good. That's totally not good. Alrighty. Vampire lords, I'm gonna get them in here, but again, like, you're just inviting more damage. Wow, I should have just had 1 big stack. Huh. What an error that is to just make that mistake and slow down. Okay, so here was Kutsu's reasoning, by the way, because Kutsu did carry on, and then I continued with my kind of thoughts. My initial thoughts. Okay, dead hydras, very good. But Kutsu says, warlocks are the worst because they have the lowest possible chance to learn leadership, archery, and luck, and they have the second lowest chance to learn logistics and pathfinding, which covers all the coveted non-wisdom skills. Those are coveted. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I like the reasoning. I like the reasoning there. So because they're missing out on some of those really highly valuable secondary skills, you're saying they're instantly worse. I think that is good reasoning. I do think that that's excellent reasoning. One thing that I think is kind of important to note is that there are 14 secondary skills in the game, and with these 14 secondary skills in the game, I believe it's reasonable to say that you're not going to miss out on too many secondary skills. You can have up to 8 of the 14 secondary skills, and 14, depending on leadership and necromancy and what you can do there. But I do think it's pretty reasonable to say that you're not going to miss out too much. You are going to miss out a little bit, but not so much. However, in a game that requires a little bit of RNG to make the very best situations happen, I think that you're really onto something there. I think that's perfectly reasonable reasoning. Yeah, I'm good for it. I'm totally good for it. By the way, we waited so the vampire lords could kill 1 full stack there, and it was fairly successful. I'm not going to waste animate dead on these vampire lords, but anyway, okay. Let's see. Time to start doing the animate deads. We'll do this big stack here. We'll attack, 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 attack. 2 hydras left. We animate dead. Attack, 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 attack. Okay. This fight was much harder because we just split up our forces. Anyway. But yeah. 8 out of 14. So there's some things to consider there, definitely. By the way, Purse of Gold, love that. We didn't really start off with any artifacts for Vamy, did we? Tundar says, my bad. I don't know why. Kutsu died, he was your nemesis. This could not have been your fault. The fact that Kutsu stepped on the demon cave and lost, that cannot be your fault, Tundar. There's no way. There's no way. Beardman says you could use Vamy to deposit the skeletons instead of dismissing them. I think so. I think as much as possible. We're going to keep the skeletons out of the stack because we need to do some fights. But now that we got this Medal of Distinction, I think that this is actually much better of an opportunity to use skeletons than we had before. Instantly, we're much better off. Okay, Tundar still wanted to go through these archers, I think. Maybe not. We'll pick up the experience this time. We'll take the navigation. There's some water out here. So Tundar picks up +1 spell power, gets the knowledge. Okay, very good. And I think that Tundar wants to pick up all of these, yeah, all these orc huts. These watchtowers. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a 4th there. Let's pick up all that and then we'll go from there. Okay, but this is a good conversation. I want to see more about this. But Kutsu was the nemesis. Now he's just gone. That's okay. I think that we've already seen some high degree of variability between the playthroughs, and that's actually not a bad thing. Variability is not a bad thing, so I'm okay with it. Through the clearing, we observe that this sword breaker is guarded by a paladin. The paladin's going to immediately die. +4 defense, +1 attack. Very good. And should we risk it for our last slot? Should we step on this witch's hut? I don't think so. I actually don't think so. I think that that would be a little bit too cavalier with our opportunities. Basic estates, advanced wisdom. I kind of don't love the idea of the estates, but still so early that this still makes a lot of sense. So Vamy, you are officially a money person. You do money. Everybody else does what they do. You do money. You do good money. Good money. Vamy also needs full spell points. And 600 gold, another 1,000. Orcs want to run again. I mean, these ranged fights, I've been concerned about the value of my previous forces, and when it was just Tundar, I said, look at all these ranged enemies we had to deal with. And it looks like there's like a lot of variation. Like this was mummies before, this was not peasants, this was orcs last time. So there's a lot of variance from fight to fight and playthrough to playthrough. But now with Vamy having so many vampires, even these ranged creatures don't really bother me. They don't concern me like they did before. And I'm very, very happy for that, actually. I want to be able to clear out the adventure map. I also don't want to fight every single fight. So Vamy, Tundar traditionally has very dense resource maps. In this case, I've kind of already made one of the early game struggles go away simply by restarting. Having all the information I had instantly made my start much better. But now the second struggle after that is, can you get through these enemies with these ranged combatants without too many more issues? By the way, do note, +3 spell power, that used to be a +5. This was something else. This was not a few black dragons guarding this legendary scepter last time. That was unicorns last time. My goodness, what an upgrade. So lots of changes already, which actually leads to high replayability for the maps, and that's not too bad. By the way, 14 wood, we are looking for this pile of wood maybe. Vamy, go grab that. And Phixxar, we'll see if they can stop Tobal very soon. Okay, on to a new day. Kutsu says, I'm thinking from developing this hero into a strong late game 4 standpoint. I think that the Warlock heroes lose out due to the secondary skill chances. Yes, I think that's a really good point, because if you pick up Mysticism early on and you pick up Eagle Eye, then 2 out of your mini slots is already gone. Heck, as a Warlock, if you do pick up the Necromancy and you're not going to build around Necromancy, I think that that's a great way of thinking about that. Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. Yeah, for the late game best chance, I think you're making some real smart decisions there, and I'm totally here for it. Okay, still want to go pick up Tobal. We're going to miss out on some of this ore. I don't love that. Goblins, we're going to take them out. I guess we're going to keep the skeletons for now. I mean, there's a horde of peasants upcoming, so you might as well. Big stack of sprites. Zombies. I'm just going to keep the sprites alive, and we'll just add to the skeleton stack here. Attack! Kutsu says, also, scouting is my vote for the worst secondary skill. More so than navigation. I don't think that that's a bad choice, by the way. I'm just surprised, because typically a lot of people will traditionally say that navigation on like a landlocked map is the very worst. But again, it's like map template specific, like situational specific. If you have a water-based map and you get a sorceress, then it's instantly S tier, like instantly S tier. So you got to kind of take that into consideration with your rankings. We could talk about the value of the fringe use cases, and I think that we really ought to. Recently, Ross from Kelvin's Coin has been doing some nice videos on the spells, and he's kind of ranking the spells. So go check out those videos if you're interested in kind of some of that discussion. And I think it's important to note that when we're talking about like ranking things, and Ross is doing a really nice job of being balanced in discussing the value of, like, yes, consistency, but also use cases. Like sometimes the very perfect spell and the very perfect situation makes everything much better. And so you got to consider, yes, this is going to be consistently good, but there are some times where it's going to be exceptionally good or exceptionally bad for that matter. Yeah. Things to consider, things to consider. Okay, there's that slow we talked about. Here's all this. And it says that Vamy's going to lose some forces here. Grand Elves, 6-speed creatures. Not my favorite enemies to try and defeat, but we did pick up the Magic Well, so we're going to have plenty of animate deads. What? Everybody's a critic. Everybody's a critic. Here we go. And so I actually feel like I think I should animate dead here, believe it or not. Yeah, we'll just animate dead there. Centaurs will attack down here, and then we'll animate dead one more time. We needed to animate dead one more time. We will get the opportunity. Go here. And queue to end the battle. No losses, 5 skeletons, very good. We're going to pick up this wood first thing in the morning, but we should have enough wood here so that tomorrow we can grab everything we need. We've got 62 orcs, by the way. Oh, already picked up that obelisk. 62 orcs. We are going to go through the archers. I'm going to ignore this fight. The losses just don't really tickle my fancy. And oh look, there's actually enough wood here that we can grab this. So we'll go through the archer's house, path through to save ourselves a little bit of problems. And folks, yeah, this playthrough is going much better. Can you tell? Can you tell? So Tundar is level 12, Vamy's level 12, and Phixxar is level 9. Phixxar's the more balanced hero at the moment. No, Tundar is easily the most balanced hero at the moment. Yeah, I would say Tundar is the most balanced hero. I'd love to see this knowledge come up quite a bit though. No spells to cast at the moment, but still all the same. And then Phixxar with 11 and 3. I mean, yeah, I'd love to see that knowledge come up. Like the attack, like the defense. Yeah, and Vamy's doing pretty well for themselves. So folks, yeah, month 1, week 2, day 2, going on to this new kind of day. There's been a lot of adjustments. Oh, Kutsu is still alive. Kutsu is still alive. Perfect. Alrighty. Kutsu, I'm very scared of you still. I don't care. I don't know who this other hero was that died in the Demon Cave, but Kutsu, folks, is still alive. The opportunity for me to get revenge is still out there, and I'm very, very much for it. But we've been streaming now for about an hour, 45 minutes. It's time for me to take a quick break so that way I don't burn out. I think that this scenario is going to take probably more than just one full streaming day. It's already 2 o'clock my time. I'm going to do my best to stream for as long as I can, but I will be best off if we take short little breaks where we can. So month 1, week 2, day 2, we're going to hit end turn. We're going to see these enemy heroes clean out some more of these resource patches that I really want. And then we're going to take our little pause here on month 1, week 2, day 3. So with that being said, stick around. We'll come right back just as quickly as we can. I am going to get caught up on chat, and then we will continue on from there. But yeah, Kutsu says Kutsu wouldn't die. Kutsu wouldn't die. It was a strategic retreat back to base for the resupply. Substitution Jutsu. Absolutely. Way to go, you ninja, you. Kutsu says, I don't like scouting, by the way, because at basic level it's not doing much. Yeah, it's 1 additional hex worth of viewing radius. And it's arguably doing not much at advanced, and it's the only skill that is guaranteed to be useless and non-applicable at some point. Maybe navigation. True. Very good point of putting it. Especially as you get multiple heroes, the value of scouting goes way, way down. If it was like a single hero playthrough, scouting could be more useful, but even so, eventually you will explore the entire map, and scouting will be useful. It almost makes you wonder if you should have like an extra hidden bonus for scouting. Like, what if you had scouting and you could get, like, I don't know, within sight radius of an enemy hero, and you could see more particular stats? That would be interesting. If scouting offered you the little crystal ball effect like the artifact has, that would be kind of interesting. I would be kind of interested to see that. But as it stands, yeah, it does eventually kind of wear off. Kutsu says Eagle Eye can turn some tough early games into a victory through RNG of learning blind or damaging spells, so it goes over scouting for me. That's fair to say. Happy to see that. And Tobal, hey Tobal, hey Phixfox, nice to see a cool hat. Hey, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Oh, the weather outside is crummy. And the fire is not so crummy. Sorry, I couldn't think of something to rhyme with crummy. Dummy? The weather outside is crummy. I'm feeling kind of like a dummy. But so long as we got friends here, I know. We're gonna go adventure, so. Perfect. Okay. Tobal, by the way, Tobal, we are on a collision course. Me and you, Tobal 4HU. You have several Cyclopes, a pack of Centaurs, several of the Iron Golems. Yeah, I'm gonna have to defeat you. I cannot allow you to steal my resources, but Tobal, just so you know, it's nothing personal. Nothing personal at all. Bearded Man says, navigation is water logistics, really. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Except it's so much stronger, really. Like, what is it? It's like, it is water logistics, but like the bonus is so much higher. It's such a higher effect size, which is kind of interesting. Navigation, Kutsu says, is a wasted skill. It isn't too offensive. Only barbarians have a high chance of it being forced to burn one of their slots on it. Very true, very true. I wonder if navigation would be more interesting if it gave you +1 morale, +1 luck at sea combat at expert level. That'd be another interesting kind of way of making it more useful, right? Interesting. Manny MM is in the chat. Hello, Mr. Xmas Fox. Hello to everyone. Hello, Manny. So nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for being here. Pleasure to have you. In the previous playthrough, I had said, I think I called you crazy for being in my top 0.1% of viewers on the YouTube channel. Crazy like a fox in the best way possible. So thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And Kutsu says, I think I like the idea I had when we were discussing it on Ross's stream, where you have a percentage chance to earn extra resources from loose resource piles with scouting. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. I would like that. I'd like that. And by the way, Tobal says to Tundar, he got into the map. What? Question mark? Thank you to Tundar. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty, folks. It is time for me to take my break. So stick around. We'll see you in about 5 minutes, and appreciate the time. Okay. See you in about 5. Alrighty, everybody, we're back. So, quick little recap. We started off in the very center of this scenario here. This is our second playthrough. First playthrough, I was able to save Tundar. Tundar was in a jail here, and my Phixie hero was able to defeat 1, 2, 3 heroes and get Tundar into the army. Okay. And then there was a jail to the south where Vamy was unfortunately picked up by an enemy hero. I lost to Kutsu, who had a blind spell and completely wrecked me. And all this is to say that we had to go to a second playthrough, a restart, if you will. And we are now to the point where on this second playthrough, we have done much better, much better. We've been able to keep all of our 3 heroes. We were able to rescue not only Tundar, but also, Tundar and Vamy. But we've also been able to make sure that we can upgrade our town of Rest into a castle. We don't have a lot of resources to really upgrade them with, but oh my gosh. AlinaTheGnome. AlinaTheGnome, one of our favorite friends, a streamer. She is here as a level 13 hero, and apparently she lost at some point, and she's now just hidden in our little tavern with a summoned water elemental, lightning bolt, and blind. And we now have a place that we can bring her up. Skyforger was one of the heroes that we already took out, and level 5 hero, and it looks like they had no spells but a spell book. Very good. We've instantly put ourselves in a winning position by being able to upgrade this town to a castle. And folks, before I do anything else, let me just make sure I put AlinaTheGnome in here. Tundar says, how did Alina die? LMAO. Of course, Tundar is our map maker here, and Tundar, when the map maker is confused about what's happened, I think that we all should be saying to ourselves, huh? Anyway, so we're gonna pick up AlinaTheGnome. Doesn't have the estates, but we probably wanted a hero here anyway. She is gonna figure out what to do with her spare time. Maybe going through a horde of sprites in the future. Okay, but in the meantime, back to the main continent where the action is. Tundar is gonna probably stay away from Kutsu. I think with 62 of these orc chieftains, pretty good stats. I think I'm best off kind of avoiding here and instead making sure that I can clear out all this really rich sort of an area. So he's going to do that. Vamy is going to pick up a little bit of wood here. There's 10 additional wood, very necessary. And then while while Vamy goes kind of to the east into this area, then my main hero, King Phixxar, is going to go here to the west. And unfortunately, Tobal4HU, who is currently in chat, is probably going to go in this direction. So there you go. There you go. By the way, in the meantime, important to know, Sabora is also into the chat. Hello, Sabora. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And apparently we need to look out for Sabora because they can also be here as well. Bearded Man says, I hope that Alina was the one that didn't go into the demon cave. We did see an enemy hero go into the demon cave and just go poof and just disappear. Because all of the enemies are actually allied with each other, it's highly unlikely that they died in some other way. The Demon Cave is apparently one of the ways that the FHeroes2 team has made it so the AI can run into some major issues. Okay, there we go. Avatar Hero, yo, what's up, Avatar Hero? Nice to have you here. Avatar Hero, we've actually seen you earlier. Avatar Hero, you missed it. I think we already actually defeated you. Oh no, Avatar Hero, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to watch the VOD back, but we've already defeated the hero, Avatar Hero, somewhere here. When Avatar Hero says greetings and salutations to all of us heroes, he also means to himself. You should know that you were one of the heroes of which you're discussing. So, good stuff. Happy to have you here, sir. Alrighty, Pack of Royal Mummies, Horde of Peasants. It actually looks like, I thought that this was terrain that we could get through. You know what? I'll bet you if you attack the Horde of Peasants and then you go through the Pack of Mummies, you can reach. Tobal, I cannot wait any longer. I've got to be pretty aggressive here, I think. 7 skeletons, yes, and we can't go through this Pack of Mummies at this time. I'm going to fight them too. Another 5 sprites goes down. That's okay. A little bit of wood, a little bit of crystal, and this was a very convoluted path that we took, but we have gotten here. Tobal, it's time that me and you have a showdown. Let's make this happen. 134 archers. Yeah, the losses don't look great, but I think we can make this fight work all the same. Kutsu says, but that doesn't mean you can't make a second appearance. There you go. Yeah, even if a hero loses, that doesn't mean that we're never going to see them again. We've already seen Skyforged again, so I'm very happy that we're going to have some opportunities, I'm sure. By the way, Tobal, you've been working out. 9 attack, 4 defense, 2 spell power, 1 knowledge. Jeez. I gotta pump that iron. Very, very beefy. Very beefy indeed. I'm gonna use the Grand Elves to attack the Centaurs. I'm gonna hope that the enemy doesn't have a blind. We will see. Good luck is good luck. Oh, there it is. There's the blind. Now here's the deal. I got 1 cold ring. If you want to lose 11 archers, you can cast the cold ring. You can do that. And the enemy cannot blind you again, right? Like, let's be clear. For 11 archers lost, I can allow myself to never get blinded again. They're not going to get their turn this turn, but they will get their turn next turn. I unfortunately feel like I'm obligated to do this. This is crazy. 2 spell power, so the blind's going to last for 2 turns. The blind is going to last for 2 turns. Oh boy. I could just run with the Grand Elves. They're going to be 6-speed creatures. I could put the skeletons right here. I don't really care about the skeletons too much anyway. This has lasted for 1 turn. I'm gonna do this rather than do the cold ring and costing myself these archers. I'm just gonna sprint away. Yeah, we're just gonna survive. There goes some skeletons. Very sad, I know. And then the dwarves are gonna step up as best as they can. We're gonna lose the archer's turn yet again. But now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nobody can reach here. Nobody can reach here. I think that 134 archers can defeat the whole stack of Cyclopes. I'm not gonna wait to find out though. We're even gonna pack on some sprite power. But not the dwarves. 13 defense, 9 attack, 134. I think you actually do want to probably use the blessed archers. The thing is, do you want to take the damage out of the dwarves? I actually don't think I do. Let me just step. I'm just going to step to here. No, yeah, I'm just going to step to here. And I'm just going to have to hope that the archers can blast them to smithereens. They totally can't. 3 to 4. 3 to 4. Okay, well. We're going to bless, we're going to kill 4, 321 points of damage, take out half the stack. Elves are going to get to go. I hope that the Cyclopes don't get a paralyze off. If the Cyclopes paralyze the archers, I'm going to know that the game is rigged. I'll just know. At that point, game is rigged. Whew. Whew. But note, I did lose 14 archers, but I didn't lose 110 by my own hand. Imagine how demoralizing it is if your commander is casting spells on your own troops because it serves their purposes best. Like, to be clear, we still made the most appropriate decision, so our troops don't hate us. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The ogres think that they're tough. I think that they're tough too, but they're not tough enough to kind of win this fight for them. I'm gonna attack, back off, losing the morale here due to the skeletons. Not great, but you know, these things do happen. 1 to 2. I'll take the retaliation damage. I might lose 2 dwarves. I do lose 2 dwarves. And then do we kill all 5 ogres? Yes, we do. But this prevented Tobal from running. Tobal, you were a worthy foe. You were a good enemy. I'm grateful that we got to kind of tussle. I appreciated our verbal jousting as we shouted insults at each other from across the battlefield. And I'm glad that we could hopefully end here on good terms. You will be treated well, but your forces, unfortunately, yeah, they didn't make it. So we will depart with all honor to you, my worthy opponent. +2 to the stealth shield of protection for the defense. I will take that. And folks, I think that this is critically important. If skeletons are ever going to factor into this army, you got to take the leadership. Must take the leadership. Expert logistics, very, very good. Leadership as a final secondary skill is critical. I'm glad that we did not step on this witch's hut or this witch's hut. It turned out that this was exactly what we needed. Okay, so we're going to pick up this barbarian town. We'll pick up a little bit of knowledge. We'll clear out all this. We might even go to this area. I can't tell if this is dead trees. This might be dead trees right here, or maybe that's water. No, that looks like just dead trees right on the border of what we can see and what we cannot see. Anyway, we'll clear out all this. And thankfully, I've got 2 other good heroes that are active on the adventure map in other directions. So let's carry on for another day and another time. An Avatar hero says, "Oh no, I missed it." Yeah, you missed seeing yourself, but don't worry. I'm sure that we will still get the opportunity to see you again. Almost guaranteed. No hero really stays dead in this game, that's for sure. Okay, mutant zombies. I think that I just want to attack the experience and the skeletons, of course. And as we approach the stables, the head groom appears leading a fine-looking warhorse. This steed will help speed you in your travels. Alas, his endurance will wane with a lot of heavy riding, and you must return for a fresh mount in a week. We also have many fine war horses, which could benefit mounted soldiers, but you have none that we can help. Do you think that the centaurs, they don't count as mounted soldiers, but I would love it if my centaurs secretly got like a buff. If they secretly got +1 attack or +1 defense or +1 speed from the stables, that would actually be hilarious. Please, when the FHeroes2 game gets mod support online, somebody please do that. I will be eternally grateful if you do. Grand Elves, we'll fight that fight in a second, but I'm going to go capture some towns. Another 5 skeletons. Very good, very good. Vamy is just rolling through these enemies. And again, we're going to stay away from Kutsu just a little bit. 6 gems. Oh, a little bit of experience here. 1,000 from the gazebo. I could step through. Let's see. We don't really have goblins in this army, do we? But there's 2 goblin huts here. I think that there's some over here as well. I think we're going to ignore that for now. I do kind of want this gazebo. I do want the treasure. But there's so much more treasure over here. I can hear my dad's voice in my ear. Phixfox, it's like 3 steps out of the way. Go grab it. Yes, yes, Dad. I agree. But also, I feel like this is not going to be as valuable for me just because movement is precious. We don't have other opportunities. There's a shrine here. Look at this. Folks, I only just saw this. There's a shrine of the second circle hidden in the tree line. Well, that's instantly worth it. That's instantly much more worth it. Oh my goodness, steel skin? Great spell. We'll take it. And we'll head on back through this direction. I will ignore the gazebo for now. We're over level 10, so that doesn't matter too much. Seeing Eye Pendant, very good artifact. All of a sudden, I think we can defeat Kutsu. Folks, this is actually one of the biggest RNG moments I have seen in the last, we'll call it 2 months. 2 months of Phixfox playthroughs, and you know we play a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic. This, Seeing Eye Pendant, completely obliterates everything Kutsu wants to do to us. I think that we actually turn right back around, and I think we go and we fight this fight. I think that we fight. I think we win. I am feeling so very good about my life choices. Let's play Heroes of Might and Magic. That's it. It's just my choices. So, by the way, Lightning Bolt, Summon Water Elemental. We only got 29 spell points out of 40. We don't have a Mage Guild here, but we do have plenty of Lightning Bolts. This fight against the sprites is not great, but I do want to head in this direction simply so that we can soldier on and see what else is out here. So the losses are going to be not great. 1 Lightning Bolt should go quite a long way. And all of a sudden, AlinaTheGnome is very, very much a major player in this playthrough. And I'm here for it. 100% here for it. Love it. Love it. Okay, 26. Yeah, Centaurs will attack this big stack. The reason I attacked the Gargoyles on this stack instead of the top stack was because I knew the Centaurs would want somebody to attack. Griffins, likewise, are going to head south and attack whoever they can. You feel like unlimited retaliation and no enemy retaliation you feel like it's a rock and a hard place. It's an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. What more can I say about that? Centaurs are going to take a little bit more damage here. 2 sprites are just going to be a little bit of an annoying fly that you try to swat with your range of vision. That's okay. And this Alchemist Tower is maybe meant for something like this hideous mask. Could it be that King Phixxar was actually meant to come back to the Castle of Rest in a fast travel sort of situation? Tundar, is this the kind of thing that you would plan? I think that you would. I think Tundar is a very qualified map maker who would try to give you some of these weird, interesting sort of opportunities. It's an abandoned gold mine, Horde of Ghosts. There's a free boat if you can get summoned boat. Several black dragons. Okay, can't quite reach through there. Understandable. Have a nice day. And with 2 more lightning bolts, I'm gonna fight this fight and just see what else we can find. Again, losses don't look great, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. So yet again, we're gonna do lightning bolt here. Attack here. Centaurs will clean up the 7 sprites after they get some damage off. So be it. Boop. Yeah, and the griffins, for some odd reason, take a bunch of damage. A little bit surprising, I guess. I don't know why the enemies have internally flagged the griffins as being the biggest, scariest fighting force, but okay. All right, if you say so. And then from this point on, it's a pretty straightforward fight. AlinaTheGnome has lost 4 centaurs, but she is now to the point where she has gotten some additional access to this island. This is your Spritely campaign experience, brought to you by Tundar. Yay, Tundar! Woohoo! You go, Tundar. Rocking and rolling, making it happen. Thank you for providing such a wonderful experience. I love these maps, and I'm never going to apologize for it, because I love what I love, and I note that I love certain things. And these maps I have certainly loved. Okay, would it be interesting if AlinaTheGnome had summoned the boat? If we could pick up a little bit more ore. Okay, first thing is, tomorrow you got to pick up a marketplace. You must pick up a marketplace, and in fact, I think you want to try and get marketplaces in these other towns as well. Because if you do, then you can actually trade for the resources you don't have. I think you'll focus on getting dragons ASAP Rocky. Yeah, I think that we got some opportunities, but we're going to need to pick up a little bit more wood. We're going to need to pick up another bit of ore in order to get these upgraded. Yeah, we got opportunities, folks. We've got opportunities. And Kutsu doesn't even know it, but we have found the counter to everything that Kutsu wants to do. Kutsu says, maybe after getting a castle, Phixfox should re-roll the Tavern to assemble his Avengers Ultimate Supporting Cast. Yes, absolutely. Here's the deal, folks, and this is very important. So I've had clients, because I work in a field where I have clients. I've had clients before, and it's juveniles, it's young people, and they say, do you have favorites? And the answer is no. I really don't have favorites, because you gotta maintain healthy and appropriate boundaries, especially with young people. Like you can't have favorites. It's not good for them if they think that they are your favorite, right? Likewise, here I'm not going to keep any favorites. Whoever makes the most tactical sense at the time to keep, I will keep you. But please take no offense if, for example, Skyforger, if I don't take Skyforger instead of AlinaTheGnome, she was just the better hero. That's just the way it was. So, do I have favorites? No. No, I will not have any favorites, not in this playthrough, not here, not today. Alrighty, there's no way that Vamy can lose this fight, but let's actually do the vampires into one big stack. Again, that way if we needed to do the anime dead, that we could have had an opportunity to do so. This castle is not worth upgrading, almost never. By the time that we can upgrade this castle, I don't think it's even going to have any opportunities that are worthwhile. Like, building up knight forces here isn't going to be the play long term, it's just not going to be. We'll pick up the +2 Mercury. We could grab all this. I think that that's kind of for King Phixxar to really handle. Instead, as we mentioned earlier, we do want to head in this direction. But I do see the shrine. I never did pick up that shrine. Level 2 spell. It's going to be important to know what that level 2 spell is. Let's go grab that. And then we already talked about facing down Kutsu. We've got the temple. We're as fast as we can be. Kutsu, I'm coming for you. I can smell you. Sorry, that's one of my favorite YouTube videos. It's like a group of guys just playing this game. It's almost like a werewolf game where one of the players is the infected and they have to defeat their friends, and nobody knows who the werewolf is until it's too late. And then they figure out who the werewolf is in this particular playthrough. And then they're like, hey, pretend like you're Morgan Freeman and you're coming after me. And that's the way that the friend makes his presence known. He just goes, I can smell you. Just creeping around out here. One of those classic sort of internet moments that you're very, very grateful that the internet is around for, because if the internet wasn't around, I wouldn't have gotten to see some of these wild and crazy videos that many wonderful people have kind of brought out. I gotta tell you that I love the old sort of YouTube, like the old YouTube style of videos where people were just messing around and nobody was trying to be like a content creator. That's my favorite era of YouTube. Now I know that you might say, Phixfox, don't you make content for YouTube? Yeah, I like Heroes of Might and Magic, and I like to share my hobby. So sue me, right? But I love the era where nobody had a good quality camera. Everything was like 144p, and it was just people having fun. That's my favorite era of YouTube. My favorite era of YouTube. And oh, take me back. Take me back. Would not hurt my feelings at all. 4 centaurs, 1 griffin. It actually looks like there is a jail up here. Lots of sprites. I mean, we're out of spell points. Yeah, we're out of spell points. It's time to go back. We might have to wait until we can pick up some additional forces. I could trade for 2 ore to pick up a mage guild. I think I'm just gonna end up waiting with Alina. She's fine. She's fine. She'll pick up enough spell points in 5 days. She'll definitely pick up some additional forces on day 1. Yeah, let's just leave her be, and eventually good things will happen. Let's do that. On to new day. And Tobel says, yeah, I hit the gym recently. Hey man, if you have 9 attack, like, you are crushing it out there. Good job, Tobel. Way to hit your New Year's resolution before the new year. I'm very impressed with that. By the way, has anybody thought about their upcoming New Year's resolutions? Hopefully, if you're interested in doing a New Year's resolution, hopefully I can be supportive of you, and I'll just touch base with you occasionally. Like, hey, are you meeting your goals? Are you doing what you ought to do? Look at this. You can barely see the cat's eyes. The cat's eyes for the black cat, it's just kind of blinking there. If it looks like you can barely see the cat, it's because you can barely see the cat. There's a little black tree there. It's interesting how that's being rendered, but you can barely see the little cat there. I don't think I need to trade... Yeah, I don't think I need to trade luck and morale. Not at this current juncture, anyway. Okay, graveyard, 120 archers. This should be a pretty easy fight. Oh, but wait, hold on. If you want 10 skeletons here, you got normal morale. I'm gonna do this. I'm actually gonna dismiss the skeletons just for the moment, and then 1 single offshoot of a sprite. Yeah. I think that this will actually be much better for us. Okay. Avatar Hero says, I still made it in time to personally thank Tundar for the honor. I'm humbled. Very good. Very good. And Tundar has said that if there's anybody else who's interested in being a part of these scenarios in the future, he's asked that you let him know. Tundar, where can people find you? I know that you can find him on the FHeroes2 server. Tundar, where would you like for people to catch you? Discord, etc., etc. Let us know. Let us know. After Our Hero says, also, hope all of you are having a wonderful time in Christmas, either whether you're celebrating or not, and having a good time. Even better now with the Phixfox stream. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, regardless of whether, like, whatever holiday you celebrate this time of the year, I'm hoping that everybody's having a really lovely time. I believe that this time of the year is ingrained in all of us. It feels like people are a little nicer this time of the year. It feels like we all get along just a little bit nicer. Something about this time of year really just makes my heart happy. I wish I could tell you more about it, but there's just something lovely about this time of the year, and I'm just grateful for all the many wonderful folks that treat each other very kindly. It'd be really easy in this modern era to treat people in a kind of an ugly sort of a way, and I'm grateful that people don't do that. I'm grateful that this time of the year people are so much nicer to each other, because we just need a little bit more of that in the world, I think. So yeah, After Our Hero, perfect. But whatever holiday you're celebrating this time of year, I hope everybody's having a really good holiday. I hope we're all being exceptionally nice to each other. 27 sprites, I was actually way more lost than I wanted. +1 defense, I'll take it, and I'll take the expert wisdom. Statesman's Quill, actually very, very useful. Because remember, this is not a playthrough where I can't lose a specific hero. I can lose everybody, I just can't lose... Well, I can lose anybody, I just can't lose everybody. Yeah, there you go. So being able to retreat for 10% of the cost feels pretty good. I will take that. And yeah, I kind of want to go in this direction. I'm kind of scared. It feels like so far the battle has been in this area. I wonder if this is, I wonder what's over here. We might have to go through the cavalry just to find out. And Kutsu says, thanks, Avatar, and I hope that you're having a happy holiday season as well. I'm a bit troubled by our weather swings. Dude, I think that this is going to be a way cold and way long winter. I don't know how everybody else is doing with this sort of weather, but I got a feeling that we're going to be, I think we're going to have a really, really long winter. It's going to be like May of 2026, and we're going to be still dealing with all this. I got a feeling. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I got a feeling. Okay, still chasing down Kutsu. Remember, we've got the logistics and the pathfinding. We are going to catch up to this guy. Now, this guy, we're going to catch up to Kutsu. Sorry. You're not just some guy. I'm sorry. Do I pick up everything else along the way, though? I think you definitely pick up the fort. I think I'm going to spend the time. Who knows when I'm going to come back for gems or crystal or mercury. You might as well grab everything on your way here, but I don't think Kutsu is going to turn around. I don't think he wants to fight me. I think that Kutsu recognizes that this is not a fight that he wants. Maybe it's a fight he can win, but it's not the fight that he wants, which is pretty important. Okay, day 5, AlinaTheGnome is just going to stay put for quite some time. Okay, Kutsu's running. Does Phixxar go through the cavalries? We win, but I think that there's some other opportunities. We'll figure that out later. Let's stay away from some of those issues. 10 sprites, as long as the scenario is going to be, if I fight every single fight for 10 sprites, this fight's going to take forever. I don't think I can, in good faith, make that happen. Lots of dwarves. We'll fight here. Yeah, 6 sprites. We could totally have lost less. Not worth it. It's just not worth it. I will take the experience here. We will definitely take the expert logistics and the +1 spell power. Very, very good. Still time to let go of the skeletons. You are a late game option. You're not meant to do me a lot of good right now. Yeah, we are going kind of in this northern direction. Maybe on the other side of this beach, there's some wild and crazy things. We're not going to know until later. Not going to know until later. Veteran pikemen want to join. Sorry, you're not going to join me. I don't think that, even though there is some opportunity for diplomacy, I think that our best bet is still to really rush down dragons, and so any amount of gold traded is going to kind of take us away from those goals. The Vampire Lords are going to skip. Vampires are going to attack one of these creatures. It looks like we're going to go for this group of 8. So 7 to 8. Not too bad. Skeletons are going to step up. Vampire Lords are going to hopefully help keep the skeletons alive a little bit. Blah. Okay. Vampires, we've lost enough vampires. Skeletons, they can kill up to 5. Let's see if we can do that. We kill 4. Not bad. Not bad at all. And then there's these 3 single stacks. Let's do 1 animate dead now. And if I hit Q, that should be it. No losses. Very good. 6 more skeletons. Basic pathfinding. Vamy, you see things that other people don't. You got a gift from above and eyes like an eagle. May your footfalls in rough terrain never lead you astray. And I could pick up this treehouse if I really wanted to. Sure. Why not? Why not? These elves are gonna do even worse against us now. I do want to save the vampires. So I think we're just gonna take 1 full salvo of damage. Let the elves do their fight, and if we lose 3 vampires here, there's 2. If we lose 3 vampires, then we'll do the animate dead, and then we'll just hit auto combat. Perfect. Could not have asked for any better. 4 skeletons. And the +1 spell power is really nice. More elves, but these are regular elves instead of grand elves. If I save forces for later, they might get more powerful. So we're gonna wait on that. And folks, very big moment. We have an oracle. Nestled among the trees sits the blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. Alrighty, AlinaTheGnome is my best hero. This hero, I wish I could right click to see what the names are. This hero, 13 attack, 5 defense, okay. This hero, 8, 6, and 3, okay. Oh gosh. Yellow hero with the portrait of Joseph the Wizard, 21 attack, 16 defense, 12 spell power. Oh no. And then there is some, so there's Titans, Black Dragons, Cyclopes, Paladins, and Bone Dragons on the map. for sure. As far as me being the blue player, we are last in income. We're not last in army strength. So I need to look out for red and yellow, but orange, purple, and green, it looks like I'm technically tougher than at the moment. That's great. Artifacts, looking not too bad. Obelisks found, I'm okay. I'm good in resources. This is actually, I'm surprised. We don't have a lot of heroes. We don't have a lot of castles. We only have one castle. But right now, we're not as bad off as I was worried I would have been. This is okay. Folks, we can make this work. We can make this work. And that actually feels really, really good. And it makes me feel even worse about having to restart in the first playthrough, because maybe if we just stuck to it, well, no, we did restart because we could not progress any further. But if we could have found a way to carry on, it would have been really cool to have found a way to carry on. And it looks like we might have had an opportunity. So these things do happen. If I can get, let's see, ore is going to be hard to find, but if I can find 8 units of sulfur, we should probably look to get that. We are getting no resources per day, by the way, no mines. There is a sawmill over here that we remember seeing from the previous playthrough. Maybe Vamy ought to go this direction. Yeah. There's a sawmill right there. Maybe Vamy ought to go south. Pick up a sawmill, then you can actually trade resources. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. So let's have Vamy, instead of go up in this direction, we're actually going to go through these elves. We were not sure if we would take them. I remember that there is a little bit of an area here. We ought to go in that direction. We shall go in that direction. On to day 7. Kutsu says, it was -2 degrees Fahrenheit overnight, but somehow 70 degrees during the day. Oh my goodness. -2 degrees Fahrenheit to 70 degrees. That's a 72 degree swing. That's so bad. That's so bad. I had some friends and they lived in a place called Rexburg, Idaho. And Rexburg, Idaho, in the summer, one year it was crazy. It was like 102 degrees was the hottest it was that year. And then the coldest it was in the negatives. So from the summer to the winter, you experienced a temperature swing of 120 degrees, 100 and something degrees. I don't know if you want to live in a place like that. I think I'd rather live in a place, if it's going to be cold, it might as well be cold. If it's going to be hot, it might as well be hot. But to make me do both hot and cold, no. Humans were not meant for that sort of a deal. Find Phixxar. You will need to master both the might army and the hero with spells that can crush your foes. The armies against us are large. Okay, so we are back to the point where we are going to start to read some of these things. We had kind of stopped because we'd already read them once. That one we have read before, but I think that's now officially time to start picking back up with reading these opportunities. Glorious victory. I will accept these losses. Very good. Pick up the experience. Grab the tree. Vamy is going to go south. There's that sawmill we talked about. 5 of those beautiful, wonderful skeletons. Pack of fire elementals. Losses don't look acceptable. Unfortunately, 2 vampires lost is too many. We'll do a big skip. I don't know, actually. Hold on. How do you fight this? I don't think I can just hit Q to end this fight. I think I actually have to babysit this fight a little bit. Skeletons are going to attack here. So we're probably going to lose a couple here. No, we kill 3. Sprites made sure there was no problems there. Bit of damage. No vampires lost yet. 0 to 1. Okay. There's the 1 vampire lost. It's going to be an animate dead. Folks, we're officially out of animate deads. We need to find either a magic well, or we need to find some other opportunity, because we need to do a little bit better than we're doing. Last time this was phoenixes, this time this is red dragons. If these were vampire lords, we could go through this fight. As it stands, I think that we ought to be very careful. Very careful indeed. Water wheel, already been taken. We're going to pick up this +1 attack skill. And then here it is to the south. Borysser, the chase is on. Borysser, no, run! Run! Kutsu, I think, is sunk because Kutsu doesn't have the pathfinding. But I think that Borysser can maybe escape if Borysser just turns tail and just escapes. Best of luck. I'm actually rooting for you. I'm totally rooting for you. You can do it. Do you want to trade? Do you want to trade for the swamp? 8 sulfur? Do you want hydras? Hold on. This is important. Hydras can defeat ghosts. We've already got a magic well, or not a magic well, but we got a well here. If you can get the swamp, you can feasibly take... If you get the well, you can feasibly take the gold mine. That means you get you get ghosts much earlier. If you trade gold, then you're going to make your gold back much quicker. We're currently getting 2,000 gold a day. It's not a lot. Not a lot. And you're going to trade at a really horrible rate. Yeah, you could get 2 sulfur that way. Gems. Oh gosh. You could trade. You could. Ooh, don't do that. I could trade down to 7 gems. So I could get 4, 5. I can't do that. 6, 7. No. You get a total of 7 sulfur, and that wouldn't be enough. So as much as I would love to get this swamp here today, it's just not going to happen. And it's really, really sad because, oh, it's so close. So close I can taste it. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to wait. We'll pick up this hero. Maybe this hero's got something that can manage those forces, actually. So AlinaTheGnome is going to stay here. You might as well be smart with your movement points. You can just keep the 6-speed creature in the army and on to a new day. Sabora says, by the way, since we were talking about it a little bit earlier, happy holidays to all. Happy holidays to you and to everybody else. Rise to Ruins in the chat, folks. A VIP if I ever saw one. Howdy, folks. Is that the new Tundar map? My day is instantly better. Yes, Rise to Ruin, you are 1000% correct. This is the new Tundar map. Your day should be much better. My day is much better because I get to enjoy it with you all. So yes, we're having a really nice time. And we got King Phixie, who is doing the best they can to keep the kingdom together and explore into this new wild area. Will we be successful? I don't know. Are we successful? Real questions. Questions I don't have the answer to just yet. We will get there though. Let's see, how many sprites? 72. It's time to start purchasing these sprites. We've done a pretty good job of purchasing them, but all the same, 167, not too bad. I don't know if there's a problem in going up in that direction. We don't have the pathfinding, so the swamp is actually kind of a concern. This will be really difficult for me to do. Let's instead then go up in this direction. Yeah, there's plenty of nice stuff up here. Let's go grab this other nice stuff that's much more easy to access. Horde skeletons shouldn't be a problem. No, 17 skeletons for 5k gold is not acceptable. I don't want to fight this fight. And actually, well, I don't want to fight the fight. We will lose a vampire. For the first time, folks, we've lost a vampire. And this is several red dragons with a wizard staff, plus 5 spell power. No, there's no way. Vamy does have a lightning bolt and could benefit greatly from plus 5 spell power. I think that the 270 points of damage already is good enough. I will ignore this fight. We'll come back maybe later, but definitely not right now. Last time we did not go in this direction. I think we're going to go in this direction now. And if I recall, I think that there was a alchemist lab right here. Let's go here and up. Yeah, let's make this happen. Let's make this happen. But did you notice the enemies did not go up this road? They decided to try and go backwards. They actually put themselves right into harm's way in an even worse way. So we got 2 major fights here. Kutsu, it's time. My friend, it's time for me. It's time for you. Let's dance. Let's dance. And there are those 30 gargoyles yet again. I'm anticipating an immediate blind, and I'm anticipating... Oh, wait, no. I'm not anticipating a blind because of the Seeing Eye Pendant. Oh, there we go. So no blind is coming. That might have been your number one biggest trick, and it actually cost us the game in the previous play. So Kutsu should still be pretty happy about the way that they've really handled themselves on this battlefield. 1 attack, 3 defense, 8 spell power, 6 knowledge versus my 6 attack, 6 defense. Yeah, I think I like my chances here. I truly do. We'll step down with the boars. It's gonna be a cold ray. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so there is still... Kutsu's like, oh, you thought I had only 1 trick? Interesting. Yes, you have more than 1 trick. Don't love that, but I'm still respect it. I don't love it, but I respect it. And these orc chieftains are going to be stuck here a little bit. I do have this double hex attacks, which could be useful. I'm going to kill 5 to 7 here though. Lightning bolt, ouch. You got to go do damage, but you don't want the Mintarkeems to get into the orc chieftains. Like, there's so many spell points that are going to come out here. We're going to skip though. A little bit of damage there. Ogre Lords are going to step back and defeat the Sprites. The Cyclops can probably defeat up here with no problems. We don't lose immediately anyway. And then, oh, good morale is great. Good morale is not just good, it's great. Okay, losses are doing great there. You know... If I kill the centaurs, Well, I don't think that these forces can just defeat the Minotaur Kings in one turn anyway. Yeah, but if I attack here, I could maybe... I'm not going to get out of the fight one turn earlier. We got out of the fight one turn earlier. Oh, the relief. The absolute relief of saving yourself a full extra stack of troops due to a crazy cold ray and also preventing the enemy from running. That was pretty good. Book of the Elements. Doubles the effectiveness of all summoning spells. AlinaTheGnome, we need to talk. Alina, we got to talk. We got business to conclude. But we will do that later. For now, we will just sit here and we'll pretend like there's no other issues. After that previous fight, we took some major losses. I kind of want to take these dwarves. It might not be a lot though. It might not be a lot of dwarves. This is actually a really scary fight now. Hold on, what if we do this? What if we split the Orc Chieftains? Yeah, this is actually much better. Now we'll fight. Enemy has fled. Let's see if we can keep Borysser from running. Ooh, alrighty, good stuff, good stuff. After our hero says, yes, this is just weird. Going around +2 to 10 degrees Celsius and rain in the wintertime today, and it was sunny with birds and chirping, felt like spring, 4 days from Christmas. You know what? I can't tell you the last time that I had snow on Christmas. I can tell you the last time I had snow on Easter, but I can't tell you the last time I had snow on Christmas. Strange how that works out. Magic arrow, 20 points of damage. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. And yeah, you gotta kill halflings, orcs. We will take the 20 points of damage as it comes. I'm gonna keep the boars back. I'm gonna keep the cyclops back. No sense in running afoul of these ogres up here. No sense at all. And rather than attack the centaurs, I kind of just want to deal with these ogres. Yeah. Okay. In Borysser, it was a well-fought fight, but unfortunately, it's not going to last. Defender Helmet Protection +1. White Pearl, 1 and 1. You're doing pretty good there. Holy cow. Good artifacts. I appreciate the fight. Appreciate the fight. Basic luck. Very good. Very good. Yeah, two worthy opponents goes down, one right after the other. Hate to see it happen, but if it's between me and y'all, it's gotta be me. Got a family to feed. Back in the kingdom of Phixxar. Got stuff to do, places to be. Okay, 6 griffins, 10 centaurs. This should be enough to defeat these sprites. We will take this jail in just a moment. These sprites are unfortunately just gonna have to go down. And that's gonna take us on to week 3, day 2. Week 3, day 2. Oh no. Purple has been given way too much room to run. They took this castle or this town a long time ago, and we never really fought them for it. And now I'm wishing that we had. I just don't know what else I could have done to make this better. Tundar. I see you, Tundar. Folks, this is the portrait of Luna, the sorceress. Is this Luna the lunatic? Lunatic the sorceress. Here she is. Oh, but lunatic, what is this? While you do have a lightning rod and a caster's bracelet of magic and a summoned boat and a chain lightning and animate dead, you do come at the cost of 750 gold per day. That cannot be allowed to stand. So unfortunately, we're immediately gonna have to go to the tavern and we're gonna hire somebody. I guess it's gonna be Alamar the Warlock, Xenofex the Warlock, Xenofex, the might and magic, yeah, the might and magic master. Lovely. Xenofex is in the game. Great. It's not gonna be Xenofex that we use that unfortunate kind of tactic on. We're going to do it just like this. We're going to have Xenofex go and grab this artifact. We will even let him have +1 defense before he goes the way of the dodo. We will back off to here. Luna's going to hand off these very poor artifacts. And I kind of buried the lead, but with 5 phoenixes, 22 unicorns, and 45 greater druids, I mean, level 7 lunatic is actually exceptionally good. So I think that she can do a lot of good things for us. Number 1, I think that she ought to go take this castle, or rather this abandoned mine. I'll bet you if I just leave the druids behind, everything will work out just fine for me. So we'll do that. Alamar, he got to smell the ocean air. He got to use his scouting ability to just let me know that there is stuff out there. And then he's gonna be allowed to leave with his 1 centaur. Shame. Shame. And we will saddle him with our debt. He will literally be a sacrificial lamb. Best of luck, friend. Bye. And Tundar could go in this direction, but I've kind of identified an issue here. The more I let purple go without answering for their crimes, the worse off I'll be. So we need to head back in this direction. Did you note that we just picked up 6 sulfur? We were right here, and we didn't take 3 steps out of our way to go grab that a week ago, and now we lost an extra week's worth of hydras. A little bit sad. I don't think that we could have known at the time. Well, we could have known. I just didn't see far enough into the future. Orcs want to run. We're not going to let them. They're a good source of calcium for our skeleton stacks. And yeah, here is an alchemist lab for the +1 mercury per day. This is a must-have, and the steel golems and the ogres are not going to prevent us from going in that direction. So very happy for that. We'll take 1,000 experience from 1 and 2 gazebos. We will take the luck over the scouting. Front of the first circle, we're kind of backtracking a little bit, but the shield spell is very good to see. Another lightning bolt. So there's a lightning bolt here, and there's a lightning bolt here. So 2 lightning bolts, regardless of whichever direction you go. +1 defense, +1 attack. Artesian Spring for the double spell points. So we're going to have 100 spell points kind of carrying off in this northwestern direction. This feels okay. This feels just fine to me. And we have picked up, in case you haven't noticed, we picked up enough resources to get the crypt, which is a requirement for the maze. I think that we ought to make this... We are 7 ore away from getting one of these other towns upgraded. And if we do that, then we can trade, or we can get another marketplace. We can then trade for resources with 2 marketplaces. It would be really easy to say, hey, buddy, let's go get a crypt. But I think that the long-term best solution is to go for marketplaces in other castles. So we actually want to wait. We do want to pick up 7 more sulfur, or rather 7 more ore. And then we will upgrade towns into castles, and then we will trade at a much better clip. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but it's going to give you a much longer opportunity. You're going to be much better off in the long run than the short run. A couple of gargoyles or quality troops later. You tell me. Alrighty, on to day 3. And Bearded Man says, can you believe it, guys? Christmas is just a week away. Wow, Christmas is only 1 week away. 7 days. Christmas in 7 days. Can you believe it? Wow. That's another TikTok. No, I can't believe it. I don't know where the time went. Folks, I don't know where the time went. And I'm not the best at Christmas shopping and making sure that I am taking care of business long before we have to deal with, realizing that we should have been shopping in June. But all things considered, this just kind of snuck up on me. I don't know how you all feel about it, but it snuck up on me. Maybe you feel like it snuck up on you too. I wonder the best way of doing this. I think we're going to slow here. We're going to let these guys slowly creep down the battlefield. We're going to wait once, twice, 3 times. Centaurs are going to start taking some chip damage. And I think that the Vampire Lords might be able... I don't know if Vampire Lords can actually defeat these enemies. Yeah, with only 3 attack, 2 defense. Probably not, actually. Probably not. I'm still going to send them down. But I'm going to be very, very aware that we're probably going to lose 1, and we're going to have to work really, really hard. Yeah, really, really hard to prevent additional losses in the future. So here we get 1 back. Oh, we only got up to 39 HP. Okay. We don't have, in case you're wondering, we do not have an animate dead. This guy is still going to be 2 hexes. I wonder if these seal golems are going to step up and make room. I almost wonder if I should just attack now and kill 4 to 6. If you step up, you will lose forces. I'm gonna let the Vampire Lords. The Vampire Lords got themselves into this mess. I'm gonna let them do their best to get themselves out of it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life, vampires, but you shouldn't have done it, but you did. Okay. 1 more Vampire Lord goes down, so we're down to 2. We should get enough HP to get 1 back. We do. There's 7. Alrighty, at some point the Vampire Lords have to attack. These guys are pretty slow. Skeletons are going to get in. There's a bunch that just goes down there. We kill 3 to 5 with the skeletons. Not too bad. We lose 4 skeletons in retaliation. And really, I'm trying to make sure that the Vampire Lords get the opportunity to get their retaliations where they want to. Way too many vampires have gone down. That's my bad. That's my bad. But we're back up to 4 Vampire Lords with only 2 HP left. Vampires and Vampire Lords might as well attack where they can. 7 goes down to 3, and a couple of skeletons. Yeah, oof. This would all be much, much better if I just had some additional spells. That's really all I need. Vampire Lords, we saved all the Vampire Lords, but it did cost us 3 of the vampires. Very sad. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. For all my jujitsu ninja skills, was not able to get through this. So, by the way, this is Saracen the Wizard, but again, I think that this is Saracen the player as well. In the Heroes of Might and Magic community, there's the French Saracen. I believe that Tundar has probably made Saracen the Saracen here with the portrait of Saracen the Wizard. Lots of Overlords. We gotta go for this Alchemist Lab. Now, yeah, you can't go through the cave. If I wait a little bit, am I gonna get some additional spells? Yeah, not really though. Might as well just go fight. Glorious victory. Let's fight this fight. And after our hero says to Kutsu, I guess you're going to be fox food soon. He was, unfortunately. But these things do happen. Kutsu says, he has genies, I think. He'll get some licks in, perhaps. I don't know what happened to those genies. You're right. I thought he had genies. I don't know where Kutsu went. Because there was some hero that had genies. We have not seen genies in this playthrough. But in the previous playthrough, somebody had genies. What happened? What happened? Very interesting. Very interesting. And... Yep, lots of people are expressing their favorite time of the year. Bearded Man, Avatar Hero, absolutely. Trenlo says, I remember that Mr. Saracen had some genies in them. Okay, and now he doesn't. But interesting to see where heroes do and don't have these additional forces. It's going to be the slow at the top, by the way. Our hero says to Bearded Man, yes, and now with a few new members of the family and his first Christmas, going to be magical for your kiddo. Yeah, I'm so excited for all the little kiddos. As I've gotten older, I didn't realize how good of a job my parents did when I was a kid of making sure that me and my siblings had just the best Christmases ever. But we really did. We really had the best Christmases ever. And not every kid gets that. And I'm grateful that my parents really went out of their way to just make it special, because they did so at great cost to themselves. And I distinctly remember there was even one Christmas where my folks had said after a particularly good year, they were like, you know, we can't do that again. Like, we need to scale back our Christmas a little bit, because we really pulled out all the stops for our kids and it was fun and it was wonderful. But they also recognized, like, yeah, but long term, that's not going to be the play. Number one, it's just not feasible to just continue to do that. And number two, it made Christmas more about the gifts and the gift giving, and less about the time with family, and less about, you know, the reason for the season, sort of a deal. So I really appreciate the example that my folks have given me now that I'm a parent, getting to kind of see what things they did to make Christmas time special, but also not make it all about the glitter of commercialism, as Jim Carrey's Grinch would say. Brilliant! You reject your own nose to show that you reject the glitter of commercialism. Why didn't I think of that? Vamy the Vampire is now level 14, and we're going to go with this luck. +1 spell power on the luck. Pretty good, pretty good. Saracen is tough, but we can totally defeat Saracen, I think. Yeah, with all these flyers, the throng of the halflings shouldn't really survive. All right, Saracen, if we're on a collision course, then so be it. Window Ellis is here. Good morning? Question mark? Yeah, I don't even know anymore. It's like 3 p.m. here. So wherever it is for you, yeah, it might be very, very early in the morning for you. And if it is, thank you for being here, even though it's early. 1,000 gold. Pack of War Trolls. I cannot reach. Picso, you're causing me such great grief. Picso might be able to reach this artifact. Maybe we can reach it before he does. We'll go through the War Trolls. Glorious victory. We only have a steel skin. How valuable is this steel skin here? I actually don't know. Who's gonna get hit? Who are the trolls gonna focus on? Probably Orc Chiefs. Probably the top stack too. Bit of damage there. Good luck. Good morale? Nope, no good morale. 24. All right, thankfully the steel skin actually was well placed. With the 8 defense, it's still pretty valuable to have just a little bit of extra help there. We kill 1 stack at the top, 2nd stack at the top. Boars, as the 6-speed creature, are going to sit right here. We'll take the damage from the 3 trolls on the offensive. And unfortunately, yeah, we will take the ranged damage from these 2 trolls here. Still, you got to take some hits somewhere. Can't prevent all the damage all the time. And at this point, I'm just going to hit Q to end the battle. Yeah. I guess I could have done that before. But we will pick up this Major scroll of knowledge for the +3 knowledge. Visiting a local wise man, you explain the intent of your journey. He reaches into a sack and he withdraws a yellowed scroll and hands it to you. We cannot reach Picso, so this is actually impassable terrain. There's a big rock here. Based off of what I know about the map editor, this is actually very, very purposeful. And so I don't think we can actually reach Picso. I think we got to go all the way around. We can just say, hello, friend. How are you, Picso? And he will say, I don't know. Maybe he'll be happy to see us. Maybe he won't be happy to see us. Picso is a real friend of the channel, so I'm a huge fan of Picso. But in this context, when we are set against each other, we must look out for our own best interests. He must look out for his own best interests. I ought to do the same. Luna is still on the way for this abandoned mine. I'm going to take these druids. I'm going to leave everybody else out. I think that the unicorns and the phoenixes can win the day here, especially with this chain lightning. Luna has got plenty of spell points. She's going to do tons of damage with this chain lightning. Go get me a gold mine. You come upon an abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. You wish to enter? You better believe it. Better believe it. I don't think that I can avoid losing one unicorn, but I can probably avoid losing more than that. Oh yeah, that'll work for me. Surprisingly, the phoenixes are actually the ones that take the damage. What? I'm so confused. I don't know why the one ghost decided to go that direction and the other one went that direction, but okay, we will accept that. And it looks like Luna the Lunatic's going to pick up the basic diplomacy. We beat the ghosts, we restore the mine to production, and now we have a choice. You could try to take this pack of black dragons. I don't know why you'd want to be honest. Like, okay, if you fight them now, let's think about this. If you fight them now, you're going to take major losses. Attack and defense, not going to help you. Chain lightning, not going to help you. They're going to get stronger week after week after week. I think if we get the Hydras, we can win this fight. It's a pack. It's a pack. I think they're just much better off going to here and summoning a boat, getting into the water, and then Alina is going to hand off the very best of the forces that we currently have, and we're just going to let LUNATIC go and explore. That's just going to be what she does. We are going to hand off, let's see, we're going to keep the skeletons back. She does have the expert necromancy, but I don't think I want those in the army right now. I don't think that you mind having these gargoyles in the army, though. I think we'll do that. You have to consider 6 speed here or 6 speed there. I think that right now this split is going to be okay for me. Let's at least do this, though. And then let's have her just go adventure. Alina will stay behind. Alina will figure out what to do with these dragons later. Maybe she'll do something, maybe she'll do nothing. But either way, it's going to be time to trade for 1 single unit of ore. Oop. We're going to go to this barbarian castle. We're going to upgrade it. And then tomorrow we will trade for the one, or rather we will just get the marketplace. We don't even need to trade. And we will even consider, do we pick up Xenofex? Summon Earth Elemental, Animate Dead? A good hero, potentially in an okay spot. Maybe somebody that can go explore over there. If that's the case, then let's actually hire Xenofex right now. Xenofex, I don't have a mage guild for you to stay the night in, but maybe you can find enough magic points along the way to be worth your hire. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. Okay, so down we go. And the marketplace strategy is officially in full effect on to day 4. And Tundar says, there's still space for this map release for other people to join the map. If you find me on the Phixfox Discord, I am Tundar in Discord too. Perfect. Okay. And so, yeah, if you're interested in being included in this map, folks, you can be included in this very map. You got to reach out to Tundar, though. He can make some adjustments before he releases this scenario. Important to note, by the way, that my understanding is that, Tundar, you are waiting for the FHeroes2 team to make it so that through the map editor, you can piece together all of the Spritely scenarios into a big campaign. In the future, that's going to be a possibility. You can make multiple maps that are actually part of an FHeroes2 campaign. And so this is going to be a huge recommendation from Phixfox to say, yes, please include this whole campaign in the base game files. I think it's a very well done series, and I think it's very, very fun too. Well done and fun, those things go hand in hand in the best way possible. So hopefully the technical limitations will be resolved in the future. Hopefully Tundar can continue to make great maps, and we can all have a very good time enjoying all the maps that are sure to follow. Glorious victory. Losses are fine. Gems. Lucky Rabbit's Foot. I will take it. And this is, again, not passable terrain. I will take this artifact for now. An old seaman tells you of a tale of an enchanted masthead that he used in his youth to rally his crew during times of trouble. He then hands you a faded map that shows where he hid it. After much exploring, you find it stashed underneath a hidden dock. Interesting to note, if I knew that this masthead boosted my luck and morale by 1 at sea, I would not go on a treasure hunt to find it. It's not bad. I just don't think it's worth the time. That's all. That's all. This guy's like, hey, I got a really cool treasure for you. And unless you're one of those people that really likes to do geocaching or just treasure hunts in general, maybe escape rooms or kind of your kind of flavor. Oops. In that case, then sure, I'm sure that this would be a really fun time. Otherwise, we're just gonna let this guy go. We're just gonna let him do whatever he wants to do. And you keep your map. We're not interested. Not interested in what you have. Folks, you know what I am interested in? I'm interested in Cyclops guarding a jail. I think I'm gonna land here. I wasn't planning originally on kind of going out in this direction, but I am now. Looks like the losses are completely acceptable. I will keep these 2 skeletons on Luna for the moment. Maybe I will take forces from this jail, and they can just keep the skeletons for themselves. Going to be another obelisk. It looks like there is a... Oh boy. If this is the wizard castle, I think it was the red player? The orange player. This might be the orange player's main area that we're not too far away from. That's kind of interesting. Alina must stay put. She can, I suppose, just have the fastest creatures here. But before the end of the week, let's hope that we can get her into the... at least the Hydras. With 2 marketplaces, do we trade now? I think we do. I think it's a little bit too far away to trade for other things. So it's now going to save us 6 sulfur, or rather 6 gems to get this amount of sulfur. Here we go. Swamp it is. And we will have plenty of gems to get the maze. We do still need 10 more ore to get the crypt as a prerequisite. So we're still working on making our purchases. It's day 4 on to day 5. And Chris is in the chat. Hello, Chris. Lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to see you there. Lots of wonderful people from the UK. Always a pleasure to have you here. It's a respite from the dimness of the long nights in winter, says Chris. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm happy that we can see that even though there's times of darkness, like there's a season to everything, right? There's a season for the sun. There's a season for the night. It's just what we got, right? That's life. And the respite, though, we know that even the darkness will not last. There's lots of war trolls. There's a few black dragons. It's almost a new week. I do want the Xanadu. We're level 13. We're going to go straight through this few black dragons for all this treasure. I think it's time that we actually pick up not only the Xanadu, but also the Dragon City. Can we defeat the Dragon City? No. If we had all of these dwarves, oh my goodness. If we had all the dwarves, we could do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hire... yeah, let's have it be Natasha, because she doesn't cost 750 gold per day like Alamar does. Oh... And then let's actually send her up. She's going to keep these dwarves. Sure, why not? Because there's lots of battle dwarves here. If she picks up this lightning bolt... Yeah, if she picks up the lightning bolt, I think she can maybe go through the dwarves. They'll resist the spell a couple times. There's archers' houses. That'll help. There's goblins. Yeah, she'll pick up forces along the way. And then she will eventually bring these dwarves up to the front. There is this hill fort. I can turn dwarves into battle dwarves. Maybe I wait on the Dragon City for 1 extra day. I think that that's what we're going to need to do. We're going to need to wait for 1 additional day. Tree of Knowledge, is it free? Nope. 2,000 gold, not going to do it. Nope. Gold is still valuable. Even at this point. Wow. Phixxar. We found Phixxar. Phixxar has been featured in previous Heroes maps. She has been a thorn in my side. She has been the bane of my existence. She's been the toughest, big bad evil guy that we've ever had to deal with. And now I'm in a bit of a rough spot here, folks. I've got 2 heroes here and only 1. Oh gosh, we got 2 heroes here and only 1 hero that can sail away. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. Alrighty, well. we found our ore mine, +1 ore per day. We found mercury. All of a sudden, oh my goodness. Imagine if we weren't able to get the resources to upgrade rest. It could have very easily been that we're just stuck. Wow. Okay, well, unfortunately, I said that Luna would keep the skeletons just in case B needed them. I think at this point that we're gonna let her keep the lightning rod because I don't know if there was a lightning bolt over here. But we're gonna trade over all these really good forces. Yeah, crazy. All these really good forces. And Luna's gonna hope that she can summon another boat. So Phixxar is gonna hop back into the boat. Luna's gonna get out of the way to here. Back into the boat you go. And is there another free boat? We summoned the boat that was right here. Is there another free boat for Luna to summon? There is. Okay, so both heroes are going to get to sail away. Very good. Whew. Now, here's the question. Here's the question. 2 attack, 2 defense, not too bad. 30 phoenixes, all these dwarves. I think it's time. I think it's time that we attack this pack of black dragons. Before they get to be even bigger, I think you've got to attack right now. So that's the direction we're heading. That's what we'll do. I don't love that there's going to be some losses, but it's almost as if you had messed up and if you had attacked with Luna, sure, you might have won, but then you would have immediately realized your folly and you would have learned the value in just being patient. Just a little bit more patience would lead you never astray. 3 and 4, the losses are acceptable, except we got some big enemies coming our way. I almost think that Tundar is not strong enough at this point to prevent the losses that are coming. And believe you and me, there are losses that are definitely coming our way. Okay. All right, vampires are where vampires will be. I don't know who these 5 vampires are going to attack, given that the ranged creatures are all covered up. It looks like they go for the boars. I'm a little bit surprised at that, actually. I say a little bit. I'm actually very surprised. Very surprised indeed. We'll kill 1 to 2 here with the boars. Not bad. Not bad. Let's not double hex ourselves into oblivion. The little zzz attack is too strong. It's too powerful. We're gonna lose 2 orcs. No, 1 orc on this retaliation. Everybody else is sort of waiting, and the vampires are gonna put themselves into harm's way here in the northern part of the battlefield, here to the topmost position. Somehow we lost way more forces in this fight than the AI said that we would. I don't get it, but then again, I guess I don't have to. It is what it is. I think that the enemy's already picked up all these halflings. I think that there's no more halflings in this hole. That was part of why Saracen had so many halflings. I might have put myself in harm's way. Picso is a little bit too close. He's only got a few bone dragons. But Tundar doesn't have a lot of opportunities. He doesn't have a lot of ways to kind of counteract that. He's got a steel skin. I think you're best off making sure you can steel skin all those forces. You might... I don't know. But I'm anticipating a major fight here. If we lose, we're actually okay. If I could, I'd go back to these ruins here and here. I didn't think the Picso was so close. I might have just cost myself. We will have to see what Picso decides to do. But I'm still, I think, going to go in this direction. Yeah, through the Black Dragons. Yes, through the Black Dragons we go. Glorious victory. Losses don't look great, but 4 Black Dragons, let's take them out before 4 turns into 6. After our hero to Savora says, thanks, his kid is 9 months by now, actually climbed via the babysitter up onto the couch today. You should have seen his face, the look of pure victory. So how unstable is your cute little kid, Avatar? Like, is he really solid in the way that they can stand up? Or is your kiddo like pretty loosey-goosey still? I know that they just kind of sat up for the first time or stood up, sort of a deal, but yeah, interested to know, are they sturdy, or are they still kind of getting their sea legs under them? Let me know. I'm interested to know. Losses are going to be pretty bad. That's okay. I'm okay with that happening there, though. We're going to learn, if you're completely surrounded, what happens if you mirror image. Looks like it jumps 2 hexes, which I'm okay with. 115 HP, 393. There's no retaliation here, so I can't make the dragons actually hurt themselves. Looks like my big stack of sprites is going to do 90 to 178 damage, so you kind of want to Do you want to risk it? I'm going to risk it and hope that we can kill this dragon here. We can. I'm going to hope that this other stack can actually just do damage. Do you want to kill? I think I'm just going to stab dragons here with the archers. Dwarves are going to do a little bit of damage, a little bit of chip damage. Do we kill one dragon here? It's highly likely. Not quite. We did not kill him. Very surprising. There's the double hex attack. I knew that the mirror image would elicit a sort of response. I'm glad it did, but I wasn't incorrect on that. 10 elves. I think you actually just want to take out the one dragon. Even though the dragon's already taken its turn, I still think that you want to do that. Sprites, 99 of them. They're going to kill... Yeah, they're going to kill Black Dragon here. Should I... Oh, 99 archers are about to go. They're going to unload on this dragon. Okay, and that's going to be the fight. So it says that it was an extra 119 sprites. It wasn't. That was the mirror image. So 20 archers, call it 70 sprites. Losses are fine. Losses are fine. We even get one additional friend. Go be free. Go be free. Tell people near and far of King Phixxar and his exploits here in this beautiful land of Spritely. Very good. Mandigal, not too big of a deal. Purple hero, it's all going to come down to this. This is highly concerning. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Picso's going to be a tough hero. Oh, I'm so scared. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. We'll make a couple of purchases because why not? We are getting, again, 1 ore per day. So, you know, being able to upgrade here is going to happen at some point if you want to be patient. We probably don't want to be patient, but there's no other purchases to make. Folks, we just have to see what Picso's going to do to us. Picso, be kind. Picso, be gentle. Picso, remember your anger management techniques. Picso! And Picso was very kind and granted us a huge reprieve. Oh my goodness, Tundar is loving life. If Picso didn't attack, which they didn't, if Picso not attacking there actually lets me recruit 10 Medusa and then more. We get the spell power. Alongside the remains of a burnt witch lies a beautiful brooch, intricately designed, approaching the corpse with caution. You add the brooch to your inventory, +3 spell power, very good. Look at the crystal because it's right here. But already, however much stronger you got here, I got much stronger because I'm going to pick up at least 10 extra Medusa and probably more. So letting the enemy give me some additional time actually goes really, really well for me. I'll pick up the Demon Cave. Looks like somebody eventually defeated it. All right. And we enter into an arena and face a pack of vicious lions. Folks, if you entered into an arena and you had to face a pack of vicious lions, do you think that you could handily defeat them? I still love that Vamy says, well, it depends. Is it 10 or is it 19? Because it's a pack. But one way or the other, we handily defeat them, and that we do that to the wild cheers of the crowd. Impressed by our skill, the aged trainer of gladiators agrees to train us in the skill of our choice. I wish I knew what my stats were at the moment. I don't think the defense can ever hurt you. 5 and 10. I guess we should have gone for the attack. Oh well. We'll pick up the Xanadu. The butler admits us to see the master of his house. He trains us in the 4 skills a hero should know: +1 attack, defense, spell power, and knowledge. Very good. Trunk of gold. A noblewoman separated from her traveling companions asks you for your help. After escorting her home, she rewards you with a bag filled with gold. 750 gold per day. Very good. And look at this, 8 additional ore. All of a sudden, the crypt is very well in hand. What day is it? Day 6? So if we pick up the crypt today, then we can pick up the maze first thing in the morning. So in that case, folks, it looks like we're going to end up trading for 1 single unit of mercury. Mercury traded for ore. Crypt. And then tomorrow we shall pick up the Minotaur's maze, the labyrinth, as it were. By the way, I don't know if I shared this, but my kid the other day, for the very first time, I had him watch the movie Labyrinth with David Bowie as the Goblin King and Jennifer Connelly as, I forget her name, but it's Jennifer Connelly. Some actresses and actors, they can play a character and I know who the character is. Other actors and actresses, I just see that person. Daniel Day-Lewis can turn into anybody, right? Like Daniel Day-Lewis, like I don't even realize I'm watching Daniel Day-Lewis. Oh, there's somebody else. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Oh, it's one of my favorites. Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman for me can turn into anybody. Unfortunately, Meryl Streep, when I see Meryl Streep, I just think of Meryl Streep, right? Oh, there's so many actors and actresses that it's weird that some of them can just blend in the background or the forefront and become whoever. And other people, I just see that actor or that actress. Yeah, interesting. Jennifer Connelly, I don't see whoever she's playing. I just see Jennifer Connelly. Alrighty, I'm sure that this graveyard's been taken. We're gonna see about this Tree of Knowledge though. 2,000 gold for Vamy. Vamy, I got you. Vamy, you're worth 2,000 gold. I will definitely allow you to get upgraded. You got it. Don't even worry about it. Don't even mention it. Don't even mention it. There's this observation tower here. We're gonna have Vamy go grab that. Luna is gonna get into the boat. Proto's continuing to explore. Oh, it's Xenofex, excuse me. Xenofex is gonna continue to explore. This is definitely, they're definitely not doing their Might and Magic world speedrun record here. We're really capsizing through the beach in a very slow manner at the moment. But typically Xenofex is a high quality speedrunner. Treehouse, good, good. Magic Garden, take it. Lean to. Remember, we do want these archers' houses because we got to defeat dwarves to the north in just a moment or two. Toba, by the way, says, happy holidays to everyone, folks. Happy holidays to everybody. Frenlo says, it's been pretty warm here, around 0 degrees Celsius to negative 10 degrees Celsius. No, 0 degrees Celsius to just 10 degrees Celsius. That's pretty warm, isn't it? Yeah, I'm an American, so if it's not in Fahrenheit, I don't know what it is. People are like, oh, it's like 6 centimeters, and I'm like, let me go get my tape measure. sorry, it's my American schooling. But yeah, 10 degrees Celsius doesn't sound too bad. Okay, Phixxar is gonna fight this fight. I'm gonna fight the fight. I want to fight this fight so I can make sure it goes exceptionally well. And say Boris says, wow, the yellow. Yes, the yellow player is causing me some grief. Oh, look at this. We do have Resurrect True, I just realized. So we shouldn't lose any Phoenixes at all, should we? I don't know if we're going to lose no Forces at all, but we're going to lose no Phoenixes at least. At least. I don't know if the enemy is going to try to attack these Greater Druids. I guess not. I'm a little bit surprised at that. Yeah, it looks like we're going to do one Resurrect True. We're gonna bring all these Phoenixes back to life in just a moment. I should have... I say should have. I couldn't have gotten the double hex attack off. The unicorns couldn't have reached here. I would have ended up hitting somebody. Black dragons are gonna get to go. I can't stop it. I think you have to cast the Resurrect True now. And then maybe you just lose one Phoenix on this retaliation. Oh no, look, dwarves. Oh, cool. So what if I do this? But what if I just go skip, 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 skip? Dwarf lives matter. Dwarf lives matter. Perfect. Everybody's around. 3,000 experiences. 1,000 attack there. Good. And on we go to a new day. Day 6, remember, we're going to first thing in the morning pick up this maze. It's amazing how much has happened since we said that we were going to pick up the maze. I almost forgot that it was not even a new day. On to new day. Kutsu says, California or Hawaii weather, please. Without California or Hawaii prices. Man, I wish. Oof, I wish. It would sure be nice. It would sure be nice. I do wonder what it would be like to live in paradise every day. Wouldn't you just get used to it? I think it's fair to say that you would just get used to living in paradise. And I know that no matter where you go, there's going to be some ups, there's going to be some downs, but still, it feels like it'd be really nice if we could just enjoy life without worrying about the weird. Okay, here's the deal, folks. Bone dragons. It looks like the loss is pretty extensive. 8 spell power from Picso. Vamy, I kind of want to just run. You've got diplomacy? Basic diplomacy. If I just surrender right now, it's like 9k gold. But then I get to keep all these vampires. I think I want to do this. I think I just want to escape. Because this army can clear out so much like neutral stuff. But if I take one additional round of combat, or like a chain lightning, or like a lightning bolt, or something, then the army is much worse off. I think I just surrender immediately. And I think I rehire Vamy here on day 7. Where to rehire is the question. I think you definitely want to keep Vamy here on the mainland. So Vamy, it was a tactical retreat, and I'm grateful that you were smart, very, very wise about your capabilities and retreating. It need not have happened if I just simply given you additional spells. My bad. My bad. There's only one magic well up here somewhere. I forget where it's at. It's right in the very middle. It's really far away. It's like really far away. Alternatively, I could sit here and wait 5 days to get a mage guild. I don't think that that's gonna work for me. Let's go in this direction instead. What if the vampires join us? We tried. We tried. And Avatar Heroes is happy that we've caught the stream. I'm so very happy. I'm glad that this is cozy for you. I'm having a really nice time myself. So if you're having a nice time, if everybody's here is having a good time, then my goals are accomplished. My goals are accomplished. What do I get out of streaming, folks? Honestly, I get to spend some really nice, high quality time with all of you. I've made no secret about it in the past, and I will continue to make no secret about it, that I enjoy streaming because I get to spend, I get something out of this. I get to talk to all you. I think that there's a great many wonderful people here. My day goes better. My week goes better when I get to stream. 2-3 weeks ago, we were sick and we weren't able to stream. And it was good for me to focus on getting healthy and getting better. But the rest of my week did not go as well. And I do believe it's because we missed out on the stream. So, yeah. If you get to feel cozy vibes, imagine how it makes me feel. Imagine how it makes me feel. Me and my little Santa hat. All right, +1 spell power for the standing stones, and I'm gonna make, let's see, I'm gonna go through this pack of golems. We did send, who is it? Natasha. We sent her all the way south because I didn't want to send her through these golems, but at some point very soon, very, very soon, she's going to probably be able to go north in this direction. I guess she could pick up peasants, goblins. You might as well. Vamy is probably going to be the one to defeat the dwarves now, actually, all things considered. Highly likely, anyway. Okay. And Xenofex is continuing on. Bloodlust. Good, good. Lots of boars. A little bit more than he can handle. Oh, but if you do get through the boars, like, if you can get through the boars, you don't have a summon Earth Elemental. You don't have the spell points for it. But if we can get through the boars, then we get the halflings. Halflings then let you roll into other forces. There are peasants. All right, this is going to be silly, but we're actually going to pick up these peasants. We'll see how many peasants we get. 1, 2, 3, 4 huts. I wish I'd been picking them up this whole time. The nomads could be useful. I would actually really enjoy it if the nomads gave you the special ability where they acted as guides in the middle of poor terrain and reduced the penalty in the desert. I think that that's one of my favorite things about the nomads from Heroes of Might and Magic 3. And I would really, really actually enjoy seeing that in Heroes 2. I think that'd be fun. Okay, Picso is too far away. Picso escaped. I knew that Picso was clever. I knew it, you knew it, we knew it, we knew it. And now, fortunately for Picso, he's given up this really nice mage guild. It's got a blind, a death ripple, disrupting ray. This is pretty good. Even happy to see the magic arrow. For a hero that only had steel skin just a second ago, this is actually really, really nice. 6 knowledge, 9 spell power. Yeah, we will sit here overnight. We're going to leave our slowest creatures in the castle, just so first thing in the morning we can set off. There is an unknown hero up here. There was Tyro, who is a knight, not too far away. Where they are, I'm not too sure, but I'm going to be a little bit interested to see about that. And then there's this Earth Summoning Altar. I wonder if I can go through the Earth Summoning Altar. No, it looks like this is kind of the end of the road here. It's day 7, folks. If you want to attack right now and pick up dragons, you can do that. You can do that. You got 3 magic mirrors. It's so many dragons. 6 and 11. We just defeated 4 single stacks. This is too many dragons. We cannot in good faith make this fight happen. We must escape. We must leave these dragons for another week, but I'm sure that the day will come that we do take them out. Folks, something very special has happened. My friend and yours, Mushanki Pei, is in the chat with a raid. Thank you so much, Mushanki Pei, for being here. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome. How are you? I hope that you're doing very well. Hope you're very happy. We're having a very festive sort of a time here on this Phix Spritely's expansion, Phixxar type of map. And yeah, we're having a good time here. How are you, though? I'm very, very, very far behind on chat. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to get caught up on chat, so I'm not ignoring you. Mushanki Pei, I'm just trying to get my way down to the chat because I'm about 30 minutes behind. Whoops. About 30 minutes, I think, is actually a very conservative estimate. Oh. Okay. All right. Made it through. All right. And it's a new week. Month 1, week 4, day 1. am I due for another break? I think I'm actually due for another break, folks. Yeah, I'm due for another break. It's 3.5 hours in. I'm due for another break. Okay, so let me get caught up on chat and then we'll take a 5-minute break. And yeah, Kutsu handed off the genies. It looks like you're completely correct, or didn't get them this time. Maybe, I don't know. Borysser says the challenge is on. Yeah, the challenge was on, and we've kind of gotten to this point now. Okay, Tundar says something quite funny to me, that the sprites alone can stall the starting hero for so long. Yeah. So Tundar is mentioning these sprites down here. It's amazing that AlinaTheGnome actually had to wait 2 full weeks to get there. So small forces, but the longer you wait, the worse off it would have been. I don't know. I think that was a good way of making sure that we had to get to this point where we could get the ore, get these forces, and only now are we getting into the water. And I'm excited to see where this is going to take us in the future. So good map design, Tundar. I really, really like that. Avatar Hero says, I happiest now. You, okay. He says that is Crag Hack poetry. Crag Hack apparently talks like a caveman, and I'm here for it. I'm not against that. I think that might be pretty accurate. Kutsu agrees, good fight. Even though Kutsu did end up losing the fight over here, Kutsu, it was a good fight. I'm happy to hear that was a good fight. After Hero says, hey guys, I want to vet a tactic I thought of yesterday. No encounter plus teleport. So number 1, you attack with hydras, vampires, or sprites. Number 2, you teleport them just outside of reach of the enemy. And number 3, you do this so you can repeat. I don't think I've ever seen this being implemented. Would it work well? So if I'm understanding you use a force that has no retaliation. You attack, and then another fast creature gets to go before the enemy takes their turn to retaliate, or not even retaliate, but just to take their turn to attack. And then you spear that big stack away of your own using the teleport outside of the reach of the enemy. Absolutely, that 100% works. Let's see. The only reason it doesn't work sometimes is due to turn order and due to speed. But otherwise, it's a perfect strategy. Like, more than just reasonable, I think it's exceptional. I do think you run into some issues when it's like the hydras. No, you can even do the hydras. You can have, say you have 1 phoenix and then a huge stack of hydras. Let the hydras get into range of the enemy. You have to be pretty careful with it. Get into range of the enemies, attack with the hydras, and then once the phoenix turn, then you teleport them away. The only problem is that you're better off doing it with vampire lords because of their 5 speed. It's much easier to manage this if you do faster creatures than slower creatures, is what I think. But I like the idea. In fact, that might even be useful for... Unfortunately, it's not very useful for like dragons. It might be useful, yeah, any flying creature it's not going to work particularly well against. Actually, it would work exceptionally well against hydras. If you have a gigantic stack of hydras and you have that opportunity, I think that would be really, really good. I'd actually like to see that. So yeah, there you go. I like the idea. You're thinking of things in a good way. I like the way you're thinking. Who says, there she is. She brought some nice taxes. How thoughtful. Yeah. She's here, but the taxes, they had to go. So I don't know, it was Alamar. I think it was Alamar that we hired and then got rid of. Yeah, very, very sad to see them go. Not 1, but 2 friends. Kutsu the Warlock, level 10. Kutsu, look at you with your blind and lightning bolt. Yeah, you are a tough guy. You are a tough cookie. 8 spell power, 6 knowledge, very good. And then Avatar Hero, here you are, level 3, with the attack and the defense, and the logistics and the leadership. Yeah, and some of my favorite spells. Perfect. It's good to see our 2 heroes out here. And we're gonna have to see who we can hire and who makes the most sense. As I said before, there's no such thing as favorites here. So it's all about the tactics. By the way, did you realize that we forgot to get the maze on day 7? I'll pick it up now, but anyway, that did happen. My bad. And yeah, Tundar, rather pay $750 than just screw Alamar. Yeah, no, Alamar, sucks to be you, man. Kutsu says, I was thinking the same thing, Tundar, and it was all in the interest of refreshing the heroes available. Totally. And Tundar, the tax liens are not to the last scenarios. There's been a lot of tax liens. Kutsu says, I'm enjoying the design of the terrain on this map. Lots of strips of beach or swampland in between the better terrain to slow down the heroes just enough. Like this, for example, I really enjoyed this long sort of swampy area. And if you've noticed, the heroes cannot path in that area particularly well. Here, for example, here, good use of terrain. And it also makes a really interesting sort of map. If we, let's see, if we just cast few towns because it's fun to do. This kind of gives us a good little overview. I mean, the map looks very, very well done. I like the way that the trees align and fight each other. I like the way that the road is mostly on dirt. In fact, it's pretty much all dirt. If you look at the little mini map, I think that there's some beautiful sort of just way that this is outlined. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. And funny enough, this actually looks like and reminds me of Warcraft 2. Funny enough, some of those Warcraft 2 maps that are some of my all-time favorites, this map just reminds me of those a tiny bit. I'm not playing, I just keep getting caught up here. Tundar says, did Phixfox not check Luna's spellbook properly? I know that she's got the Chain Lightning, she got the Summon Boat, she got Animate Dead. I guess I should keep the skeletons on her. Yeah, she's got the Summon Boat and Chain Lightning. Yeah, we eventually got there. I'm just that far behind. Oh, yeah, we eventually got the spells. This is how far I am behind. Oh my goodness. Avatar Hero says, view the Sandro spell? Maybe, I don't know. Tundar says, Kutsu ditched the genies for the sprites, if I recall correctly. Okay, good stuff. And Kutsu mentioned back in the conversation about parents and making a nice Christmas for people that they got TVs, PS5s, etc. for the kids that year. And this year, there's nothing new that they really need or want. Yeah, if there's nothing new, it's like, hey, we're just gonna spend time together. And time is the best deal. Avatar Hero says, regarding the glitter of commercialism, as I work in retail, I'm allergic to marketing and manipulative tactics to absorb people's hard-earned money and leave them feeling good about it. Evil sorcery. Yeah. There are people out there, though, that they've turned shopping therapy into an actual thing. There's a lot of people, unfortunately, that like treat yourself mentality. I think that a lot of us maybe could fall prey to the idea of, hey, I've done something hard or I'm going through something difficult, and so I deserve to have a burrito taxi, like to have DoorDash or something send something to me. I've never used DoorDash in my life, but I could see how it'd be really, really easy to say, you know what, I've had a hard day. I deserve that $10 coffee from Starbucks. And the problem is that you get addicted to it, like you're using it as a coping mechanism. And so you actually like end up feeling good about the shopping therapy, even though it's stuff maybe you don't really need long-term, you don't really want it. I don't know. Just throwing that out there that, man, yeah, people got to make money, and getting people a product that they really want, I'm all for that. I think that sounds great. But when you start to get into the manipulative tactics, I think that there's a big issue there. That's the reason why you're never going to see me do a gambling sponsorship or anything like that, because I just disagree with it on a moral level, and I think it's absolutely despicable. So, yeah. Just in case we're all wondering, if I ever do get any kind of sponsorships or something, it will only be for something I actually believe in. So, there you go. After Hero says, +1 here, vote for the Spritely campaign. Hooray! Yes, absolutely. Kutsu says, imagine if the One Piece MacGuffin is just the masthead. It's just the masthead. No. That's it. 500 million pages for this. That'd be horrible. Does the Demon Cave empty out even if the hero attempting it fails? No. So somebody actually had to come back here later and go back through the Demon Cave. I must have just lost track. Kind of interesting how that works. Tundar says, should be available now. I wonder if the prize grows. If it's more than 2k, they can both sail. Or if it's more than 2k, if the prize grows for the Demon Cave. That's interesting. I don't know the answer to that. That's interesting. But yeah, they can both sail. So there is a situation for LUNATIC and for Phixxar. They both were able to hire boats and get out of there. Very, very good. And Sandra the Peasant Killer says, yeah, Luna, the MVP girl. I mean, Sandra the Peasant Killer. She's your girl at this point. You'd have to be okay with that for sure. Chris says, okay, dude and dudesses, I'm off to bed. Good night, all. Chris, have a wonderful night. Lovely to have you here. Take very good care of yourself. If you're not already gone, we will catch you next time. As he says, I would have to see the lion stats. Guessing that they'd be equivalent to tier 3 or tier 4 units and double attack like wolves, so rather impressive. Yeah. Lions in the game would actually be really, really cool. That'd be really, really cool to see like a beast faction. And you just have some of these creatures that don't really fit anywhere else. Like, yeah, lions. Okay, what about this? Circus factions. A circus faction, your tier 6 creature is like an evil clown. You've got tame lions and bears. You've got like a ringmaster that's like a tier 3 creature that can summon other units. Yeah, somebody else, make this happen. More high quality people than me, make that happen, please. And Man, I am so far behind on chat. And Kutsu says, oh no, Phixfox, LOL, Labyrinth. Scared the heck out of me at a much older age than my 5-year-old kid. Yeah, the guys who pulled off their heads, that was actually crazy, scary. And I was preparing my kid for it, and I was trying to like make it funny as that point came up. He still didn't think it was very, very funny, but he's not old enough to realize how scary that is. There's a certain age level that makes things more scary than they actually are. Or you comprehend how scary something actually is. I think that in a couple of years, he's going to realize just how scary that scene was. Hopefully, I've not scarred him for life, but if I have, remember, it is my fatherly duty. My dad let me watch Evil Dead when I was just a young kid. I think I was probably like 8 or 9, and he had me watch Evil Dead, which is Bruce Campbell gets his arm cut off, and he attaches a chainsaw to it and fights the Deadites. Yeah. Good parenting, Dad. Did I turn out okay? I turned out okay. It's all right. After our hero says to the real Phixfox, my kid is much more active than his brother by this time and more daring, tumbling around. It grants him agility. He can stand by himself for some seconds and will walk any day now. Then life will get a whole lot funner. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Because of course this was in response to, is your kid steady and stable? Yeah. I'm happy to hear that he's got some good legs under him. It'll be happy to see those kids just go crazy. I'm looking forward to the day when I have to put the gates back up in my little home to prevent my kid from getting into stuff they shouldn't get into. And Avatar Hero agrees that 100% Gary Oldman is a pure actor genius. I'm glad that I'm on the same page with you on that. Chris says, quick question. Have you seen Dark City with Jennifer Connelly in it? It was a film that came out before The Matrix. No, I have not. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, Jennifer Connelly. I like Jennifer Connelly. I like her as an actress. Good stuff. But no, I've never seen Dark City. If it's anything like The Matrix, though, it'd be worth a watch for sure. For the first time, folks, the other day, I actually ended up watching Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner. And so after I watched the new Blade Runner, I had to go back and watch the old Blade Runner. I forgot how much I liked the original Blade Runner. Like some of those early shows, those early science fiction type stuff, good shows. Man, the 80s and 90s were interesting for movies, though, weren't they? In some ways, I like what the 80s and 90s did. In some ways, I'm like, the gratuitous nudity was not my favorite. Not my favorite at all. But like the combination of emerging special effects with computers and also the dedication to practical effects made for some really cool things. So yeah, 80s movies, 90s movies, there's some good stuff out there. Oh, and Chris is on his phone in bed. Yeah. Bryce Derwin says, yeah, and there's always those actors that went into one role and that's always their persona now. I can't remember his real name, but Jack Sparrow is a huge example. Yeah, Johnny Depp, Chris says, yeah. So yeah, and Johnny Depp had a lot of amazing movies before. He was What's Eating Gilbert Grape, for example. Yeah, Johnny Depp, very, very established actor, but that one is like the role that he's like known for now. Yeah, definitely. Or Sylvester Stallone, absolutely, yeah. You hear Sylvester Stallone, you think of Rocky immediately. At least I do. Kutsu says, my favorite fun Jennifer Connelly fact is that she voiced Karen, the Jarvis AI in the Spider-Man suit, while her husband Paul Bettany is actually Jarvis and Vision. I love that. I had no idea that Jennifer Connelly voiced Karen. That's so cool. It's so cool. And I did not know she was married to Paul Bettany. No, she's not. Hold on. Oh, no. It was somebody else. Who was I? It was Kevin Kline. Somebody brought up a Kevin Kline movie. Oh, it was Dave. Somebody brought up Dave the other day, which is the show where there's a random person that is the stand-in for the president of the United States. The real president of the United States has like a heart attack and they're rushed to this underground bunker. And so then this doppelganger who's meant to make it appear like the president is still around, they're kind of stuck in this role and then they go off script. Anyway, it's Kevin Kline. And I realized, I searched up Kevin Kline, and I found out Kevin Kline is married to Phoebe Cates. Of course, everybody knows Phoebe Cates from the famous scene in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right? So interesting, yeah, because it's Jennifer Connelly married to Paul Bettany, and for a second I had Jennifer Connelly and Phoebe Cates mixed up for just a second. Anyway, weird how I don't pay attention to celebrities really that much. I really don't, and yet here I am knowing as much information as I do. Weird. Tundar, Dwarven lives matter. Absolutely. We saved them with that Resurrect True. Very happy for it. And Avatar Hero, do they though? Kidding. They're here and they're doing great. They're doing great. And Tundar says there's a well next to Xenofex hiding in the trees. What? I'm so glad I read chat up to this point. Oh my goodness, you're totally right. There's a magic well here right next to Xenofex. Oh my goodness, my life is so much better. Thank you, I appreciate that. We're still gonna pick up some of these peasants, but not all of these peasants. That's crazy. And there we go, Furfine and Mushankipe. Folks, we finally made it. We're finally to the point where we know what's going on with chat. That's crazy. And there's still so much more to go. Folks, would you be interested in just doing a day where we don't play games and we literally are in the just chatting category? Oh my goodness, there's so much to chat about. Hello, Furfine, always a pleasure to see you there. And Mushankipe, the man, the myth, the legend, thrilled to see you there. New Spritely map? Yes, there is. And I'm sure that Tundar is going to post this to the FHeroes2 Discord as soon as possible. Thrilled for it. And yeah, well, Avatar Hero says, let them find me here, says the magic well. Mwahaha. Mushankipe says, I'm fine, hyped to see a new Tundar map. I have a few maps to catch up on from the FHeroes2 Discord. I'll have to work on that. Yes, I love that there's so many great map makers making so many wonderful maps. Good stuff. And yeah, we'll see you around Furfine, and we'll see you another day, another time. Chris says, has anyone got this? I have a great collection item from Heroes of Might and Magic 30th Anniversary Edition. Yes, so I don't think that the link will work. Sorry about that. But yeah, Chris has shown me the Anniversary Edition. It looks like it's beautiful artwork. It details the Heroes of Might and Magic series, really. It's not just Heroes of Might and Magic 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or beyond, but just kind of gives that long-range retrospective, beautiful artwork in there. It's one of those books that I would more than just like to have on the shelf. I would like to have it so that way I can enjoy it. So yeah, I'd love to have that book for myself. And Chris, it's a really cool book. I really enjoy that. Tundar the Peasant Killer says, the real Phixfox, my dear sir, while listening to your stream, I got inspired to do another Heroes 5 map. Lovely! I'm so glad that you have. I'm so sorry I've not gotten back to the Heroes 4 map, but I love that you're still working on maps. Map makers everywhere, unite, and we all appreciate you. Phixfox wife says, cute Santa hat. Thanks, my dear. Thanks. And Tundar says, one of your viewers didn't like river crossing roads, so I opted to have no roads in the river crossing. I remember that conversation, but I forget who it was. But yes, the rivers and the roads, if they cross, I would love it if the map would automatically generate something of a bridge. I think that that'd be really, really nifty to see just a bridge appear wherever roads and bridges do cross. Kutsu says, I've seen the preview on the Dark Horse website, Chris. Looks like it would be a nice collector's item. Yes, nice collector's item, and as Kutsu says, a very fun read. Absolutely. Very well put together, Chris says. So Chris says it's worth your time. And Phixfox wife says to all, happy holidays, hope all is well. And no, the link did not show. Cassandra the Peasant Killer says, in case you may be in the mood, maybe one day for some Heroes 5 customs, then be my guest to try it out. Lovely. I like it. Thank you, Cassandra the Peasant Killer, for the invitation. 100%. Kutsu says, Tundar thinking about how he can make Phixfox choose a favorite of his maps. You just got to add Phixfox wife. If Phixfox wife ever gets added to a map, that would be deep lore. Random FHeroes2 players in the future will be like, who is this Phixfox wife? Who's this person? Yeah, you would have to have like explanation maps that would just kind of detail all of that. Very interesting, fun stuff. Okay. I'm really trying to get to the break, folks, and then we'll pick this back up. 10 minutes of getting caught up on chat. My goodness, I love it. I'm grateful for all of you being here. Sandra asks, was this played on multiplayer, the map in today's stream? This is single player map. We are up against green, red, yellow, orange, and purple. They are all allied against us. But no, this is just me. Someday we'll do everybody against everybody, but not today. In Avatar Hero, woohoo, there I am. Yes, indeed. So there is Kutsu, in case we missed it once. And then, of course, there is Avatar Hero. Lovely to see both of you. Spiffing, rather smashing, I must say so myself. Yeah, Kutsu says, no gacha game sponsorships for me? Yeah, no way. Not happening. Chris says, lions? Instead you get behemoths, LOL. Behemoths would actually be perfect in that situation. For like a circus faction, that would be kind of cool. I would like that. Circus faction, Kutsu says, if you've ever played Might and Magic 2, you know the absolute horror that is running into a group of jugglers at a low or mid-level complete party wipe will happen. I have not played Might and Magic 2, but the fact that there is some precedence for a circus faction would actually that actually blows my mind. I love that. That is great. I love that. Mwah. The fact that I sniffed that one out makes me so very happy. And Avatar Hero 2, my dear sweet wife, says, yes, I'm well. My youngest and fiance are a little under the weather, though. Hopefully it drops off before Christmas. Better now than later, maybe. And yes, my family as well. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see. Chris says, last modern film I've ever seen is Predator Badlands. Really enjoyed it. I was talking about the new Blade Runner. Yeah. And Tobal agrees. Yeah, Blade Runner is one of their all-time favorite cyberpunk movies. Yeah, heck yeah. And the new one I liked especially because the director had the balls to make it as slow-paced as the original. What a good way of putting it. Like there's been some sequels and revamps, and the tone shifts in such a jarring way that it doesn't feel good. On the one hand, you want to pay homage to the original, and on the other hand, you don't want to remake the original. But to simply do something that isn't in the same style, can you really call it a sequel if you don't maintain certain elements, including certain ways that the pacing is kind of structured? I completely agree with you on that. There's some very good movies, like some of the Alien movies, that I enjoy them on their own, but they don't feel like they fit within the rest of the genre. So yeah, I definitely feel you on that. Glad that we've got a Blade Runner aficionado that has that insight. So thank you, Tobal. I appreciate that. And Avatar Hero says, I've tried to watch the earlier Might and Magic games. It's just too hard to feel it. I played 6, 7, 8, and 9 loads of times and love it. Maybe the AI can remake a remake of those games in 3D or VR someday. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Do we trust AI to make our video games for us? I saw recently that NVIDIA has decided that they're not going to make graphics cards for consumers, including they're not really going to make graphics cards for like Xbox and some of those specialty gaming consoles. Instead, they're opting to go into AI because they think it's going to make them more money in the long run. And of course, RAM and graphics cards are through the roof right now, and it's only going to get worse. I think that one of the people from NVIDIA said, well, we're just going to have AI make the games in the future. Do I really want AI to make my games in the future? I don't think so. I did see that Asmongold played a completely AI-generated video game the other day. It might have been an older video, but it looked like a game I'd already seen before. It was functional, but could you make a game that is deep and intriguing and beautiful like Heroes of Might and Magic 2 just with AI? Maybe, but would it have soul? Would it be functional? Probably. Would it be real? Hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah, hard to say. Alrighty. Blade Runner 2049, Kutsu says, was great. Ryan Gosling is somehow underrated despite being an A-list actor. Totally. I'm literally him, or he's literally me, either way. And nope, you can't reproduce human creativity, Kutsu says. Agreed. Everybody agrees with that. Phixfox Wi-Fi got so ominous. Hey, it's a very serious topic. I take my gaming very, very seriously, as my dear sweet wife, as you know. Alrighty, folks, we've done it. That only took 20 minutes, but we did get through chat. We're now to the bottom. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back, and we're going to have another installment of this Phix map. Okay, time for a break. I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Bye-bye. Alrighty, we are back. Sweet. Alrighty, so here's where things be lying. Lions. No, there's no lions here. But this is month 1, week 4, day 1. It looks like we're kind of, I almost feel like we're in like a little bit of a box here. This almost feels like a little bit of a starting area box. And then eventually I feel like we're going to break out of this box and go into this other area. We're getting some nice value from my Luna and Phixxar heroes. And it looks like I kind of want to get into this desert pretty quickly. A pyramid, looks like a Sphinx. Let's go up in this direction where we can find some beautiful, beautiful resources. And then we also are just kind of securing this area. I want to get this Dragon City as soon as possible. It's going to be Vamy that is going to make that a reality as quickly as possible. Folks, thanks for the time. Thanks for being here. Let's continue on. Oh no, just kidding. It's fine. It's a glorious victory. What is there to be sad about? Nothing, I tell you. Everything's good. There is no Warren Bossing say. Everything is fine. Okay. Picking up a lot of these things for the first time, like 45 goblins at a time. That's pretty good. I don't think that the peasants are going to be particularly useful. Then again, we already saw how Xenofex could really use a couple of peasants in his army. 51, that actually might be enough to help these boars go a little bit better. And the fact that there's this magic well that Tundar pointed out is beautiful, lovely. Everything is much better. My life is better simply because he pointed that out. Luna the Lunatic is sailing away. There's an ore mine. Oh, it's guarded by lots of Crusaders. We got to pick that up soon. We're getting 1 ore per day, courtesy of a ore mine artifact, ore cart, in Phixxar's clutches here. But I need a little bit more than that, for sure. There's this weird treasure chest here. Tundar, I don't know what you're doing there. Whatever. I'm sure it's nothing. Maybe you just didn't want me to land there on accident. On accident, quote unquote. I appreciate it. We're going to pick up all these extra resources. By the way, I missed it, but that was a barrel artifact, which is from the FHeroes2 game. At sea, you can get treasure chests that give you gold, and you can get flotsam that gives you wood and gold, and then the barrels allow you to get precious resources at sea. There's this little spot here that I feel like I need to land on, folks. So there's this, which I'm going to take at some point. There's this that I'm definitely going to take at some point. I almost wonder if I should have Luna turn back around and land here. Tell you what, anytime I see a little weird spot that I can land like this, I feel like I should go do it. I'm going to wait for now, only because I think that there's bigger fish to fry, but it wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me if Tundar, our lovely, wonderful map maker, has decided to leave us some weird things like that. Things that, if ignored, would prevent you from getting a really nice advantage. It's just the way I feel about it. I could be wrong. We will see. Okay, Tyro the Knight is going to go down. We can maybe actually reach Picso for this big upcoming fight. With 15 Medusa now, I do like my chances much better than I did before. Let's defeat Tyro. Glorious victory. 106 rogues. That's a bunch of rogues. I wonder. So they're going to get to go very, very soon. They got treasonous morale. You've got a little magic arrow for 90 points of damage. That's not bad, but the blind is really the play. I wonder what spells Tyro's going to cast. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to wait. It's going to be a disrupting ray. Now we're going to do the blind. A couple of orcs goes down. Okay. There's a blank there. Bad morale here. We will work on, I'm going to save the blind on the rogues. I'm not going to pop that just yet. We're going to go for these centaurs just because they are ranged. Nobody wants to take their turn. Nobody wants to take their turn. Everybody just wants to skip. Skip. Just in case Tyro... Oh, no sound on that side? Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just in case Tyro has something that can counteract the rogues, then I do want to break this blind myself. I think I'm actually best off. How do you want to do this? Steelskin onto the Ogre Lords. Medusa are gonna get to go. Yeah, I tell you what, we're just gonna steelskin the. We're gonna steelskin the Ogre Lords. I'm gonna lose a bunch on this retaliation, even at half strike. No, I did not. That's crazy. I totally thought I would lose a bunch. Oh, and I'm actually very, very sad. The Medusa, poor morale. They're not gonna get to get good morale. Ugh. And unfortunately, the rogues are gonna get to go very, very soon. Have to blind them again. Hope that the Cyclops gets their turn. Do I lose a Cyclops on this retaliation? Probably. 17, 18. Actually, I probably don't lose the Cyclops on this retaliation. I probably don't. Okay, did not. That's good. And now the Medusa are going to get to strike with full fury. We'll kill half the stack. Yep, killed half the stack. Full damage from the Orc Chieftains. Got it. Perfect. All right, and there we go. Cool. Fight's over. And the losses look acceptable. Yeah, no, Chris, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. What I do is is due to the way that OBS works, I end up turning off the sound on my computer. I ignore the desktop sounds just so that way I can potentially avoid an echo. And then I have to remember to turn it back on. It's a high skill maneuver, much similar to what you'd find with group formation and split formation. It works really, really well if you can avoid messing it up. And sometimes I don't avoid messing it up. Okay, folks. Previously, we didn't want to fight this fight against Picso simply because with 15 less Medusa and no spells, then the fight looked bad. We know it's 4 bone dragons. I think that we fight this fight. I think we move the Medusa up. 4 speed? Hold on. Bone dragons are 4 speed. 5 speed, 6 speed. So you actually want the bone dragons to fly across the battlefield. And so you want the ogre lords to go first, then the bone dragons, and then the Medusa. That's how you want to do this. So let's fight this fight. As we lose, we'll see. They actually lost a bone dragon, maybe to the zombies in the graveyard. It's possible that Picso picked up a really nice artifact. 9 spell power, so they have picked up either a level or a +1 in that regard. Not too sure which. The rest of these forces, these are not good fights for me to take. I'm going to just spend 90 spell points worth of damage to take out 30 halflings. That seems okay to me. Boars are going to step up. Cyclopes are going to step up. Magic arrow. How much damage is the magic arrow doing, though? That's the question. So I've got 9 spell power, so it's 90 damage. Yeah, so he's going to magic arrow me for 90 points of damage every single time. That's not good. With 2 attack, 2 defense versus my 7 and 8, I am the better offensively geared fighter. But still, I recognize that the enemy is a little bit scary. We will see these vampires. I'm going to go straight for the bone dragons. 13 attack versus 10 attack. Yeah, let's go straight up here. Take out the flyers. And then maybe we actually get a little bit of extra damage because the orc chieftains are not going to be covered up for as long. They're not going to kill one bone dragon here. We're going to do the magic arrow first thing in the morning. If I attack with the boars or if I stay put here, skeletons will reach me. If I back off, then I can get some damage off and I can avoid other losses. There is one of the bone dragons. Chance for good luck is possible. Did not happen. Understandable. Have a nice day. 17 HP. Do you want to waste the damage from 27 orc chieftains? You know, you can... Oh, this is such a tough choice. This is a tough choice. I don't know what's best here. The boars are going to get up there. They're not going to do 17 points of damage. You have to devote either the damage from the Medusa or the damage from the magic arrow to these bone dragons. You have to. You must. Vampires have no retaliation. You know what? I'm going to spend the 3 spell points. I'm going to do 90 points of damage there because I believe that 27 orc chieftains is going to do way more damage than 90. Yeah, 182 damage up to 243. So you got a choice. Do you want to kill skeletons? Do you want to kill vampires? I think I actually want to kill skeletons because they do put out a bunch of damage. They really do. And we'll step to here. Vampires cannot get in. Medusa are taking boatloads of damage. Absolutely shellacked. 3 vampires. Mummies can definitely reach the Medusa, as can the skeletons, I guess. 3 Medusa. 1 vampire. No, they kill 2, but they get the petrify off. Even better. Boars stayed alive. That was crazy. I hate that the orc chieftains lost their turn, but the fact that the boar stayed alive is actually a big deal because then that's 1 additional turn it takes for these other creatures to get through my meat shield wall here. So we're going to skip. Okay, I guess that with the Medusa going down there, that is still a problem. If I attack here with the Ogre Lords, mummies can't get around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you can't get around. And they're not going to kill 3 Ogre Lords on this retaliation. Yeah, no. By the way, Picso's got 38 spell points left. We've already cast our spells this turn, but 5 to 7 more of these mummies going down. Cool. Kind of want to, you know what? I kind of want to do, I don't know what to do. It's great that this is a magic arrow. You got to keep the boar alive. You have to keep the boar alive. We got poor morale, so we can't get down to these halflings. We're going to end up taking another bit of damage. We just can't help it. We'll attack here. Move to here. Yeah, can't get good morale, so we're going to take magic arrow there. So be it. And then the vampires are 4 speed, so we're going to finish off here. We're going to magic arrow here. And the man, the myth, the legend, Picso has been defeated. Tough fight. Big losses. If we didn't pick up those Medusa, we would have lost for sure. And the fact that we actually picked up the magic arrow was a big deal. Minor Scroll of Knowledge for the +2 knowledge. Stealth Shield for a +2 defense. Very good all around. I guess the graveyard gave them one of those. And man, not an easy fight, but we cleared out not 1, but 2 purple heroes. I really want to keep Tundar alive. Tundar's doing great. But if we do lose Tundar, that's okay because we've got multiple ways to rehire Tundar at this time. So Tundar, You're doing good. You're doing good. Good job. Whew. Good job, Tundar. Chris says, you know what ceaselessly impresses me is how the formula still holds up well in 2025. If you go back 30 years before Heroes of Might and Magic and games were basic. Totally, completely. I don't know if I should share this yet. Let me think. Let me think if I should share what I'm thinking about sharing. I will share kind of my initial thoughts. So Bearded Man actually asked a while ago. He asked in the last stream that we were doing on Olden Era. He asked me if I was having fun. And I said, well, you know, give me some time to think about that, and I want to do all my thoughts in one big video. As I've been thinking about my evaluation of Olden Era so far, just with the demo, I've realized that all the things that I love about Olden Era are things from the original formula that you're talking about, Chris. Like, the things that I love are the things that any good Heroes of Might and Magic game should do anyway. The things that are like an innovation, not sure if I love it as much. I'm not going to get into a deeper conversation about that, but the formula still holding up over 25 years, you're completely correct. And it has to be said, the formula is so very, very good. So very, very good. And I hope it never changes because it's just that high quality. So very good, so very high quality. Could I ask for more? I submit to you the answer is no. Alrighty, we have an issue here. We got all these heroes, and I don't want to get rid of AlinaTheGnome. I don't really want to let Kutsu go because he's got, I mean, he'll pay for himself in 25 turns, if nothing else. And he's a good hero. What to do? What to do? I think that we're going to end up trying to get rid of Natasha. She might grab all this. Maybe she'll even head back up in this direction. End off the forces in barracks, and then I'll dismiss her, and then I'll send Kutsu up north. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. But weird that we're kind of tripping on ourselves a little bit here. You would think that 8 heroes sounds like a lot, and then it turns out that's not nearly as many as you would hope for. Many times you end up needing quite a bit more. There's this road. So this road goes to this town. I wonder if this road also goes to a town or a castle. Crystal mine, gotta get it. Gotta get it. Oh, there's so few resource generating mines that we found so far. This is a must have. Let's go immediately for this. My goodness. And Tundar, did Tundar pick up this observation tower? There we go, finally. Cotton Eye is the Sprite town. Looks like the enemy has actually come from this direction. Kind of wandered through. We did pick up this alchemist lab, but there's this orange Sarrakin. There's Sarrakin. He's back to his wily ways. Should we go track him down? Maybe we can grab these forces. It's like some vampires and stuff. Oops. Yeah, vampires. I don't know if I want to recruit zombies or mummies. If you're going to have the undead in the army, you might as well get rid of the boar and then bring the rest of these guys. I think that we're going to have, yeah, we're out of movement points, but let's stay here anyway. Just so that way we can set off with full spell points. And we talked about sending LUNATIC back. We're not going to do that. She's got some good exploration she can do right now. Maybe there's free stuff in the water. It looks like that is correct. 500 gold, 5 wood, a little bit more stuff. There's another sawmill. She's going to take one step over here. Yep, just to see if there's anything else. And I'm actually staying away from the coast because I don't want an enemy to attack her when I'm not prepared. There's this lighthouse, could be interesting. This ore mine is so valuable, but seeing a +3 defense for this quality hero. Oh, there's another ore mine. This is, I don't know if this is worth it. No, this is not worth it. As much as I'd love to land, there's 2 ore mines up here. You gotta go for this immediately. +3 defense. It might be that Luna just has to sail back and grab this. We can get here today, and even though this is in an area I can't quite reach, you gotta pick up the ore. Oh, look at this. There's so much good stuff here. Do you want to pursue the Crusaders? Yep. We're not going to lose a Phoenix, but yes, I want to pursue them. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Kutsu says, Chris, some people may laugh at me, but I've future-proofed my gaming experience regardless of price increases. I run on a 10-year-old PC emulating a 40-year-old OS to play mostly 30-year-old games. At some point, I think it was in 2009, 2010. Basically, I got 2 years behind on, all media, games, movies, etc. And so at that point, everything that came out from that point was brand new to me. I was 2 full years behind at the point where all games were on sale, and I just never caught up. And in fact, now at this point, I just never am going to get caught up. I'm always going to be fairly far behind, and that actually serves me very, very well, because then I don't have to have the shiniest, fanciest new game or anything like that. I just enjoy whatever's there. You're doing quite the same thing. You're just enjoying the game that's available right here, right now. And it's working for you. I'm so happy it's working for you. Serves you right. It really serves you right. Whoops. Sad. Okay. We'll pick up this ore mine, and I don't know. Xenofex? Maybe Xenofex needs a little bit of support. No, he's going to have the summon Earth Elemental. We might kill the boars and then go back and get another 30 spell points. We will see. We'll see. Vamy. Dwarves. Glorious victory. Okay, very good. I'm going to let these centaurs go. They're bad for the morale, number one. And number two, I need space for these dwarves. There's 27. There's up to 59. Very good. Yeah, and I think that with all these dwarves becoming battle dwarves, there's more dwarves over here too. If I can get all these, I will be trading dwarves for dragons, and that's a really good trade. Plus, I don't think you're going to lose all of the dwarves anyway, so it'll be fine. There was this little windmill that I went out of my way for. Natasha still, though, is heading back to barracks so we can trade out for a better hero. And I kind of wonder if I should make some improvements to this castle. I guess I might as well. I guess I should really be looking at this green tower. We're so far away on Sulfur, though. Statues, dungeons, yes, yes. You want them, but when you have them, tough to say. Okay, on to a new day. Oh, and the red hero. I'm very glad I stayed away from that area. We had talked about staying away from the coast, and it looks like that actually served me very, very well. Very good. Glorious victory. 8 sprites goes down. Not a problem. I do kind of want to get rid of those two skeletons. Not to mention, it's going to be valuable to just split the sprites. It's Grand Elves for +1 on the standing stones. I'm going to ignore that for now, but we will go for these elves, and we're going to put the fastest 4-speed creatures up here. Yeah, we're going to take some losses that we don't really want to take there, but that's okay. Overall, it's going to be fine. And then, big swap. We saw 2 heroes. We saw, let's see. I thought that they were both over here. One hero here, Sarakin, and I thought that there was another hero I saw. Maybe they're up here. Ah, they're right there. Hero right there. Not too far away from King Phixie, but close enough. Close enough that they vex me so. Going into the wagon camp area, I think that there's no major forces there because we already defeated many of them. Graveyard, I think that that's already been plundered. I don't want Sarakin to get into this area. I wonder how many halflings can we pick up here? Oh, look at this. There's plenty of ore on the ground. We've talked about how ore poor we've been. Let's grab all this. We'll pick up this castle or town of Cotton Eye. We'll head back south, and then we'll challenge Sarakin for this area. We'll see if he is going to be accommodating. We'll see if he accepts the challenge or if they decide to run. A little bit of flotsam, a little bit of gold. More treasure. Yeah, and Luna is still doing some good exploring, but not enough. I would prefer it if she did a little bit more in that regard. We're up to 84 dwarves. Very nice. Phixxar has picked up finally an ore mine for us, plus 8 ore there. Instantly, a lot of these opportunities with the dungeon and such, they make a lot more sense. I think we're going to pick up the dungeon right now. No, let's be smart about this. We're going to trade a little bit of crystal for ore. We're going to upgrade this Necromancer town to a castle now. First thing in the morning, we'll trade that for a marketplace. But yeah, instantly, I am feeling much better about this. Will Xenofex be able to get into this area? Let's actually see this. Lots of boars. How many Earth Elementals? 9? Do 9 Earth Elementals win this fight for you? I think that they do. I think that they do. I could be wrong. I think that they do. We'll have to wait and see. Kutsu says, I don't feel like I'm missing out with newer releases. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you. Man, I don't know. I'm sure that there's some really good games out there that are newer, but I don't want to pay $80 for a game. Folks, am I the only person that doesn't want to pay $80 for a new game? I just don't see the value in that. Like, especially when there's games that are way cheaper, that are just way better. I don't think it's that good. Who was it? It was Obsessive Repulsive was playing Outer Worlds 2 or something like that, and that is one of those games that's come in at that $80 price point. And I think he was really enjoying the game, but like, it feels kind of bad. It feels kind of bad to just put yourself in that position where you're paying $80 for $80. This has got to be like the best game I've ever played, actually. Yeah, honest to goodness, like if it's gonna be an $80 game, this better be the best game I've ever played in my life. And okay, what games would I pay $80 for that I've already played? I would pay $80 for Factorio. If you don't know about Factorio, it's like a sandbox base building game, really good game. Love Factorio. Definitely is worth $80 to me. I got several thousands of hours in Factorio. Worth it. Totally worth it. Heroes Might and Magic 2 or 3. Yeah, I would pay $80 to play Heroes 2 again. Like if I lost access to it in some way, I would pay $80. I'm glad I don't have to, but I think I would. I think I would. Heroes 3, I think you'd have to pay $80 for Heroes 3. I think you'd have to. Some of my all-time favorite games like Duke Nukem, like the original Duke Nukem 3D. I know it wasn't the original, but Duke Nukem 3D, I don't think I'd even pay $80 for that one, and I love that game. Portal, I don't know if I'd pay $80 for Portal. And I love Portal. Portal is one of those games where if you haven't played Portal, I go, what? You haven't played Portal? You've got to play Portal. I don't know if I would pay $80 for it, even though it's so highly recommended. Yeah, at an $80 price point, you're pricing out so many people that you're going to lose the money. Now, if you drop the price to $40, there's a lot of those games I'd be like, yeah, I'll pay $40 for it, but I won't pay $80 for it. Therein lies the problem. So when Grand Theft Auto like 6 or whichever one's going to come out next, whenever that game comes out, are you sure you want to make it $80? Are you sure you want to make it like $120 or whatever they're going to make it at? How much more money would you make if you lowered the price and just saw how many people would enjoy it? I don't know. I'm not the person that makes the decisions on how expensive the games are, but I think that somebody needs to have a rude awakening. I'm not saying that we slap them, but I am saying that we just reason with them. Let's reason together. Just see what we can agree on. I'm going to pick up this waterfall. It's a low investment. 8 additional centaurs. Sure, why not? I like centaurs. I like centaurs. I like halflings. I like sprites. I like a lot of creatures. Don't like the peasants. Okay. Chris says, the science fiction front I'm playing and enjoying is Galactic Civilizations 4. I'm finding it much more fun than the last disaster of a release of Stellaris. I'm starting to think that Stellaris has had its time and it's time to move on. I've heard such good things about Stellaris, but I've never played Stellaris. So if you think it's time to move on, I think I have to take that very seriously. Yeah, it had its day. So it's a really good game. You really enjoy it. You like it, but it's jumped the shark. So the most recent update was just that bad? Is that my understanding? The most recent update was just that bad? Huh. I wonder what they changed about it that made it so much worse in your eyes. Because it's very fair to say, look, I used to love this game, but I don't now. There's nothing wrong with saying that I've changed as a person, or worse, you've changed as a game. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I'm going to accept these losses. Don't care. I do care. I do care. Hold on, wait. 20 sprites, we'll pick up the sprites. Make that worth it. Boop. And then remember, we're going to go south, and we're going to challenge Saracen for the Southern Lands. Still doing that. Don't worry. Didn't forget. And yeah, Kutsu says, good to know. Stellaris has been on my play someday list for a long time. And I'm wondering, like, so for example, for games that get updated, I wonder if it's possible to go back and play one of the originals. I know that, for example, the people that really wanted to play World of Warcraft vanilla, that they wanted that original server forever, and eventually they got it, despite what Blizzard wanted. hope that there's people out there that are getting those games that they really, really want. And I wonder if there's a way to preserve some of those older games. Don't even get me started on Nintendo refusing to let you have the games you want. Don't get me started on that. We're gonna let go of these 2-speed dwarves. I just don't think they're gonna be that quality for us. And Kutsu's back. Everybody, Kutsu, everybody, Kutsu. Yay! There are enough sprites around here. Look at this. Treehouse, 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 treehouse. I'm gonna just have Kutsu become the main sprite kind of a man. You're gonna go and just make sure that they all join the cause. They all recognize that this is the only choice. It's the smart choice and the only choice to join me. And here's the thing, with Xenofex being right here, tell you what, I can defeat these elementals and these liches very quickly, and then Xenofex is going to have access to these Medusa. So even though I don't want these forces for my army, somebody else does. So we're going to grab all that. We're going to hop into the boat. Ooh, do we have enough movement points to go pick up these windmills? I don't know if I do. Oh, I would have had enough. My bad. Okay. And yeah, I don't think I could have gotten in through here. I don't know how you get to this point. Maybe you got to go all the way through there? Hold on. Yeah. This is a dead end. So getting in the boat, I think, was the best decision. It looks like you can start right here, and there's this long desert with rewards at the end. Okay. Alrighty. Before the end of this playthrough, or before the end of this day, because I know that there's no way I can complete this entire scenario in one streaming day. It's going to take at least 2. I am going to guarantee that we're going to get through these 2 Sphinx. There's one here, one here. I need Tundar here. Just in case something bad happens. Tundar. I need Tundar to make sure that we don't blunder the Sphinx. How funny would it be, though, if Tundar was like, I don't really remember. I know that I did the riddle, but I don't remember what it was. It'd be great. 3 sprites. We'll take the advanced diplomacy on King Phixie, and we're going to pick up all of these fire elementals. I don't know how many there are. I know it's going to bring my morale down a little bit, but it's still going to be worth it. 14. Yeah, that's a good fighting force. Because I think we saw an enemy hero over here. I'm guessing that they popped out here, and now they're going back into this area. I don't want there to be any surprises, is kind of what I'm trying to say. Okay. Now, this is very important. Uh-oh. We picked up the 20 sprites, and now I don't have room for my halflings. I think I'm going to let go of 6 mummies. Yeah, I'm going to let go of 6 mummies, because then if 4 vampire lords die, then I don't feel so bad about having no undead in the army. We'll do this. Oh, look at this. There's a castle. No, it's a town. The town of Stroud. Can somebody please pick up a Thieves Guild for me? Thank you. Reason being is so that way I can actually see what's in these towns. Looks like it's normal fighting forces. LUNATIC, she's got, what, 2? 2 chain lightnings? She's got 2 chain lightnings. I mean, she's got 2 chain lightnings, and I'm gonna get the first shot off because I got the 6-speed gargoyles. In fact, I think you actually want to do it like this. Boop, boop. I think you want to get rid of the skeletons because of course you do. I think you might even want to do a little split here where it's actually like 15 and 35. Yeah, we're gonna land. We're gonna see if we can take this town of Stroud. That could be very, very interesting to me. Then yeah, we said we were gonna go get these Sphinx. We're gonna get these Sphinx for sure, for sure. Okay, Xenofex is back with full spell points, and he's gonna pick up 53 halflings. Very good. 110. Okay, very consistent. Good job. And since we already kind of laid the way bare into these ruins, let's go grab these. Let's go grab all this, and then we'll head south. I don't think we can defeat a pack of black dragons, but maybe there's access into this area, after which we can totally defeat these other forces. Xenofex is on a real crazy adventure, and I love it. Love it very, very much. Archer's house here. Sarakin, if he goes west, there's the stables like right here. Tell you what, we'll pick up the gold. This. We never picked up that obelisk before. And then this way, if Saracen does come in this direction, we actually should be able to reach fairly easily. Just because, again, we don't want the enemies to get too much information on us, and we do want to prevent them from stealing some of our nice stuff. Okay, we'd already talked about last time using the castles to pick up marketplaces. We've got marketplaces, 3 marketplaces, so trading for resources actually shouldn't be ridiculously tough. I'm still kind of hesitant to go for the dungeon or the statue just because you need 30 ore to pick up this green tower. That does give me a high level of concern. And unfortunately, like the barbarian castle, like barbarians need ore here and here and here. So upgrading this barbarian castle isn't going to be better for you than dragons. This might be better though. Yeah, the pyramid has already been purchased. I think we should, well, but then you're competing with yourself for sulfur. Hard economic choices here. The obvious choice is to just take the dungeon and take the gold and run. I don't think it's that simple. I think that you... Day 5. I mean, there's opportunities. There's unclaimed territory here. There's a little bit of ore here. 2 windmills. You could pick up ore a couple of times. Maybe you pick up ore down here. I'm going to wait. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait, and I can hope that in 2 days I can actually pick up enough ore to get my green tower. If I can get the green tower this week, life is better. Life is much better. Mandigal has wandered right into me. This poor fella. Ooh. Do you want to pay 10 gems for 5,200 gold or experience? No, I really don't. I got 33. This is for King Phixxar. He's never going to come back. If you don't pick this up now, you will never come back. We will take... Yeah, we're going to take the mysticism here. Enemies fled. It says it's going to cost us 100 sprites. I cannot allow that to happen. Let's avoid that. Chris says... But yeah, he says that Stellaris is old and burnt out. It's just making money DLC fest, which is bad because it's the folks from Olden Era have specifically said that it's the business model that they like the best. So that gives me some cause for concern. Oh, that's not good. But Chris loves Master of Orion's reboot. It's a good segue into Space 4X games as long as you get rebalanced with community patches. I like that. And yeah, Chris is one of those people that likes to wait for sales and stuff. We're definitely on the same page there. I like games that go on sale. I have a good time with games that go on sale. There's no way we can kill all these dwarves. We're just gonna stay here. Do I eat a lightning bolt? No, but 30 sprites do go down. That's okay. Alrighty. And then yeah, unfortunately we did take some extra damage I didn't really want to take. These things do happen. Can we avoid losing an additional round of forces due to lightning bolts and such? That seems pretty good. The dwarves did not resist the spell. All right, 30 sprites, Pendant of Free Will, Medal of Valor, Dragon Sword Dominion, good artifacts. Happy for all that. 9, 12, 15, and 7, we're doing okay. And I do want to take out these elves only because there is this obelisk behind them. We're going to grab that and we'll continue on south. Very good. Very good. That all worked out just fine for us. Halfling Hole, happy for it. And then Observation Tower tells me a little bit, actually. That's kind of interesting. Oh, look at this. Dragon City. I'm glad that we actually took this Observation Tower. This pack of phoenixes prevents you from going straight for this Dragon City, but there's a lot of valuable things over here. I'd love to get in that direction. Saracen did not come from that area. I thought that there might be like an orange castle in the bottom left. This tells me that there's not. That actually does tell me quite a bit. I'm very good for it. I'm gonna wait on Luna. Tree City, sprites, good. Kutsu, Tree City, sprites, good. Vamy. Yeah, so here's Saracen. If you want to go through a pack of archmages, you can actually get there a little bit quicker. Do you really want to, though? Do you really want to? It's a pack of archmages. That's quite a bit. Vamy does have some nice spells. Not to mention with, well, 12 spell points. You got 12 spell points at this point. 4 and 2. Not a lot of stats. I'm still going to do this fight. Yeah, we're going to end up saving 8 vampires from an unfortunate end. Ouch. 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 Bit. Okay. 2 to 3. And unfortunately, I have to wait for the vampires to get hit a couple more times. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste the. Don't want to waste the animate dead. We'll go here. I don't know. Kind of want to go there. Yeah, there's 3 here. Let's help out the vampire lords. Sprites are just going to go down. Very sad. We're just creeping up closer. And we do not lose a vampire lord because vampire lords are absolute bosses. Critically good. And then 13 vampires up to 19. It's going to get ugly. You don't want to see that. Okay. Alrighty. And then we are still a little bit too far away from Sarakin at the moment. But now Sarakin's like, I see the problem. Even with my throng of halflings, you're still big and scary. To which I say, yeah, I kind of am. The dwarves and the skeletons. The only problem is that we never did pick up additional spell points. But we're definitely going to get to go before Sarakin can cover up the halflings. Like, for sure. Sarakin could be a really competent spellcaster. In fact, I'm planning on them being one. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, there's a sign, folks. Warning. These are the dying lands. Tundar. I'm shaking in my boots, but there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, there's a patch of ore. Look at that. That was just hidden there. Good job, Tundar. I did not see it until it was almost too late. Okay, several bone dragons. Let's fight this fight. Bone dragons want to run. We don't let them. Glorious victory. Graveyard. Glorious victory. Stealth shield. 1 stealth shield, 2 stealth shields, 3 stealth shields. Dang, it's a good thing that these stack. Just in case you're ever wondering if these stack, they totally do. Phixxar does have the expert pathfinding, so thankfully this desert is not as bad as it could have been. Oops. But it could have been bad. View resources, really good spell, happy for it. We are wasting our time with these little skeletons. There is a castle in this desert here. This is actually really, really good. I'm very happy for that. Because this castle means that you have some late game like scaling opportunity. That feels good. I'm good for that. We needed that ore that we just found there, by the way. Did you notice? Yeah, we needed that. Sulfur? Yeah. Okay. Because we need sulfur too. With 3 castles, are we really going to trade for all the ore and all the sulfur? Day 6, it still could happen. Let's give it a shot. Kutsu says it really depends on the game. For the $80 or more. Something I'll get 100+ hours out of? Maybe. Standard 20-hour gaming experience or less, like platformers, definitely not. Yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah. It really does depend. It really does depend. And I really can't fault anybody for saying it's just not worth my time. Really don't fault anybody for feeling that sort of a way. And I don't know, I feel like the gaming community at large, like we want to understand. Like we want to understand like why games are so expensive. Like, yeah, people need to take time. One of my favorite people is Winnie Morrow. Winnie Morrow, I want Winnie Morrow's game, Zion Leak. I want that game to blow up and make $1 billion, right? And he spent tons of time with him and his brother. Like, they're really great people, really quality individuals. I want to see their stuff do really, really well. Other gaming companies, it feels like they're just, I don't know, making money and not making something good. Said what I've said. They're making money and they're not making something good. Folks, I got something sad to say. We're not gonna win this fight. Nope, we're not gonna win this fight. There's 6 HP left. We would have to get, let me think about this. How much damage has this Griffin been doing? Griffin's doing 3 points of damage. We might barely be able to win. No, not if we're doing 1 point of damage. We gotta do 2. Yeah, no. He attacked the wrong one though. That was kind of interesting. 3, yeah, no. Dang it, that feels bad. Okay, so there's 3 HP left. If we attack here, even if we got good morale, which we don't, you'd have to get a twofer and a one-fer. We had a chance to win this fight, but when it comes right down to it, we just don't have it. Because this guy is gonna, well, he's got no more spells. Hold on. No, hold on, I am gonna win this fight. Hold on, I am gonna win this fight. You're out of spell points. You are out of spell points. You're out of spell points, and you can't do 6 points of damage. So if I attack, then I lose because you're gonna do a lot. But if I move here, you attack me, I retaliate. That was amazing. That was incredible. You see how if the morale doesn't happen though, that's the difference between a win and a loss. Like at that point you win because he attacks you, you retaliate you hope for 2 points of damage. Even if it's just one, at that point it's like kind of worth it to try. That is crazy because the margins for error were so small. And in fact, hold on. So we had six hit points, right? We had 6 hit points. His high end of damage, he was consistently hitting it at like 3. Yeah, he was consistently hitting at 3. He was probably going to hit at 3 again anyway. It was literally 1 HP. Literally 1 HP. That was crazy. Wild. All right, Luna, hate to say it, but you're gone. And why is that a problem, folks? That's a problem because now we don't have a nice hero that can summon boats. Wow, crazy. All right, cool. Well, all right. So be it. So be it. Alrighty. Oh, there you go. There you go. And Kutsu is, we're talking about Songs of Conquest is a good game from Chris. Kutsu is saying that they can always wait. And Savora likes to wait until games are discounted. Yeah, definitely. Sounds like Dual Override is a game that Kutsu's looking forward as a day one purchase. Sounds good to me. And Chris says, I'm scared that developers are migrating to a subscription-based format. And if that's the case, isn't it great that we have 25 years of great games that are not going to be subscription-based? Like, thankfully, old games are still high quality. And so if that's the direction that they want to go, all right. But that's going to be where these kind of roads diverge for us. That's going to be the point where I say, hey, it's been real. It's been fun. Thanks for the memories. Now it's time to say adieu. It's time to bid you a warm farewell. Another simple reminder to check your taverns. Oh my goodness, we don't even have a tavern, do we? I can't. Could you imagine if I prevented the Green Tower by purchasing a tavern there? That would have been bad. All right, here it is. The dark side is stronger. Thank you, Tundar. Tundar baited me into 5 wood. It's day 7, so it's probably going to be a first thing in the morning purchase. Or like we're going to have to check the tavern first thing in the morning. Great. That's just funny. Sorry. I am professional. No, I'm not. Just kidding. Okay, we do have crystal, by the way. We picked up, here's what we have. We got crystal. We can trade mercury and crystal. Those are fine to trade. Everything else, you kind of don't really want to trade it because you don't know if you're going to get more of it, right? We do know that there's gems in the desert to the north, but okay, so be it. Yeah, so we're going to trade all this mercury because that's fine. We're going to get 3 a day. That's great. Trading wood for sulfur is fine. Can't trade the ore though. We'll keep 10 wood. It's fine. And then the gems, which we don't have a lot of, we're going to trade 10 gems, and that's going to get us up to 20 wood. Boom. Nobody expects the banana. There you go. Alrighty, folks. We did pick up a green tower here in Rest, and all of a sudden we're feeling much better about our prospects. Even though we've lost the lunatic, we still feel okay about the way things are going. Here's a question for you. Should we pick up Avatar Hero? The man, the myth, the legend? As I said, there's no favorites. I don't know if this would actually be a good tactical decision for me. I just don't think it would be. Unfortunately. No, you could totally send Avatar Hero up the road up into here. Just don't be mad at me if I have to let go of Avatar Hero. That would actually, she's back. She knew. Lunatic the sorceress, she knew. She knew that that previous fight was kind of bull honky. That wasn't really the right fight. And so now Lunatic's back. So Avatar Hero, I am so sorry, but we are gonna have to let you go. Oh, please don't feel bad. But we will pick up Luna. She's gonna stay here. And it's gonna be in this castle and not on the other side that we're gonna hire her. Reason being is that now her job is actually gonna be to get to the water over here somewhere, summon a boat, and try and plunder all of this. Yeah, because she's like maybe your one hero that can summon boats. Who knows? Maybe this map, maybe summon boat is banned out. At this point, we're not picking up Mage Guild, so we don't really know anyway, but it makes sense that that could be possible anyway. Alrighty. Well, Vamy, we got no spell points, but we do have a desire. A desire to take out Sarakin. Perfect. Perfect. And yeah, Savora, I do love all those. Little Lich, Little Orc, Dimension Door. I love those little, I love those emotes. Those are so good. So good. Chris says, right, it's almost midnight. Time for bed, really now. Good night to all. Ciao. Ciao. Peace out. I wonder if Chris was saying ciao as in like the, time for food, ciao, or if it's the one that's spelled C-I-A-O. Ciao. Either way. Either way. Okay, we got slows, we got magic arrows. I'm gonna save the magic arrow. Let me think. We're gonna save the magic arrow for a moment, but the boars lost their turn. And now we're slowed. That's not good at all. Magic arrow, we kill a bunch of halflings. There's 40. Okay, but so long as vampire lords can attack halflings, they should be able to just continually stay abreast of the damage that might come their way. Oh, there's only one. Never mind. Can we get to 2? We did get to 2. Immediately back down to 1. Another slow. Okay. Skeletons are going to go for the boars because they're 6 speed. Okay, these guys step up in front of the way. Vampire lords are gonna step back. This is not good. We're gonna take the damage from 98 halflings. Can't stop it. We lost 59 skeletons due to that. That was cray-cray. We don't like that. If the vampires can kill all 3 steel golems, which they should be able to, then the skeletons can step up, even with only 2 speed. They can step up and get the halflings, please. No, you're kidding me. 2 HP left. All right, well, we're gonna kill the vampire. We didn't even kill the vampire. Didn't even kill the vampire. Okay. Well, at this point, I think that because these guys are 3 speed and everybody else is 2 speed, I think you just want to step to here. Oh, we're back to 4 speed. Well, skip. Get out of here, Sarakin. 74 skeletons. Ugh. Hey, 76. The net loss. There is no net loss. This fight gave us 2 skeletons. I will take that. Very happy for it. Alrighty, there's the stables right over here. Vamy's gonna step on that first thing in the morning, and we're gonna move on from there. We do want the full spell points. Let's wait on that. And I don't think that the City of the Dead's particularly useful for me. And now that we know that this is here, let's continue on the way. Glorious victory. No losses. Yeah, 1300 experience. Phixxar is maxed out on secondary skills. Good for them. And we'd love to upgrade this to a castle. We'd love to do a lot of things very, very soon, but right now we shall wait. This artifact is very interesting for Luna with the expert necromancy. Yeah, increasing. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how likely it is that we end up using that. Skeleton? Nothing. Tattered clothing. Everybody else is waiting. And Xenofex is going to pick up 2 more ore. Very good. Might as well pick up the gems. Wow, this wood's kind of interesting, but the beach terrain. We need wood. I mean, we only got 1 sawmill. We'll grab the wood. Grab the wood. Sail south. Make this work. And that means that actually Tundar does not need to go south. We know that we're not going to go through the Phoenixes. All this is kind of a, whatever. Dragons, that's a pipe dream at the moment. We're going to have Luna go here to the river Maybe I just want to have her summon a boat. Ah, sulfur mine. There's a sulfur mine right there. Lots of greater druids. That's going to be the next place that Tundar goes. 1000%. So Luna's going to bring the undead forces, and we're going to hope that vampires can take out this fight. So we might as well just sit here, pick up halflings today. We'll pick up more halflings as we kind of go north. That'll give Luna time to get there. Yeah, okay, that'll work. And then meanwhile, we're going to pick up some additional crystal. Somebody wants the sawmill. I think that we're going to have somebody else who can grab that, though. Luna's going to have nothing to do in a moment. She's going to go pick up this sawmill in just a couple of turns after she does some other nice stuff. And folks, again, remember, so long as we picked up this tower, everything else has been worth it. Time to move on to a new thing. Yeah, Kutsu says that they saw it coming. Poor Luna. Oh, poor Luna. Oh, an Avatar Hero, no! Avatar Hero's like, yes, Avatar Hero, he made it! Yes, heart eyes. And then Kutsu says, well, that was a good run, Avatar. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. You were definitely a part of the army for a full 12 hours. Not one full day, but you're definitely a part. I'm so sorry. It's more funny than sad, but I am sad. If that makes you feel any better, I am very sad. 2 seconds of glory. Oh my gosh. Tundar says, will Green get to the red tent? Oh my gosh. I forgot about that. Sir Liquid. Oh my gosh. It's Sir Liquid Yeti. Folks, do you know who this is? This is one of the best Heroes of Might and Magic players of all time. The Sir Liquid Yeti. The wonderful, fantastic Spanish-speaking Heroes aficionado. Oh, Sabora's got, is that him? Yeah, that's Sir Yeti. That's crazy. I love that emote. Yeah, that's him. This is the guy. Oh, this is actually kind of perfect because it almost looks like he's got his long hair. I love that. So Sir Liquid Yeti has, if you haven't noticed, picked up this helmet for +5 defense. If he can go through black dragons and red dragons with this army, and I'm guessing he will, then yeah, he's going to pick up the Battle Garb of Anduran and the red tent. Then the question is going to be, where the heck is the red tent? Like, where's the red barrier? I haven't seen where Sir Stisen resides. I'm a little bit scared about this. We might be in a tough spot. We might be in a pinch. And Tundar might have known that this was going to be a potential problem. And Tundar might be saying, oh no, Phixfox has no chance. If our map maker thinks that we have no chance, then, I mean, do we have no chance? I'd be foolish not to trust our map maker. That's for sure. But we will have to see. We will soldier on. One way or the other. We will have to soldier on. Do we have diplomacy? We got diplomacy. We got 17k gold. Lots of phoenixes. I don't think that these guys are going to join us, but I'm going to give myself 1 additional day's worth of gold. Yeah, another 7,200 gold. I'm going to give myself a little bit more gold and hope that maybe they'll join me somehow. I don't know. That's not going to be enough. That's not going to move the needle, but we will try. Sprites. Gold. Sprites. Hey, sprites. Alrighty. Mummies. Sure. And, oh, I don't know. Should we pick up skeletons? 20 of them? No. Don't want those because Tundar's not going to be using them. And we're going to rush on over to the beautiful land in the far out wilderness. Remember, we got these 77 dwarves for a reason. The 77 dwarves are actually meant to take these dragons. We got to get the dragons accruing from the Dragon City. So let's go through in this direction. We're bypassing a lot of good things here, but let's pick up the Dwarven cottages. Let's roll our way up through to the hill fort, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. But for now, this is actually going about as well as I could have hoped for. One of my next purchases is probably going to be statues. In fact, I kind of feel like I should get the statues. I feel like I should get the statues now. Yeah, we'll get the statues right now. There's a little bit there. I'm not going to trade the resources to pick up another statue, but with only 4, with only 4 ore, it's kind of useful. Is he not going to do it? He turned away. I don't think Liquid Yeti's going to do it. Look at the losses. Look at the losses. The losses, he actually took some major losses. He's only down to several War Trolls and lots of Ogre Lords. Liquid Yeti exhausted himself here. And if we can keep the sword, if we can keep the sword away from him, we're in a good spot. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Tundar says, careful not to summon Phixxar's boat away. LOL. Could you imagine? I would have to build up this castle of hoops to try and get a mage guild. Level 2 for summon boat. Jeez. That's a very interesting proposition there. Yeah, I think that you're right. I think I'm gonna have to wait. Holy. Wow. Wow. Did we just break the game? So we have 30 phoenixes in our army here with Phixxar. A group of phoenixes have a desire for greater glory, wish to join you. This is lots of phoenixes joining lots of phoenixes. We go from 30 up to 50. 20 phoenixes join us out of the goodness of their hearts. If that's not a good moment, I don't know what is. Oh my goodness, if that's not a good moment, I don't know what is. Look at this. Look at all this ore. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. View resources. Oh my gosh, look at all these resources we missed. This is why Tundar stuck that Shrine of the First Circle there. We've missed ore, sulfur, ore. Oh my goodness, there's an artifact there that we missed. Okay, I see you, Tundar. I see you, Tundar. Maybe you broke the map. Maybe. Tundar, you don't seem too concerned about it. You're like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Probably not. Watches the pack of genies. Halves the stack of the phoenixes. Okay, folks. Time for something important. It's time for the Sphinx. Who's got the emote? Who's got the Sphinx time emote? It's time for the Sphinx. Let's make this happen, folks. I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? I do. I accept the challenge. This is Phixxar. If we lose Phixxar and those phoenixes, I'm gonna reload. But we have Tundar here. Tundar is gonna make sure that we don't do anything stupid. So we're gonna accept this challenge. And I'm hoping that this map is actually based off of lore from the previous Phix scenarios, if that makes any sense. So let's make this happen. Sphinx asks you the following riddle. A creator at heart, a loyal Phixie fan, who am I? That is one of the nicest things I've seen all day. Tundar, I tip my hat to you. From one legend to another. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And this this gold and this ultimate book of knowledge for the plus 12 knowledge is a worthy prize, and I'm grateful that was the Sphinx riddle. Yes, so folks, I hope that I didn't ruin this for you for your future playthroughs, but yes, this entire series is all done by Tundar. And I love it very, very much. So 20,000 gold, ultimate book of knowledge. Tell you what, I said we'd get to these to all these Sphinxes. We shall continue. We're gonna make this happen. Phixxar's got a little bit more to do. That is for darn sure. Paladins, they are wanting to run. We're not gonna let them. Sorry, they just don't get to run. And I'm excited to see what this other Sphinx does. Kutsu says now watches the other ones dastardly and eats him. This Sphinx is like, oh man, this guy. He thinks he knows what he's doing. He does not. Yeah, well. Hey, when I got the map maker here to make sure that nothing too bad happens, I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, we got a tree house here. I'm gonna ignore these archers' houses for now. Yeah, just for a little bit. Because I can't upgrade them with the hill fort. So we're gonna grab all this, and then we will use the 100 dwarves and the 4 attack 2 defense to cruise on into this Dragon City. And I should be able to, yeah, I'll pick up some additional stats here. Is that actually enough? Is 100 dwarves enough to defeat a Dragon Utopia? I don't actually know the question to that. I know the question, I just don't know the answer to that, I suppose. 34 sprites, I don't know why I fought that fight. We'll take the 2 ore, very good. Couple bits of resources, very fine. And yeah, unfortunately, as has been pointed out, we do need to wait with LUNATIC, because if she summons away the boat here, that's a big problem. So that's okay. She can go up and she can make some other nice things happen. King Phixie can head south, do some really nice things. Yay! Gold, experience, etc., etc. We will take the advanced necromancy. Again, don't know how likely it is that we end up using that until mid to late game, but you can already tell that the enemy forces are getting pretty big. Enemy forces are starting to climb in the amount of skeletons that you can raise. Okay. 2 Mercury. And we talked about picking up these Medusa here. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get rid of the 1 Centaur, just not a big priority for me. Time to let the peasants go. 31's only going to slow you down and give you a rough day. Tons of Medusa, up to 26. We will go down and grab these windmills, and maybe with 26, that might be enough to take all this. It's definitely enough to get another stack of halflings, that's for sure. And with 24 ore and 24 wood, I do think it's time. We're gonna upgrade this other castle, Castle of Hoops. We're gonna upgrade this and see if we can get this this show on the road a little bit here. In fact, there's enough resources here, and in the event that you, I don't know, in the event that you're trying to get these forces from here to there to be picked up and sent to the mainland, it's nice to have another hero just sitting here. I think that it might be more likely true than not that we eventually pick up the Battle Garb of Anduran. We would have to defeat Sir Liquid Yeti, but let's hope that we can actually find maybe another breastplate, because there is a helm. There's a helm right here. Maybe we can do better. I don't know. We will wait and see. We'll wait and see. On to New Day. I think the Dimension Door is on the table, folks. My rule is that I don't use Dimension Door unless the enemy uses it first. I think that Sir Liquid Yeti, he decided to evade the Black Dragon's wrath by simply teleporting away. Savora asks Town Portal. It could have been Town Portal, but the fact that he went here, like the fact that he walked from here to here to here and then disappeared, makes me think like if he was gonna just Town Portal, I think he would just Town Portal away. Instead, he walked, and then boom. So Dimension Door, or did he get eaten by the Black Dragon? No. Liquid Yeti, he moved to this square, this hex, and then disappeared either with the Dimension Door or with the Town Portal. And the fact that we don't know which one it is actually pretty scary. Very, very scary indeed. Okay, we got stuff to do. Wow, we got stuff to do. Holy kittens. Holy kittens. We mentioned earlier, Phixfox isn't scared of anything, question mark? We said not true. I am officially scared of that. Whatever the F that was, I'm scared of it. Terrified. Skeletons, other forces, archers' houses. Remember, we're gonna ignore that. I can't believe we never picked up that 900 gold. That's actually kind of surprising. 112 battle dwarves. 112 battle dwarves. I have to believe that with this +1 defense here and some additional stats, that we can defeat the Dragon Lords. I'm trying to hurry, folks, because it's 5:20 p.m. here, and my library closes at 6 p.m. on a Saturday. And so, honest to goodness, I probably want to be finished up in about the next 10 minutes, so that way I can at least post this video. I can get it uploaded to YouTube. I'll probably post it first thing in the morning, but at least this way I can get it uploaded. So we're actually looking at finishing this up in about the next 10 minutes or so. I'd like to do more, but I knew that this was going to be a multi-day playthrough as soon as we got partway through it. And I think that is definitely coming to fruition. For sure, it's coming to fruition. A little bit of gems, a bit more gems there. Skeleton, visit, okay, nothing good. Pyramid. Now, we're going to fight this fight and win easy. Here's the question, though. What are we going to get from the... Oh, Tundar, you wild person, you. Town Portal. So what do we do, folks? If we pick up Town Portal from this pyramid, like, do we use it? Typically, I don't use Town Portal or Dimension Door unless the enemy uses it. Did the enemy use Dimension Door or did they use Town Portal? This is a very important question, and I don't know the answer, and I can't just guess. Guessing is not going to do it for me. So we'll have to wait and see. By the way, yeah, Save Aura, Dimension Door is one of Liquid Yeti's favorite spells, with good reason. One of the best ever. One of the best ever. Use it, Tundar says? Okay, I will use it. Genies want to run. Do we want to fight? No, we do not. Definitely don't fight. And we're going to pick up the Sphinx very, very quickly. Oh boy, running out of time, running out of time. We'll go for the crypt today. Thankfully, again, we do have 3 ore coming in per day. And there is, I believe that this is another ore cart. Yeah, this is another ore cart for +1. So we'll grab that very, very soon. What if Liquid Yeti just appeared again and then defeated the Black Dragons? That'd be kind of scary. Tundar says, I gave it to you. I gave you the town portal, therefore you should use it. Okay, that is the best reasoning I could have ever heard, and I will 100%, based off of your recommendation, use the town portal that you've given me. Thank you. That was an extra 34 archers up to 124, another 30 up to 155. Not too bad. There's a +1 spell power here. We're gonna grab Disrupting Ray. Already had it. Not too bad. Lots of mummies. I think I can win with no issues. Yeah, one single Orc Chieftain goes down. Not too bad. Horde of Orcs actually is better fought with this army, I think. Yeah. And then I can pick up the +1 spell power there. I'll go north. We'll clear out whatever we can find over there. I'm actually very excited for Xenofex to finish off this area. I don't know about this. Orc Chieftains with only 2 gargoyles. Yeah, those losses look pretty much okay. Expert Wisdom, good for that. And then we go from 80 up to 140 of the halflings. Very good. Let's go down and do tons of damage. The skeletons, though, I'm sorry, Xenofex, I don't know if you like skeletons or not, but I sure don't. Not in these numbers that we're talking about. Not in these numbers that we're talking about. Phixxar is going to go sulfur, or cart. We find a goblin smithy making weapons for use against humans. With a tremendous yell, you and your army descend upon their camp and drive them away. A search finds a magic ore cart that never runs out of iron. We will also pick up the sulfur mine. And folks, Sphinx time. Oh, hold on. We never did this. Hold on. The corners can save your bacon. Hey, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. Alina. Ah, rats. Can you blame me for trying? Can you blame me for trying? Okay. All right. Back to sleep you go. Poor Alina. Like, she just wants to be involved. And I'm like, no. You're fine right where you're at. Stay put. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Kutsu says, save your bacon. So a defensive artifact to boost your poor units. That is the kind of discourse that I'm always here for. Good work. I like it. Save your bacon. We've seen, what have we seen in the past? I think we've seen golden geese. We've seen other ultimate artifacts. Yeah, Tundar is, if you get to the corner, Tundar is very much generous. He's a generous player, and I really appreciate it. A generous map maker. Very kind to us. Okay, folks, it is time. I'm going to save this real quick because this is going to be the very last thing we do. We're going to... Hold on. Oh, that was the pyramid playthrough? Okay, we'll save here. And then Sphinx. I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly, you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? Yes, we do. Okay, Unicorn Peak. I love Unicorn Peak. Has a mysterious place. At times it boasts sorceress market hubs, but at other times... bones rule. What castle is Unicorn Peak at current? Unicorn Peak started off as in the upper left corner of the Spritely map. It was Necromancers, and then in the next map it moved to sorceress units. I don't know if Unicorn Peak turned into anything after that. I think it's Spritely's pirates. I think it stayed sorceresses. And I'm remembering Tundar. Can I find that? Hold on. I gotta find something on Discord. Tundar sent me a little map, and he sent a map to the entire Phixfox Discord at one point. And it was just kind of the way that he had the Spritely maps all linked together. And so I'm interested to know. See if I can find this with just a quick general search. No, I don't think so. I don't think I can find this actually, unfortunately. But Tundar had all the maps. All the maps make sense. They all kind of fit together in the Spritely sort of arrangement. You just got to figure out where they fit together. And so then what I'm wondering is I'm wondering if aside from them fitting together, if they also fit together and can give me some sort of clue as to what the castle might be currently, because my guess is going to be sorceress. There's a part of me that's like, I wonder if it was a knight, but then I'm like, no, like smart money is the sorceresses. Smart money is the sorceresses. I'm still searching on Discord to see if I can find, aha, there it is. Perfect. Perfect. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. Do-do-do. 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 And all right. So folks, this is the way the Tundar in the past has kind of put his sprightly sort of maps together. And so if you can see this, we've got, let me see. This is Spritely's Pirates. This is Spritely. So this right here is Unicorn Peak. Yeah, okay, so Unicorn Peak has only really been here twice, unless this was also Unicorn Peak, but for a different one. Spritely's Pirates, Spritely Sandro. This is the one with the huge enemy hero in the middle, and these are all Warlock castles. Oh my gosh. Holy cats. I'm struggling to remember. And then that begs the question, where does Spritely's expansion fit into all this? Huh, okay. I'm going to think that because this is the corner that I know that Unicorn Peak was, and this was number 1 and it was Necromancers, and this is number 2 and this was Sprites, I'm going to go with Sorceress. That's just going to be the way I play this. I don't know if this is correct or not. This is totally a guess, but I'm hoping that I can be correct in this. And Kutsu asks, does expansion border one of those? As far as I'm aware, expansion should border one of those. So yeah, Kutsu. Just in case you guys are wondering about this deep lore, there's deep lore here. What castle is Unicorn Peak currently? Sorceress? You guessed incorrectly. The Sphinx says, smiling. The Sphinx swipes at you with a paw, knocking you to the ground. Another blow makes the world go black, and you know no more. The castle Rest from Kings is the castle in expansion. Castle Rest is from Spritely's King. Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. Hold on. So let me pull that back up then. Let me pull that back up for everybody. So Spritely's King, I think that this one's Spritely's King. Let's see. Spritely, Pirates. This is the one with Luna and Sandro. Geez, there's so much. And so Rest, it should be... Are we expanding to the north? Which one is it, Tundar? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? Which one is it connected to? Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? Which one's it connected to? I forget which one is Spritely's King just by looking at it. Tundar doesn't know. Tundar's like, I don't know, man. Dude, I make great maps. 6? Okay, so Rest is one of these? Interesting. 6. So maybe it's right here? Is it right here is where, or maybe right here, or maybe right here? We're getting into some deep lore. The Lava Island. Oh, right here. The Lava Island right there. So expansion is expanding up in this direction, and then over here. Very cool. Very cool. Or maybe down here. And then just flipped upside down and around. Like maybe north is south in this one. Anyway, folks, we're learning lots of cool things. If you're interested in playing this long campaign yourself, I highly recommend you do so. You can find these maps on the FHeroes2 Discord from Sandro. Go check them out. Alrighty, sweet. Back to what we were doing, folks. It's 5:30. It's 5:30. We're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to load game, and we're gonna have to keep trying this until we actually get it. I'm gonna do my second guess, which was knight. Nope. Fine. That's okay. That's okay. Was it wizard? Nope. All right. Well, eventually I will get the answer. Is it a necromancer? Really? It was necromancer? That's crazy. I had no idea it was necromancer. Really? It's because it was originally necromancer, then it moved to sorceress, and then it went. Did it not go back? I'm losing my mind, folks. In case you wonder, Unicorn Peak is currently a necromancer castle. That is wild. Ultimate staff, Spell power and knowledge by 6 each. Folks, we did it. I said that we would get through the 2 Sphinxes. It's 5:30. It's time for me to call it a day. I am very, very blessed to get to spend the time here with all of you. I'm having the time of my life, loving life. And I don't know when, due to the holidays, I don't know when we're going to get to come back and finish off the scenario, but I'm hoping sooner rather than later. That's my hope. That's my goal. And I will do my very, very best. But I will do this on stream as opposed to doing this off camera. If you want more Heroes of Might and Magic, I'm sure it's going to be a lot easier for me to do the Archibald campaign off camera. But this definitely deserves like my full attention on stream. That is going to be my plan for the next time. I'm hoping, let's see. There's a part of me that wants to continue to balance Olden Era and FHeroes2. Yeah. I want to balance it, but I think I might forego the Olden Era playthrough next in favor of this FHeroes2 because we're right in the middle of something very, very important. That is what I like. That is what we're thinking about. We will figure that out in the future. But for now, thank you for everybody for the stream. Sabora says, thanks for the stream. I learned a lot watching you play and I improved my English. If people wonder why you sound the way you do, just remember it's because I'm from Idaho and my accent is wild and crazy. So thank you for learning English with me. I'll try to add new words so you can have a lot of fun with it. Thank you so much for being here. Kutsu says, thanks for the stream and enjoy the time between now and then. Have a great one and a great holiday to you and everybody else. Kutsu, you're the man. Thank you so much. And thank you for the epic battle that we had. Borysser, same for you. Thanks for the epic battle that we had. See you next time. And Tundar says, thank you so much. Phixxar, thank you, Tundar. Thank you as a map maker. Thank you for your continued friendship and support. I love you, man. You're awesome. You and your family, I hope you all are doing exceptionally well. A lot of love for you. And yeah, Kutsu agrees. Great job to Tundar as a map maker. And thanks Avatar Hero for the beautiful map. Thanks to everybody else. The more that we go into chat, the more we figure out who's been here. It could be forever. Avatar Hero, Borysser, Kutsu, Sandra the Peasant Killer's been here. Lots of wonderful people. Thank you to everybody, and we'll catch you all in the near future. So do me a huge favor. You know what's coming next. I don't have a Santa hat anymore, but look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. Take very good care of yourself, because if you don't, who will? My name is Phixfox, and I'm out. Peace. Bye-bye.